Thank you, supervisors. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity and privilege of being able to lead us in prayer today. If you would all join me in prayer, please. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for today. It is very hot outside, but it reminds us of the beauty that we're constantly surrounded by. The cold mountain rivers providing life-sustaining water to our homes and agricultural lands. The less covered snow mountains and lakes that provide shaded walks and refreshing recreation that revive our spirits. And there's so much goodness around us. Help us to see it and appreciate it while we wade through the challenges that press up against us. And Heavenly Father, I always pray for wisdom for this gathering of public servants as they do their best to lead us forward as a unified county. No doubt today is like all other days where there are issues and challenges and opportunities that are greater than any one person's ability to comprehend or respond adequately to. And I pray for collaboration and unity of purpose for our supervisors and department leaders. I pray that you would give each the wisdom, humility, and grace to listen well, to argue well, so that they can discover the best and lead our county into our best future. And in a nation that's restless and hurting, such that people easily and carelessly hurt others, let us be people of hope and reason for the men and women in our law enforcement community who are tasked to protect us against lawlessness and evil, who are called to intervene when people are messy, guard their bodies, their hearts, their minds, and their souls from harm, and guard their spouses and children as well. I do pray for justice to prevail for all people in our community and our nation. I pray El Dorado County would be a leader in our state through our policies and practices to be a people of justice, honor, and peace. And I also pray for our men and women in the armed services here in this nation around the world. Guard over them as they stand against threats unknown to us, and give peace to their families who anxiously long for their return. Heavenly Father, restore our economic strength and viability in our county so that we can continue to be a place and people that share goodness with those in our area and the world. And I pray that you would bless each of us today so that we might be a blessing to another. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, David. Really appreciate that. It always gets us started well and with clear thought and conscious of what our responsibilities are today. So again, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I appreciate it greatly.
Okay, so let's move to Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Turnbull, would you please lead us in the pledge?
With allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so we will move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. And I know staff has a couple of comments. We do know they're requesting that item 2 be continued, but Kim, is there anything else you're aware of before we ask other staff for inputs?
I think our Chief Administrative Officer, Don Ashton, has a change.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 comments. Yes, in addition to item 2, which I'm requesting be continued off calendar, on item number 29, this is a resolution from DOT. There's an error in the resolution. I'd just like to read into the record. All the content is accurate, but instead of saying adopt resolution number 106, 2020, it should be number 064-2021. And that's in the resolution itself, not in the title. Okay. So I just want to read that into the record. It doesn't change.
Good to know anytime there's resolution, it should be the year of, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Catch that. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then in regards to item number 40, when the auditor asked the board to schedule this hearing on June 8th, there was a reference in the report that said the hearing would be at 10 a.m. But then when the item got posted in the newspaper, it was scheduled for 11 a.m. So for members of the public who may have been looking at the item on June 8th, the item will be at 11 a.m., not at 10 a.m. So I just wanted to notify the public of that in case they were interested.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification. Any other staff comments? Seeing none, let's look at from the board's perspective if there's items that are requested to be pulled off of consent. So let's start with District 5, Sue.
Nothing from District 5, thank you.
District 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think about that.
Give us a number.
So on item number 31, I would like the record to reflect that I'm voting no. Because on March 9th, when we discussed these agreements, the board and the board chair did not allow the board to discuss these items. We did not consider the CAO's recommendation, and we did not get to ask if anyone had received campaign support from any of the chambers and their PACs. So that's what I would like in the record, please.
Okay, very good. District 3.
No changes.
All right, District 2.
I'd like to pull, basically, I'm not going to pull, but item 10, to clarify that, I'm going to abstain from the vote because there's a distant cousin that's on that list.
Okay.
Yeah, like seventh cousin.
Oh, dear. Certainly not a pop like that.
Yeah, but I'm gonna abstain from the
Well,
vote.
at least you recognize them.
Well,
That's a tremendous family tree.
Well, there might be a lot of other family members on that list that I'm not aware of too, so.
Okay.
Especially when you're related to half the county, so. And then also, item 31, I agree with Lori, I'm gonna say no on that particular item too.
Okay. And I don't have any additional changes. So let's go ahead and open up the consent calendar item for public comment at this point. Any additional comments from the public? We'll do the room first. Kim, do you want to kind of just give them a
Sure. Now taking public comment on adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone present who would like to speak to a consent calendar item? Okay, seeing none, Kim, we can go ahead and open up to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. With respect to the Zoom, I hope this Zoom opportunity continues so that we can participate from home or wherever we might be, out in the woods, if you will.
And this is consent. You have a comment on consent? This is not open forum, please.
Well, you brought this up earlier on the in your introductory comments. That's why I was taking this opportunity. Moving on. Item 31. It's good to see the majority of this money is going back into the Tahoe Basin because that is mostly where it's being generated. But the concerns of Supervisors Parlin and Turnbull perhaps deserve a public hearing. And instead of just passing it on consent, I would request that it be polled for a meaningful discussion. Also, our item 38, $136,000 a year, or $11,372 a month for our surveyor. I don't know what the history is on that exactly, but
that's not consent, Ken. That's a department matter. So please stick to the consent items, which
oh,
only.
I apologize. I had it down as a consent item.
Okay, no problem.
Item 36 with the USDA Forest Service. Hopefully that is not allowing the federal federal agents any going back to their old ways of hassling people out in the woods. And item 25 with the Air Quality Management District, 32 other additional, presumably, or it looks like this is from the Forest Service. Hopefully we can work on allowing more, what's the word, flexibility in our air quality days to meet the fuel management ideals or the management plans, the reduction of fuel primarily due to burning. So that should do it for now. Thank you very much. And again, perhaps a hearing on item 31, since both 2 out of 5 supervisors are looking at voting no on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I just skimmed through this agenda and I was surprised that the number 31 is on there because I hadn't expected that. And I'm surprised that it's not getting pulled for discussion. And there was a heated, debate about this in the past, and this happens with this item every time. Every time I hear they're going to have accountability, we're going to do it next time, we're going to talk about it, and you never do. And the big concern is, these people have PACs that lobby for developers, and this is coming out of the planning and building department to recommend these fundings. And I would like to have some accountability tacked to this. You're talking about $1.2 million that you're handing off to these people without any type of expectation or review or requirements. And I'm curious, in the past you had allocated that the supervisors could give, I think they each had $50,000 that they could contribute to their communities. I don't know if that's included now or you've eliminated that. As someone that holds events for the city, I have no resources to do things that actually bring tourists to the community. And I don't even know, my supervisor doesn't support those activities. And so where does someone go that actually is doing things to bring in community events for tourism to these areas? Where do you go for support? And I don't see a process for that for the layperson to be able to do things that are actually, there are a lot of groups that do community service activities. And I'm wondering, this just seems so cronyism with this action on this one. And then the other one, and back again, I would ask that somebody on that board pull this item. This really needs to be discussed. And then the other one is number, I think, 26. I was just curious. It was for the riparian repair. I think you've had 13 trees that were planted for the riparian on the Weber Creek, and they've all died. And so you're going to keep the same contractor that's not been able to keep those 13 trees alive. So that was just my, question on wisdom, if there might be a different way to retain a better, landscaping. Maybe you want to have a different contractor work on that project. So I think those are my two things. And again, I would ask that you pull 31, have an honest discussion. And is there anything in there for the, community-based groups that can get some contributions from these funds? Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Grace Quinsberry.
Yes, my name is Grace Questenberry and I live in Cool, California. And I sent an email yesterday, but it didn't get through. But I would like to state about the Dollar General.
Great, Grace. This is public comment for the consent items.
Okay, well, can you please let me know when it's for the Dollar General?
Yeah, it's 2:30 time allocation.
Okay, I got a letter saying it was at 9 o'clock this morning. I have it right in front of me. From the Divide Preservation Society and Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee. So I have to call back at 2:30? Is that correct?
Yes, it's a time allocation 2:30, which means it can't appear before 2:30, but it could appear much after. We have an awful lot of unexpected items to discuss today, so it could be well after 2:30. But yeah, I would encourage you to call back at 2:30 and we'll figure out where we are at that point, and you can determine to stay online or call in later or whatever. So.
Oh, no, I don't want to miss out. I'll stay online. I'll be back at 2:30. Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you, Grace.
Now taking public comment from Steve Teixeira.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Heidel and members of the Board of Supervisors. For the record, Steve Teixeira on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. I just want the record to reflect that some of the comments you've heard are erroneous. As one of the recipients of the funds under item 31, we provide detailed reports on all of our activities that are funded in partnership with the county. We bring local dollars to match those, and we really appreciate the opportunity to work in partnership with the county on these items. And I believe all of the recipients provide detailed reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
There's no additional public comment.
All All right, very good. So I'll just ask if staff would like to respond to any of the comments made on consent relative to funding or anything. So
Mr. Chair, Don Ashton, your CAO, there was a comment about $50,000 for each board district. That may have been the case at some point in the past. It is not the case now.
That'd be nice.
yeah,
There's no money allocated directly to individual board members. There is money allocated. I believe it's 30,000 in the fiscal year 21-22 budget for the board to use for nonprofits and to benefit the community. But it's not by individual board members.
That one used to be 50 and we reduced it to 30.
Correct. That it was 50. It was
Yeah.
50 prior to COVID. We reduced it to 30, primarily because of revenue projections, but also because we were never spending 50. We were only spending around 30.
With that, I will move approval of the consent calendar.
all right. So we have a motion and a second. All in, Kim, do you want to repeat that consent calendar item? Then we'll go.
Yes,
ahead and take
please.
the vote.
Supervisor Turnbull will abstain from item number 10. Regarding item number 29, the Chief Administrative Officer read a correction into the record to change the numbering in the actual resolution to 064-2021. Pertaining to item number 31, both Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Parlin will be registering a no vote due to there not being a discussion, not following the CAO recommendation, but regarding campaign support. And item number 40 will be heard at 11 a.m., not 10 a.m.
Yeah, can you change it to say not considering the CI recommendation? It's not, they didn't follow it. We didn't consider.
Of course, not considering. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So with that, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion on the consent calendar is accepted unanimously with the exceptions that were noted by Kim in the minutes. So thank you for that. And I believe the next step we need to do is to go to closed session to take on some urgent items. And as part of that, we always allow the public to make comment on anything relative to the closed session agenda. The board is going to recess into closed session to hear items 44 through 48 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. So with that, Kim, let's take any input from members of the public who are present here in the board room on closed session items. Anybody have any comments on the closed session item?
Now taking public comment on closed session items 44 through 48. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
Okay, and that includes Zoom attendees, right?
Correct.
Okay, all right, very good. So then we will recess to closed session. I assume we're just going to use the closed session boardroom over here. And then as soon as we complete those matters, we'll be back. Do we have a time estimate at all in terms of what we're looking at?
I think we will be back at 10 a.m., whether we finished all the closed sessions or not,
Okay.
just to keep our day on schedule.
Okay, very good. So we'll be back at 10 a.m. That's time certain for the participants to know. So thank you. Okay, the board has returned from a brief closed session, and I would like the county council to report out on that. We're going to report out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board met in closed session and heard item number 48. There is no action to report out. The remaining items will be heard as time permits later in the day.
Very good, thank you. So we are at our 10 a.m. time allocation, item number 39. Kim, would you please read that?
Item 39 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, receive a presentation from the El Dorado County Resource Conservation District and the Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation District. Two, approve and authorize the chair to sign an agreement with the El Dorado County Resource Conservation District. And three, approve and authorize the chair to sign an agreement with the Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation District.
Mr. Chair, Don Ashton, your CAO. We'll jump right in. I'll turn it over to, I believe, Mark Egbert will be kicking us off with this discussion.
Good morning.
There you go. Much better, Mark. Thank you.
My name is Mark Egbert. I'm the district manager for the El Dorado Resource Conservation District and the Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation Districts. And I appreciate the opportunity to do the presentation. Thank you, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. Oh, you need to do it. Oh, okay. So on the second slide, the El Dorado Resource Conservation District was formed in 1940 and the Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation District was formed in 1953. Board members currently present here today are from the El Dorado, Chuck Mitchell is the president and Chris Flores, our secretary. We also have William Bennett from the Georgetown Divide. Go ahead. The RCDs were formed in response to two major events that happened in our history. One is the Great Depression and the other one is the Dust Bowl. During a congressional session, President Roosevelt had tried to increase the awareness of Congress by showing pictures of what was happening across the nation. At the same time, dust came into the windows and settled on their desk. And on that day, they determined that soil and water conservation was a national priority. They also formed the Soil Conservation Service at that time. They knew that going across the country and providing services to landowners from Washington was going to be impossible. And so they formed legislation to allow states, California is Division 9 of the Public Resources Code, to allow landowners to form their own government agencies. And in 1940, the El Dorado was formed by 5 landowners in Apple Hill. We still today have 5 publicly elected board members overseeing each district. And go ahead. And the principles of our conservation approach has been consistent over time. We're non-regulatory, non-enforcement. We don't manage land. We don't own land. Everything we do is in partnership with the landowner. And Kim, you can go to the. We base our approach on the principles of conservation. We meet and address the landowner's priorities and goals. So we don't have initiatives that we bring forward. We base everything we do with partnerships and a collaborative strategy to reach a common goal. And we do that under mutual intent and benefit with the county as a priority. Over time, the dynamic sort of environmental issues have changed, and the RCD is adapted and changed to meet those community needs. In partnership with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, we did bring the soil survey to El Dorado County. We developed the best management practices toolbox for the Rubicon Trail to help them get out of the cleanup and abatement order. We wrote the South Fork American River Watershed Management Plan. We wrote the vegetation establishment guidelines for which is currently used in practice for any developer or any landowner looking at site stabilization of soil. And we also have done fish-friendly farming, which is a third-party environmental certification program to assist agricultural landowners in complying with regulatory rules. And then we also have done things like reconstruction of Finnen Lake Dam. So even though the RCDs are generally small, I think we've risen to the challenge of addressing the issues that have been brought forward to us. And over time, in doing so, we've created relationships throughout the community, from K through 12 schools to agencies, federal, state, local, to organizations, nonprofits, community groups, fire safe councils. And over time, those relationships have grown and grown and grown. And a lot of what I'm going to be talking about today is about some successes that we've had. And a lot of that success is based on the relationships that we've made and the ability to work with people in our community and outside our community, which I think is hugely, hugely important. And on this day, I think everyone knows what this picture represents. This kind of changed everything that we sort of was focusing on. Our strategic activities were reset, and the priorities of the district were immediately called upon to address post-fire restoration with people who are affected by the King Fire. And we see that throughout California, where people's priorities have immediately been changed, and individuals really can't take on the ability to recover on their own. So again, we're non-enforcement, non-regulatory. We do everything in partnership with landowners, and we try to bring resources in to help them address their immediate priorities at the time. And an initiative was formed, and I'd like to introduce Tom Tinsley from CAL FIRE to talk about this initiative, which we call Fire Adapted 50.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board here in El Dorado. We'll say it's nice to see everybody back in the room after that hiatus.
Good morning, Tom.
Good morning. And as Mark indicated, Fire Adapted 50 is one of those classic examples of an interagency, multi-jurisdictional, cooperative effort from federal partners to state partners to local fire safe councils, EID, Sierra Pacific Industries, and the like. And so Mark asked me to briefly discuss some of the histories of Fire Adapted 50, how we got here, why we got here, and who was involved. And so in all honesty, the concept conceptually of Fire Adapted 50 was brought to CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service's attention by one Dan Tomaszewski, who happens to be the Vice President of Resource Management for Sierra Pacific. Sometime in the winter of 2014 or early spring that year, he came to Camino, our headquarters, and met with myself and some other members of our AEU staff, along with folks from the ENF and the Placerville District Ranger District. And the concern was that we had to do something collaboratively and together to stop the fire history and the ignitions along the Highway 50 corridor, which have continued to devastate both federal, private land, and others. And so the concern was from Dan's perspective is we just can't keep doing this. We can't, fire salvage dead wood or what they call black wood, and then pile up the debris to burn it, to contour rip, to plant 1L ponderosa pine seedlings, to spray them against competing vegetation, to then prune them under timber stand improvement programs, to watch them grow to 25 or 26 or so years, only to have a fire come through again and wipe it out. He says, economically, we're not going to be in business too long if that continues to happen. And so based on those first couple of meetings in Camino, we discussed, again, a multi-jurisdictional cooperative effort of cooperators and participants to try and address and alleviate a lot of that problem. Honestly, like a lot of things, this was in the spring of 2014. And as fire season started to pick up, this was shoved to the back burner, if you will. We didn't have as many meetings for a while. And then as Mark indicated with the picture, that was the King Fire. That happened in the fall of 2014. That changed a lot of things for a lot of people. Shortly thereafter, in February of 2015, I actually went through my old notes, and we had a field tour on the 5th of February, 2015. And people from the Washington office of the U.S. Forest Service were there. One of them, who I believe is now the forest chief, Vicki Christensen, who at the time was an associate deputy chief, and a gentleman named Jim Hubbard came out of Washington. At the time, CAL FIRE Director Kim Pemlott and most of his E-team out of Sacramento were also present. Myself, the North Division Chief at the time, Mike Webb, our Unit Chief, Mike Caslin, Dan Tomaszewski, and Rich Wade from SPI, and then members from the ENF, past Supervisor for Forest Lawrence Crabtree, and others. And it was really at that field tour of a number of different things. One, a VMP, a vegetation management plan around the Sly Park area. And then some review of the devastation of the King Fire. This concept of Fire Adaptive 50 really took hold. It was shortly thereafter that we agreed, we being CAL FIRE with our federal counterparts on the ENF, to weekly meetings. We met every Thursday afternoon at 3 o'clock. And the goal was to come up with that plan. And this is the output of those meetings. They lasted for 4, 5, or 6 months. It was, again, a collaborative effort between federal folks, ourselves, and local cooperators. They put together this plan that primarily had 3 objectives. One was forestry resilience, right? Trying to adapt forests to change. Fire adaptive communities, again, adapting communities to that change, creating more defensible space, creating fuels reduction, all of those things that are necessary to make a community more resilient, more protective from catastrophic wildfire. And then the third goal of Fire Adaptive 50 was a safe ingress and egress, a safe response for our initial attack individuals, our emergency responders. They need to get in, right? And at the same time, people in those communities need a way to get out. And so fire responder safety, ingress and egress for private citizens was also one of the 3 main goals. Sometime during this period, myself, then North Division Chief Mike Webb, and then Sierra Pacific Industries Camino District Manager Rich Wade got together with some what we call BAMs, big area maps, and some Sharpies and said, okay, so where are we going to do all this? And so we drew on some maps and came up with some primary ridges where strategically we thought fuels reduction would be a good thing, not only for the watershed and the resources there, but the communities that surround the Sly Park area and the Highway 50 corridor. So we identified 3 phases, if you will, of Fire Adaptive 50. One was the Sly Park area around Jenkinson Lake and EID's property in Sierra Pacific Industries Timberland. Those were for a couple of reasons. One, it was low-hanging fruit, quite frankly. We already had a project in place that had been environmentally reviewed as far as the VMP was concerned. It did incorporate a couple of large cooperators in EID and SPI. So that was phase 1 around Jenkinson Lake. Phase 2 was from Slab Creek Reservoir to Pollock Pines. And the reason we were there is because during the King Fire, we'd put in miles of suppression line. And the thought was, well, we've already put it in. We need to now maintain it and enhance it moving forward. I mean, half the work had already been done. And so phase 2 was Slab Creek to Pollock Pines. And the third phase was up the Highway 50 corridor, acknowledging again that the ignition history, the fire history there was great. And if we could in some way reduce roadside ignitions, hopefully we could reduce the types of fires that had occurred historically in that canyon. And so phase 3 runs from Ice House Road to Echo Summit, essentially, on the north side of the highway, all the way up through the Forest Service and some of those private parcels. And so this has been going on for about 6 years. You know, the project and the binder were produced in 2015 or 2016. And since that time, we've been successful in acquiring various sources of funding and monies from different entities to continue the work. At some point, when I proposed this with the unit chief to our folks in Sacramento, again, recall Director Pimlott was out on that field tour in February, the question came up, okay, so who's going to do this? And clearly it was something larger than Amador Eldorado, the unit could take on. And so I'll be very honest, when someone asked who could do it, I said, well, there's only one person I know in El Dorado County who potentially has the capacity, the knowledge, and the experience to do this on behalf of its citizens, and then CAL FIRE, as well as the RCD and EID. And that was Mark Egbert. And so that decision being made, Director Pemlon had executive discretion to, in a non-competitive fashion, hand us $972,000. And I turned around and handed that to Mark. And we came up with some contracts, which is necessary in all of this. And Mark then has overseen, administered, been on the ground truth, stratified timber types and fuel types, flagged owl zones and stream courses, put out requests for proposal, looked at bids, et cetera, for a better part of 6 years now, with lots of funding from various sources to continue this work and the fuels reduction all around those communities in Sly Park and Goldridge. And so the map up now is just a history of the fire history, if you will, in the area. The blue body in the middle is Jenkinson Lake. And so you can see there firsthand a lot of the fires historically that have taken place in and around the Highway 50 corridor. What unfortunately is not on that map is the habitable structures. There are thousands of homes throughout this area, you know, down Starks Grade and up the Highway 50 corridor and around Jenkinson Lake and through Camino and Pollock Pines, that all this great work is really benefiting. And so that's a brief history of where we are and how we got here as it relates to Fire Adaptive 50. But
So Tom, you mentioned the King Fire, which obviously was
Yes.
97,000 acres, and it's in this map area. I just didn't see it noted here to that extent. Is there?
well, we cut the top end of the map off. I mean,
Okay.
it clearly goes in a northeast direction,
Right.
right in the middle of the slide. Hazel Valley, that big blob just above Hazel Valley in the crosshatch is the King Fire.
Okay, all right. I just didn't see it labeled because, you know, again, 97,000 acres, it seems like that was.
Yeah, it's a whole lot
something we should
bigger
have
than.
just made
than
note
the
of as
slide.
a, update or
Right.
something.
But I guess the attempt was to identify where the three phases
Right,
were of
right.
of Fire
The
Adaptive
activity,
50.
yes.
And again, this is and has been what we believe is a very successful cooperative project at all levels within the county and state and federal government. And our hope is to continue to seek funding from various sources to continue the work that Mark will do.
Mark will do, yes.
There you go.
No pressure.
No teamwork now, Mark. It's all on you. I heard it.
So, so I mean, obviously, thanks, Tom. But you know, this is everything I'm going to go through from here on forward is a representation of a lot of people. You know, starting with the board of directors, staff, you guys, everyone. So we'll reflect on that a little bit more later. But not only, so take where we are right now in California with everything that's going on with the governor's budget, where we're going, how are we going to get there, and what are other people doing throughout California. There are a lot of landscape level collaboratives and frameworks being developed to make sure that people can put their projects in a competitive line to get that money directly out of either an appropriation or a competitive grant. So, or interagency agreement, good neighbor authority agreement, whatever you want. So the South Fork American River Cohesive Strategy is an area that was identified as a priority on a national level for all the reasons that we really are doing a lot of these projects is to make sure these landscapes are productive, hydrologically, economically, recreationally, all the things that we've briefly talked about on one-on-one basis, but those are the broad goals of the community protection strategy, not just the three goals that Tom mentioned. And so we try to make sure these designs of these projects meet a much broader level of goals for benefiting the entirety of the communities. And the cohesive strategy really represents that. It's a lot of stakeholders in the room. You got BLM, Forest Service, CAL FIRE, you've got, you know, everyone in there responsible for managing their own property and doing their own sort of initiative of their agency. A lot of the people who are not at those collaboratives so far, the Eastern and Regional Sierra Prioritization Group, the Regional Forestry and Fire Capacity Group, all of the different collaboratives, the private landowners are largely absent. So the people who are there are the fire safe councils and the RCDs, trying to represent their interests and bringing those resources into the state responsibility area and those private lands as part of this landscape. There's three focus areas in so far. One is the Caples Creek watershed up there. The other one is the Slide Park area, community of Pollock Pines. And then the third is the Georgetown. The RCDs and fire safe councils are really, of everyone who's in that room and signed that charter so far, managing 2 or 3 of the focus areas within so far. I think that's a statement of our collaborative capacity and how we're leveraging resources to represent and get work done. And so what is the work that we're doing? I'm going to go through these relatively quickly. As Tom mentioned, phase one, this is, go ahead. On these slides, you'll see the grantor, CAL FIRE, what phase of the project it is, the amount of funding, what the agreement number is, how many acres we have treated or will be treated. On the bottom right, you will see an accumulation of all the money that's involved in all the projects with the accumulation of acres as well. On the left, I put the contractors. We have a lot of contractors working on our projects right now, and they're out in the field doing it right now. So they're the ones doing it. So phase one, this is the only phase of the projects that I'm presenting today that is complete. All others will be all completed by March 1st, 2022, or shortly thereafter. So phase one, 644 acres. Go ahead, Kim. Phase 1A, that's an additional 832 acres, and you'll see the map growing with every phase that is being implemented. Phase, go ahead. Phase two, that's an additional 968 acres. And that is the 11-mile long fuel break that is between Slab Creek and really Bouillon Bend. Go ahead. Sierra Nevada Conservancy, phase one, they provided $500,000 in additional funding for additional 270 acres. Go ahead. Phase three, going up Highway 50, that's going to add an additional 330 acres, or I believe so you probably know what the actual miles are on that. Okay, go ahead. The CAL FIRE, again, phase B, this is a $2.49 million grant that's going to treat an additional 1,500 acres in Sierra Springs, Copperton, and private landowners along the community Plug Pines Fuel Break, as well as the Forest Service lands. The Stevenson's Authority, this is a Fire Safe Council project that we're helping manage, and that's going to increase add an additional 287 acres in Sierra Springs. What's not on the map is that we're also putting a lot of that acreage in Grizzly Flat. I just didn't want to zoom out and have a map that was like too big. Okay, go ahead. And then the cohesive strategy. So this is 3,000 acres of U.S. Forest Service lands. The Little Hoover Commission did a report back in 2018 is what it says. And they said, basically, you need to increase pace and scale. And in order to do that, you need to use sort of non-traditional type of mechanisms like good neighbor authority agreements, stewardship agreements, interagency agreements. And you also need to increase the size of your projects. And when that report came out, we were already in a good neighbor authority agreement, 2 of them. And that's how we were able to do NEPA on behalf of the Forest Service. And they have decision notices for those 2 NEPA documents. We're using the Farm Bill exclusion, Farm Bill categorical exclusion provisions and the Sierra Nevada framework to follow those rules, regulations, and policies to get these NEPA documents done. And so we are getting access to this land and helping the Forest Service further its work on their land. But that is a big step in pace and scale, is actually getting a third-party service agreement with the Forest Service to do that environmental for them. Go ahead. And then the Forest Service then came forward with some money, and they provided enough money to do an additional 518 acres in those Forest Service lands. And then PG&E came to the table and they said, we want to contribute to this project. They added another $750,000 just last 2 weeks ago for an additional 500 acres. Go ahead. And then BLM. We applied for a grant in partnership with the Fire Safe Council, and they actually awarded 1 grant nationwide, and it came to El Dorado County to do what the priority zone 2 of the cohesive strategy is in the Georgetown Field Break. So that's up to 2,000 acres that we've already done CEQA on in that area. We've already completed a portion of the entirety of Shoefly Road. And I think you might have seen that on Facebook with the helicopter that was dropping its water, and in the foreground up front, you see where the shaded field break is. So this is a slide that's, you could probably see better in your view there, but cumulatively, what these projects represent is $10,721,000. And we're treating right now, by March or shortly thereafter, we will have completed 6,429 acres. So there's the distribution of where those acres are going. So EID, if I can read the 620 acres, Sierra Pacific Industries, 836 acres, U.S. Forest Service, 1,948 acres, and non-industrial private landowners, 2,578 acres, and BLM will have 400 acres treated. So with that, the 2,578 acres of non-industrial private lands, that's almost 2,000 different parcels that were of private landowners that we're working on, who with each have signed a right of entry agreement with us. So like I said, the equipment is out there working. We are taking a tour tomorrow with some executive officers from CAL FIRE out of the Sacramento office to keep them aware of what we're doing. We are open to doing that at any time with anyone, but we have a lot of equipment working. You'll see in the slide how many contractors we have working. And again, we have a very tight prescription that they have to follow. Our average costs are anywhere between $700 an acre and about $1,500 an acre. That's with the administration included, and all the environmental, everything. And this is what the landscape looks like after we're done. And I think, you know, and we can go anywhere on that map out there and we're going to see these same conditions. Go ahead. I think people are starting to see that when they go into Sly Park or they go into the areas. I know the landowners, as they see it, landowners are not really too willing up front to say, yeah, here's my right of entry agreement, send your contractor in here and do this. But the awareness and the advocacy that we've been building and seeing from the communities has been huge. Ask Cameron, ask anyone of our field crew about how many calls they get from landowners saying, I want to be a part of this. So it's increasing, the awareness is increasing, the advocacy is increasing, and the demand is increasing. And I'd say demand because after the King Fire, after Paradise, the communities really changed a little perspective of saying, wait a minute, where are you going to put this project? How are you going to protect my community? How are you going to protect my home? What are the roads going to be like? I mean, I know DOT has had a lot of this pressure as well. There's a lot of pressure. And, you know, you just have to respond by saying, we're doing our best. We'll be there eventually. Are you involved with your fire safety council? Are you involved in the CWPP? Are you part of the plan? You know, are you getting a project that's ready? And I think together over time, we're moving forward and making progress. So maintenance is a big deal when you have this many acres. As Tom mentioned, we have the oldest vegetation management plan in the state around Sly Park. I know it initially started out as 1,500 acres, 1,600 acres.
Yeah, that 1984.
And so we're basically saying we need to expand that VMP boundary, and CAL FIRE is responding by doing that. We know that the community of Pollock Pines Field Break goes adjacent to a lot of the SMUD transmission corridor. It goes through SPI property. It protects a lot of EID infrastructure. I think that there could be a long-term solution collaboratively to maintain these installations that the public have invested in and built. We don't want to come back and reinvest in these and put public dollars back in where they've already been invested. So how do we do this? Collaboration. This is just some of the people who have the logos. There's a lot of people who don't have logos that should be on this slide, but we do it through collaboration. We do it through creative and unique and I guess just whatever tool we can bring out of the toolbox, we apply it. Whatever type of agreement we can channel that money to get it on the ground, we'll do it. Partnerships and partnership agreements, good neighbor authority agreements, the cohesive strategy, grants, you name it. We're trying to put it, you know, on the ground with whatever the source or framework for the funding is. But we also know that we have to maintain transparency and we have to let people know what we're doing, how we're doing it. And so involving the community is really important. And so we have to, now that we are in public, we want to get out there and have public workshops. We want to talk to people about how they're doing and then get information from them as well. And again, through conservation technical assistance, So communication, education, awareness, advocacy, and participation by all involved has been unique to our success. So, and then honestly, our partnership with the Fire Safe Council has always been from day one strong, but it's growing. And it's growing in a way that is, again, we're wondering how we balance that bowling ball on top of the needle, because it's a lot of work for a volunteer organization and a small organization like the RCD. But we are committed to doing it. And I don't know if now, Pat, you wanted to or come up later and talk a little bit about the Fire Safe Council? Okay.
Thank you very much, Mark. Pat Dwyer with the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council. The Fire Safe Council is really a grassroots effort. It's community-based, it's all volunteer, and it's focused on the people in the community. So the things that you just saw about landscape size, hundreds of acres of projects are really not what happens within the Fire Safe Council, although there's some overlap. But the Fire Safe Council really look at their community, and as Mark alluded to, make a plan, the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, CWPP, that says, where are the projects that we can do to help protect our community from wildfire coming in and fires going out to the forest. I kind of try to picture it as building a moat around the castle being the community. And how do we build this moat around there, reduce fuel to help protect the communities? And in doing that, we've been very successful. The all volunteer force of the Fire Safe Councils over the last 5 years have brought $5 million of funds into the county. And that money usually stays here. We try to use local contractors. It supports employment. It's tax revenue for the county. But most importantly, it does a protection and helps the communities survive. And we couldn't be in an all volunteer force. I'd like to say a bunch of gray hairs working off our kitchen tables on our laptops, which is actually a pretty accurate description. We couldn't do the execution part. We can write grants, we can do that kind of stuff. But when it comes to actually doing the project, we don't really have the capability to do the CEQA, the NEPA, the archaeological reviews, to go out, and we don't have the foresters with the knowledge of what's the proper prescription to do in this area. So that's where we rely on the RCD, and as this slide is a good one because we're linked, and the RCD can provide the kind of support and experience to actually execute the projects that we plan. So, any questions for me?
I think it would be remiss if you didn't mention the growth in the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council in terms of the number of new chapters, or whatever we call them these days, because that is tremendous. That the county's vegetation management ordinance and the growth, I think we're really working together, and everybody is doing their best at this point, or at least thinking about joining the team. So if you'd mention that, please.
Yes, thank you very much. From humble beginnings in 2002 or so with Vicki Yorty, who's recently passed from Pollock Pines, and Linda Colombo, who's back there, with 1.5 fire safe councils in the county. We've grown to 26 fire safe councils, ranging from Volcanoville in the north down to Logtown in Sandridge in the south, from Lake Hills Estates in the west, all the way up to Grizzly Flats in the east, and pretty many points in between. And so thank you for that. And it's all, again, the enthusiasm of the council members, the volunteers, and some are more active than others, and some grow and prosper, and some wither and die, but that's kind of the name of the game. Any other questions for me? Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Pat.
So speaking of the Fire Safe Council and the partnership, this are additional projects that we've done in partnership with the Fire Safe Council. And those represent over $2 million with additional 960 acres completed just this last year. So, and they're actually, a couple of them are still underway. So go ahead. And if you look at the large scale map, then you look at the RCD projects, those coupled with the Fire Safe Council projects in the El Dorado County, and it represents a recognizable effort underway. What we also recognize is that we have a lot of community need outside of these areas. And we hear that a lot. And we know that with the El Dorado Hills having fires, Cameron Park having fires, Pilot Hill having fires, we recognize that those areas also need attention, and we're working on that. Go ahead, Kim. So how we're working on that is we're working with the Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative with a grant from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy to write vegetation management plans that go as an exhibit to the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. These plans are written that actually have specific prescriptions written in specific areas, and we actually do the CEQA on these, and we submit those back to the Conservancy so that we can maintain a list of projects that are shovel ready. So when grants come up or direct appropriations come up, they are shovel ready and they're ready to go and they can be implemented, and we don't have to waste any time doing any additional planning. So we have a lot of more communities that we're going to be putting on this list. But I know that Texas Hill is here, and they're an example of a community that had a vegetation management plan and actually getting implementation from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy to do the roadside fields work in that community. And we're getting that construction bid out very soon. So, but we also know that everything starts with the individual landowners. You have to work on a land unit that starts with 1 acre at a time. So in order to bring in landowners who are not part of that landscape strategy, we have received funding from the Natural Resource Conservation Service to write individual forest management plans for landowners. And those plans then can be used to apply for the Environmental Quality Incentive Program, which is our Farm Bill program here in El Dorado County, administered by the NRCS, or a California Forestry Incentive Program administered by CAL FIRE. And those are cost share programs. And we write these forest management plans at no cost to the landowner. This is grant funded, and it should landowners are never charged for anything at any time. So we've written 70 individual forest management plans over the last couple of years, and we have just received an additional amendment to this agreement to hopefully write an additional 40 to 50 more over the next year or so. I just wanted to end by saying that we are, every year, I think we've demonstrated the ability to leverage resources to El Dorado County and bring conservation to private landowners and on public lands. I think we are dependable, accountable, trustworthy, capable, and efficient. And we are your resource conservation districts. And with that, I just wanted to ask anyone else if I could during the course of the presentation to say anything if they'd like.
Sure.
Or if there's any questions.
We'll come back to the board. If there's any other comments from anybody present here associated with either RCD or Georgetown or the general fire safety aspects.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Greg Hawkins. I'm the Parks and Recreation Manager for EID. And EID would like to express its appreciation for the work the RCD has done in El Dorado County to increase fire resiliency and reduce fuel loads. The assistance EID has received from the RCD and other partners within the Fire Adapted 50 and So Far Collaborative have allowed EID to increase the pace and scale of our fuel reduction efforts around critical water conveyance infrastructure in El Dorado County. EID supports the proposed mutual agreement between the county and the RCD, and thank you for your time. And I'd also like to, on a personal note, to thank Mark Egbert for his tireless efforts in making El Dorado County a safer place to live. Thank you, Mark.
Very good, thank you. Laura, we are going to open it up for public comment. This was people associated with the presentation. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. And sorry, Laura. If you were wearing a uniform or something, it would be done. I'm sorry. It was kind of confused. So at this point, I'd like to bring it back to the board for questions or comments.
Yeah, I got it.
I pushed my button.
Yes.
Oh, you did before.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're gonna take District 4 first.
Thank you. because we're back here in the chambers. I don't even know where to start, Mark, but you are a phenomenal energy force in our county, and this show of support for you just says it all. When you came in the office to brief me on this presentation and stuff, I did reach out to one of our state representatives, and I didn't hear back, but I am going to get this information to them because I want them to see how great El Dorado County is at leveraging, the funding that we get. We always could use more. We need more. So thank you all for all of that and for supporting our communities. Those fire safe councils are so important, and I'm always directing folks to go there. And unfortunately, some people just don't want to, but I keep telling them, go to your fire safe council. That's where you need to go. Mark, I did hear you talk about the DOT pressure for our roadways and stuff, and I am getting hammered from residents on that all the time. We don't have enough road fund money. Do you have is there a specific thing that you see that we could focus on to help with that effort? I mean, since you're so connected.
Yeah, it's a collaborative strategy. And I think that the Fire Safe Council has identified priority road systems in the CWPP. I know CAL FIRE at the unit level recognizes and understands the level of funding that is needed for this. It's a priority for a lot of different entities.
Okay.
And so I think that Amador has got a good roadside treatment project underway. We've modeled a proposal. I think that proposal is potentially has success for getting funding soon. But I think we've got to start the planning and the education process really early.
Okay.
Because we don't want to scatter a project. We've got to have a linear connected type of design.
Good point.
Because
we just have those thousands, and I mean, the county owns thousands of miles, but then we have the private, I don't even know how many miles of road that is. And so they're just all so overgrown, and it's the maintenance is huge, because we saw a project just in Cameron Park that got done, I think within the last 2 years, and it's already growing back. You can almost not tell the work was done. So it's just this constant thing. And
and you look at what Forest Service and SPI are doing up on Ice House Road, and you go up there and it's really evident, of what that can look like.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I do have a specific question on the resolutions. I noticed that both of the resolutions, and this might not be a question for you, but I'm just going to throw it out and somebody can jump in. The first whereas it says there exists a need for erosion and sediment control and watershed management in the urbanizing areas of the county. And I'm not sure that the urbanizing word should be there. I think it just should be the county, because if you look at the mapping, it's not truly just the urbanizing areas, it's actually beyond that. So should we take that out? Is that even an important thing in there, you guys? Does anybody know?
I think soil erosion happens on the context of any type of landscape. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if everybody would want to take that out, but I just felt it was kind of odd to have that there. And then lastly, for you, are we applying for that California Fire Safe Council, the big grant from the state, to get you some help? Or
so we
I
meet
keep
today.
looking at that.
We meet at 3:00 today.
Okay.
And we're going to talk about that.
Very good.
And so the RCD will follow suit with the prioritizations of the county and the Fire Safe Council, and support and fill our role where needed for that.
I appreciate that, because if there's money out there, we should go for it and get it. So thank you. All right. Thank you for
Work in progress.
Yes.
So, yep, very good. So I'm going to go kind of in sequence. I think District 3 was next. So Wendy.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mark. Thank you for being here. And also wanted to thank you for, briefing all of us individually. This just blows my mind. And I like to echo Supervisor Parlin's comments, and like everyone to recognize that the action before the board today is to approve $100,000 and change from the county to support the RCD. And with that, they've turned that $100,000 into $10 million and vegetation management in our county. And that just blows my mind. I mean, that is just so important. Where can we get more deals like this? I want to know. But I mean, the collaborative partnerships that you've put together, the work with the volunteer and the fire safe councils, and in bringing a cohesive collaborative strategy to not only garner grant funding for El Dorado County, but then to get the work done and support individual landowners, you know, in managing their lands. It's just so important for helping El Dorado County be a fire adapted community, because we are within the urban wildland interface. And that's just so critical. And, you know, I don't know how we do this without you. So I just want to thank you for your work. And I think El Dorado County is in such a better position, you know, than we were years ago. And many thanks to CAL FIRE for being such a collaborative partner and all our community partners. So just well done and thank you.
Well, thank you.
Because I know fire is on the top of everyone's mind, and it just scares the living daylights out of us here in El Dorado County.
And I just want to say that, you know, everyone over here, the staff, the AmeriCorps members, our foresters, our contractors, you know, the board members, it's not just me. Believe me, the load that they carry is huge. And so thank you guys.
So appreciate all your efforts on behalf of our county. Thank
Okay,
you.
so to District 2, George.
You know, thank you, Mark. Unbelievable what you've done for our county so far, and especially our fire safe councils, because they're, you know, I mean, without them, where would we be today? It would even be worse. Think about it. You guys have done a phenomenal job, especially, you know, working with all their different communities and stuff, and making sure that we prevent a risk of a wildfire. You know, one of the things I wanted, you knew that I'm working on a cogeneration plant for El Dorado County. And we can take that dead debris that you're working on with that, Mark, all that stuff can't be burned, but it can be burned in this facility. But not only that, we're also trying to bring logging back to our county. I'm working with Tom McClintock right now. And bringing a mill back to El Dorado County. So Tom's on board with it. He's very excited about it. We talked about it. And one of the biggest things he said, well, you know, the cogeneration plant would be in a negative part of the county, you know, negative revenue for a while. But I said, look at this, Tom. The King Fire cost us over $580 million of taxpayers' money to put this fire out. Wouldn't it be better that we do what Mark's doing right here to prevent these horrific fires coming to our county? I mean, you guys are doing a great job, and I really appreciate it. And they're doing a great job in Trinity County too right now. The Trinity Forest, I mean, up there, they're doing a good management up there, forest management, and that's what we need to bring. I was on vacation this last week, and the fire broke out around Lassen, and it's because it was caused by a catalytic converter. Most of our fires start in our easements, people pulling off the side of the road. And I'm working with Raphael right now. I think we got a grant of $1.4 million. I think it's coming, plus an additional 400 that the county's going to put in, $400,000. That will help a little bit. It's not going to help a lot, but we need to clean our easements. We need to focus on it, because that's where 90% of the fires start. So anyway, thank you, Mark. And thank you, the Fire Safe Councils, for all the hard work, and CAL FIRE for all the hard work you've done too. Thank you.
Thank you. 5, Sue.
Yeah, and thanks, Mark. Hey, I just wanted to ditto my appreciation from rest of my board members have said it quite eloquently. But you know, especially our volunteers, Heather Campbell, you always are out here fighting the good fight, and we really appreciate it. You know, our fire safe councils do an amazing job, and you know, it's the volunteers, it's our community, and I really, really thank you all. And yeah, thrilled to hear this, because we are going to be hitting another really bad year. We can tell already, and you know, especially the heat coming in, it's a little scary. So we're happy to hear this.
Well, and we are keeping a close relationship with the Tahoe RCD.
Yes,
So
I
Nicole,
do know that.
they were down a couple of weeks ago doing a tour. So we're sharing a lot of information. And so
Yeah, it's that collaboration is hugely important. Obviously, as everyone says, fire knows no boundaries. So really appreciate all that work together. Thank you so much.
I just want to echo what my colleagues have shared with you. Outstanding work. We look forward to continuing this effort and growing it even more. Even though you got a lot of leverage out there, there's always room for improvement, right? And I know that you personally subscribe to that. So anything we can do to assist you in that, please come knock on our door. Be happy to see what we can come up with. So collaboration is the key to success anymore. And this is a prime role example of what can be done when people just sit down and start working together. So much appreciated.
Yeah, one more thing I want to say also, Mark. I have a meeting with McClintock on the 4th, and I want you to join us.
Okay.
All right, so Kim, with that, if you would please read the public comment portion of this, how we're going to conduct that, and then we'll start public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 39. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desired comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Laurel, please.
I forgot what I was going to say.
No.
Laurel Brimpham, CEO, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. And one of the things that our chamber is totally committed to is, and that's agriculture. And we've actually branded ourselves with the saying, our culture is agriculture. As if you haven't seen that banner around it, it's there. And we have had the privilege with our very important and active Ag Council to have Mark a part of that. And Mark has always supported us in our leadership class when we do our Ag Day and educating our community, 25 people at a time, about agriculture and about the RCD. So we appreciate him. We're here to support him and continue to support his efforts and his accomplishments. We also have had interaction with the Sustainable Forest Action Coalition over years. It was formed in 2009 when the mill closed. And that organization started with six people in my conference room and grew to 38 counties and 3 states. So we are again, very active and supportive of the importance of forest management and really commend the job that the RCD does.
Thank you, Laurel.
Linda Colombo, used to be the Nashville Sandridge Fire Safe Council, unbelievable program that exists out there. I had a suggestion. I had given it to my previous supervisor, and someone mentioned about maintenance and how do we get this work done. I have a concept, and I don't know if it's feasible, but maybe you guys can chew on it. There's a lot of people who have frontage on a road. If we were to say, you do the work along your road frontage, and we will compensate you, we being the county, will compensate you over the next 5 years by repaying a portion of what it cost you to clear alongside your road 60 feet deep. It would make such an improvement. I have about 800 feet. If I put the money in to chipping and cleaning and working and maintaining it for the benefit of myself, but for the benefit of the community, if the county could give credit for over 5 years off of your property tax, it might be a way of incentivizing people to get out there and do some of this work themselves. Because a lot of people will do it, but they want their privacy, this and that and the other thing. I think it's something to think about. It popped into my head about a year ago when I was paying through the nose, and I'm still doing so to keep my 800 feet clear. A compensation from the county some way or another. It won't take money out of your budget up front, but it would lower your income, but it would raise your income because you wouldn't have these dang fires anymore. So anyway, just a kind of a thought. Secondary thought, catalytic converters back in the 60s when they came out, and I know about that. There were big ads everywhere about the fact that you don't drive your car off into the field because you have a catalytic converter. I sell real estate. I've talked to people before, don't go out in that field. People don't even know what a catalytic converter is anymore. So I think something needs to be done to educate the public again, 50 years later, as to what a catalytic converter is and what it does, and that they don't just steal them from your car, that they can start a fire. So anyway, a couple of ideas. I love your cogen thing. I have a whole pile of paperwork on mine when we did that, and be happy to share anything I have with you guys.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
problem. Thank you, Linda.
Yep.
Anyone else present here in the boardroom? Yes, please come forward and identify yourself.
Hello, Heather Campbell from the Pollock Pines Camino Fire Safe Council. And Mark being Mark, I did not hear him mention the help he needs. When I started our Fire Safe Council in 2014, there was 7 of us, I think. And my background is logging, is my schooling, but I ended.
Can you close the door, please? Sorry.
Logging is my schooling, but fire was the end of my job. It was doing wildland fire investigations. So we had identified, my old boss and I, that the South Fork of the American River was our #1 priority. Randolph Canyon, that is in Pollock Pines, it's right behind the Shell Station, was our #2 because of the northeast winds coming down. Those are the worst fires you can get with the winds. And then our 3rd priority was Weber Creek. Well, the RCD is taking care of our #1 and our #2 priority. And with the help of RCD, we have finished. I don't know if is it finished now? Did we finish the road work? Almost. I mean, we had like 9,000 left. And that's on Weber Ridgeline, which when you drive up Highway 50, you know, that whole ridge on the other side of the canyon, that's Weber Creek Ridgeline. That we've done almost 300 acres between 2 RCD contracts and another contract I had. So that's almost done. So my point is, Mark and oh God, Cameron is so good. He's barely come on, and now he knows how to get those right of entry agreements, and God, they're hard to get. And then, you know, and then Jim is around here, and it's Jim the Forester. It's hard to drive around here. I mean, I just went up 50 and then I was like, holy Lord, there's some pink and blue flagging. He's walked almost this whole freaking forest and everything. But I just have to really say that we've done so much, and they're not enough. Their personnel, you can only do so much as a human. They need support. And he didn't even show you the fuel breaks that the Pollock Pines Community Fire Safe Council has finished. That wasn't even part of any of his presentation. That's another, I put almost $1 million into our area. That's not even part of his presentation. So there's more stuff that he's doing that you don't even see, that he didn't even say. So anything you can do to help the RCD get the personnel they need to stay on top of things, because we all know it's not changing, it's just getting worse.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the supervisors of the board here. My name is Tim Cordes. Get a little bit closer here. I chair the Texas Hill States Fire Safe Council, and we example the kind of work that Mark and the members of his staff, Pat Dreyer, CAL FIRE, is doing to make us a more resilient community and making it viable if we had to get out, God forbid, our residents in the Texas Hill States Fire Safe Council. To piggyback on the grants, we were fortunate enough, again, through Mark's effort, which just seems it's unlimited, to get a Sierra Nevada Conservancy grant, which will do roadside vegetation removal throughout roads in Texas Hill States. We only have 2 ways out, but with this grant, we're going to have a 40-foot easement spacing done with vegetation removal, which somebody mentioned, I believe it was you, sir, Mr. Tubo, about easements, where they are a big cause of fires. So we were very fortunate to get that grant, which will be starting here shortly. With that said, and to Heather's words, there's so many things going on that we don't know of. And I'm going to, again, put RCD on the map. Most recently, we were able to do, which has never been done before in this history of 2 fire safe councils working together, that being Texas Hill States and Placerville Fire Safe Council. And again, with the efforts of RCD, the staff, and Pat Dreyer through the El Dorado Fire Safe Council Board. On May 16th, Mark hit the send button to the CAL FIRE CCI grant, to this collaborative grant, and it is huge, where if it is awarded sometime in July, we were told, it will comprise a total of 942 acres that will essentially make a moat around Texas Hill Estates, Weber Creek being a very high fuel load, and fuel breaks and roadside vegetation removal in parts of Placerville, on egress routes. So again, I'm very happy that we have developed a relationship with these individuals. I'm fairly new to this area. I came from the Bay Area, and I'm very excited with what's going on. And it's hearing your feedback, individuals like Heather, who've been here a lot longer than me, and learning. I'm still in my learning curve being a flatlander, but I did spend 30 years in the fire service. Most of my firefighting was structural protection, but I really have learned and respected a lot what goes on up here in our county for a fire threat and saving our lives, making their lives more viable to get out, God forbid. But with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, not seeing anyone else present. Kim, if you'd open it up for our participants via Zoom.
Now taking public comment from Ken Payne.
Yeah, hello, my name is Ken Payne. I'm the general manager for El Dorado Water Agency. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you're fine, Ken.
Okay. Yeah, well, I wish I could be there today to support Mark. As you can see, the RCD is a valuable partner throughout the county. Particularly, I think Director Turnbow's comment about the proactive efforts that the RCD has taken to benefit this county. I relatively new, especially compared to Mark, of what I see in the county, and these progressive efforts and the venues that he's created is really healthy for our county, and I appreciate that. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the agency that we would support really the relationship between the county and the RCDs, of the continuation of the relationship. The RCD's work in the fuels reduction, ingress, egress, reforestation, forest vegetation management plans, all this complements our own agency's focus on hydrologic and water quality elements of the watershed management element. And so Mark's work has contributed to our work to address some of these water supply and quality concerns within our county. And that continuation, I think, is important when we look at the global perspective of our county. I'm never one to create new entities, as some of you know, within the, especially when an existing venues already exist, especially one that's already very effective, like what Mark has created through the RCD. So, the water agency seeks to complement and bring resources to some of Mark's efforts that he's going, particularly on our common interests on watershed management. So, appreciate the work he's done, appreciate the county support on the work that he's done. So thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. Ken Greenwood, District 2. Good presentation. I'm glad that the RCDs and the NRCS, which I always will remember as the SCS, I worked for them out of the Mendocino County office in Ukiah back in '82, writing a Tomkai Creek watershed management plan for reintroduction of steelhead and salmon into the upper Tomkai Creek out of a tributary to the Eel River. I was always amazed at the time what the RCDs and the SCS or NRCS did and offered to landowners. I was amazed. And that all we can do to educate people as to the opportunities that are available should be also a part of this whole implementation of the management plans and such. And so I'm really glad that this is money well spent, because as pointed out, they are a force multiplier, if you will, when it comes to getting money for grant funds and such like that. And I wondered also about the Tahoe RCD and why they're not named in this process here. I know that there is cooperative situations going on, but I do kind of question why they weren't included in this. I'm sure there's a reasonable answer, and I may have missed it being mentioned earlier, but the issues up there are similar to here, regardless of the TRPA and all the other entities that affect the Tahoe Basin. So anyway, great presentation, and I hope that we can get more work done on fuel reduction. The problem with it, as somebody pointed out, is you cut it down and it grows right back. It's an ongoing thing, and we have to be in this for the long term, not just coming in and doing a bunch of work and then letting it sit for 15, 20 years, because the problem just resurfaces later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Sherry Hawk.
Hi, this is Sherry Hawk. I am chair of the Goldridge Forest Fire Safe Council. Really glad to get to hear Mark's presentation today. I just wanted to throw my comment in that I am so grateful to be a part of such a wonderful collaboration in this county, to CAL FIRE and all our fire agencies that work so hard and get right on top of fires. It's just absolutely amazing. I've had the opportunity to work with Mark on a project here that is going to help protect the east side of Goldridge Forest. We as residents are just really, really grateful for that. It makes us a little more at ease when we see all of this different fire mitigation going on around us. Fire is here, and a lot of people are very, very stressed out about that. So everything that we do as a Fire Safe Council on the county, El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, backing up all of the associate councils. Heather Campbell for collaborating with me on a grant that we submitted in May. We're crossing our fingers, but I have so many people that are helping us. And as a newbie to El Dorado County, it is just wonderful to see all the effort that goes into everything to protect this county. My background is I was born and raised in Lake County. Everybody knows Lake County is fire ridden every year. And as I've gone through the years, I've watched that get worse and worse, including burning our old church down. I was in Sonoma County when the huge Tubbs fires and other fires were going on, and just the devastation across California. To have all these volunteers and people putting in all this effort. And Mark Egbert, I had no idea how much you did until today. So I'll wait patiently next time for an email back. Anyway, I just wanted to put out there, I'm just really, really grateful for all the work that's being done and anything that the Board of Supervisors can do to help support Mark and all of us out here putting in lots of volunteer hours. The communities appreciate it very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Now taking public comment from Antonio Hall. Antonia, can you?
Hello, Tony Hall here.
Go ahead.
Tony Hall from South Lake Tahoe.
Go ahead. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Okay. Oh, I'm kind of a proxy input here. I just spoke with Diane Reese, who's on the phone. That's why I had a little delay, who's in charge of Firewise and Up Here project in South Lake Tahoe. Her concern, and as many of us are concerned up here, is the status of Tahoe Conservancy lots and publicly owned land that's adjacent to private land, which are, these lots, I guess, are just a mess. There's all kinds of fuel on them, and it's a concern for homeowners everywhere here. I guess her problem is that she needs to get a risk assessment done. There's 80 public lots up here that are Conservancy owned. They're very bad. She needs some statistics and then a risk assessment done. I was just wondering if there's any way that Tahoe RCD could collaborate with her or Mark or somebody to get this done. I think these lots are these publicly owned agency lots are a big problem and they need to be cleared out ASAP. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Antonia.
There's no additional public comment.
Staff responses to those? All right, seeing none, let's bring it back to the board.
Sorry. I just want a quick response on the Tahoe RCD.
Yes.
Tahoe Conservancy has been working on lots. It's been an ongoing issue. There's funding right now going towards finishing off the lots they have not, which is very few, I believe. But they have been working very diligently on getting these lots cleared. Just want to make that. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a motion, Supervisor Harlan, and did we have a second? Supervisor Thomas. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimously carried. Thank you for the great presentation. At this point, and I'm going to remind the public, one of our decorum things is to not clap or applaud during the presentation. So I think we're all enthusiastic about this and I appreciate that. But in order to maintain our decorum, I'm going to try to encourage lack of clapping. So thank you very much for your attendance. Gonna do 40, right? Okay. And I think we're going to take a break or take a break before we do 40. Let everybody come in.
Quick.
Okay.
This is good. What we're gonna do, 40?
Okay, so how many people are coming in? Let's have a big group coming in.
Wait.
Let's take the break.
No.
First, we gotta do item 40. Yeah.
Well,
We're gonna make it.
I'm not sure we can hear everybody, Joe, so. Okay, all right.
Okay, that's all right.
So we are at our 11 a.m. time allocation. Number 40 comes first, and then we're going to take 41, which I know most of you are here for. We also talked about maybe taking a short break, a bio break, but we'll deal with that after we've heard item 40. So Cam, would you please read item 40 for us?
Item number 40 is a hearing from the Auditor Controller recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation for the appropriations limit for fiscal year 2021-22.
Mr. Chairman, this is a constitutionally required public hearing related to the county's GAN spending limit.
Let me officially open the public hearing, but thank you, Joe.
Okay, at this point, I would request that you ask for public comment related to the GAN spending limit.
All right, any board comments or questions? No. All right, seeing none, then Kim, would you please open it up for public comment on this particular hearing?
Now taking public comment on item number 40, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then those from participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone present in the board chamber that would like to speak to item 40, our GAN limitation, appropriations limit? All right, seeing none, Kim, please let the public comment on Zoom if they're.
There is no Zoom public comment.
Okay, then we'll bring it back.
I recommend you close the public hearing.
I hereby close the public hearing. Thank you, Auditor Controller.
And I recommend you would.
Of the item.
Yeah. Good.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Supervisor Nova, so I wish she was here for the vote.
She's in the process of trying to join us in her office.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion
Sorry,
carries.
can you please let the record show that Supervisor Novosel is absent for this item?
Okay, very good. So I'm gonna please ask you for patience with this process and a lower voice, so to speak, while we go through it. There's a lot of people present. Everybody needs to be heard. Everybody within our time limitations will be heard. But I'm gonna ask you not to get repetitive. If somebody's made a statement, don't go over and over and over, because that doesn't contribute to the overall discussion and decision-making. If you've got something unique to offer, please do, and we'll get to that part of it. But if you'd maintain a low voice while in the boardroom and so that everybody can hear clearly, that would be much appreciated. So with that, Kim, would you read item 41, please?
Item 41 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to emphasize the board's commitment to assisting local school districts and giving students an opportunity to return to normalcy in the classroom, including optional face coverings regardless of vaccination status.
Supervisor Turnbull, do you want to do the lead in and then we'll let staff go ahead and comment? Maybe that'd be appropriate.
Yeah, that'd probably be appropriate. Anyway, I have the resolution here, and I guess I can start off by reading it. I think we got time or not time?
I think we have time, but I think everybody probably knows the gist of what's.
You know the gist of it?
Is there anybody here that would like to have the resolution read? Let's do it quickly. Let's read the
Okay, all right,
resolution, please.
Resolution. Okay, resolution, the World Health Organization, WHO, and UNICEF both state that children 5 years and under should not be required to wear masks, and advise decisions whether to impose a mask required upon children ages 6 to 11 should be made based on several factors, including the impact of wearing a mask on a child's physiological development. And whereas the WHO recommends against children wearing masks during exercise or play, as it accurately recognizes the mask can be harmful because they can compromise a children's ability to breathe. And whereas recent studies have shown that the repeated exposure to mask wearing for longer periods of time can be measurably harmful. And whereas numerous studies have shown that children are less likely to transmit and less likely to sympathetic COVID-19 than adults. And whereas the children do not typically spread COVID-19 without wearing masks, and teachers are no more likely to be hospitalized due to COVID-19 than other occupations. And whereas the ability to see, appreciate, and communicate with facial expressions is crucial to child's social development and mental health, physical, and well-being. And whereas compared to the 2019, the preparation, anyway, I'm tongue-tied a little bit here, of mental health reported the United States Centers of Disease Control beginning in April 2020, related visits for children ages 5 to 11 and 12 through 17 increased approximately 24% and 31% respectively. And whereas in El Dorado County, persons 0 through 17 years old account minimal for total deaths due to COVID-19 and only 12% of COVID-19 cases. And whereas schools in El Dorado County have had 0-19 transmission occurring on campus. And whereas a majority of adults and children over the ages of 12, including those high risk of adverse outcomes from COVID-19, have had ample opportunity to get vaccinated. And whereas many of highly credentialed, well-respected medical professions have recently and publicly advocated for universal elimination of mask mandates for children. Now, therefore, be resolved that El Dorado County Board of Supervisors establish the following goals: assist and return the governing power for the school safety protocols to the school districts themselves. Advocate for parental choice for masking and vaccinating their children. To be further resolved, the EDC COBOS continue their commitment to assisting the local school districts and giving students an opportunity to return to normal classroom activities.
I need to ask you to please withhold the clapping. That's our board decorum. We can clear the boardroom if we need to. I don't want to go there. So please respect our need to maintain decorum in the boardroom, please. Thank you.
Including optional face coverings and removal of vaccination status practices, and be further resolved that the EDC BOS will seek out the assistance of any government agencies involved in decision regarding safety protocols in the school, especially requesting assistance to make masks optional and releasing the safety protocol decision, making the power to the school districts itself. And period.
Very good. So that's the matter under discussion. We'll get back to that resolution or some variant of that in the future. But with that, I'd like to turn to staff and see if they have any things to add. I know there's been several emails and submittals made, so.
I checked with Health and Human Services and myself. We don't have any comments at this time, but staff are available to answer questions if there are any from the board.
All right, very good. So then we will bring it to the board for comments and stuff before you open it up to the public. So District, I'm not seeing any red lights here. District 4, I think you just barely beat. Okay.
So I need a little assistant here, Supervisor Trimbu. What you read and what I have are very different. And I know there was a lot of versions flying around.
Well, there was a little bit that was changed. There was some stuff that was
No,
changed.
The one that you read is substantially different than what I have
Legistar
and what I
version
think
is
was
what-
posted on Legistar. So I need some help. I don't know which one you're asking us to talk about because they are very different.
That one or that one?
Right. How do I know what item we're
Actually,
different?
John and I have chatted about this item, and we have a few wording changes that we'd like to propose that come forward. And so
That's the one that was printed and placed.
that's this one.
Yes,
Yes,
today.
we have some additions to it
Right.
for the board to consider. And so that's, I don't know
Okay, so
what you have on your legislature.
do you realize that the one that you read is very different than the one that?
I didn't pull it up and see it. No.
Okay, so I'm just pointing that out because I don't, you read it to the group and I don't want them to think we're using
Right.
those words. I'm going to suggest if we are going to look at this today, that we put it on the screen so we're all talking about the same one. I think that's good for clarity to put it on the screen if that's possible. Can we do that?
Chair, I would suggest we put what was in Legistar
That's
on the
what has to
screen.
go on the
That's a good
screen.
place to
That's
start.
what
That's
the
what we'll start with.
proposal is. And then variants to that can be developed, but we
Sure,
have to, I
thanks.
think, start with the basis, which is what's in
Talking
Legistar.
about the same document. And
Absolutely.
And I think that's fair for the public to see the same document that was posted on our Legistar system. That's where we post our agendas and our attachments and all that. So that was what was put out for the public. And that's, to me, the right place to start.
So District 2, George, you had another comment?
Well, let me go into a little bit about myself. I had COVID-19. I got the disease. And talking to a medical expert, he recommended that I don't wear the mask because he took my oxygen intake when I was wearing a mask and it was like 92 to 94. When I took the mask off, I was 97 to 98, which is normal. My personal opinion is it restricts children's ability to breathe. It restricts their ability to be able to function normally, especially when you're talking about when they're trying to learn English or being able to speak, because you can't see a child's expressions on their face, especially if they're in the classroom. One of the big issues that I have with this whole thing is it's just not fair to children. A parent should have the right to be able to say what goes on in their children's life. And especially when the schools are telling them something different. And I feel that the parents have the right to what, if the child wants to wear a mask or not wear a mask. They have a right to be able to choose what's right for their child. And I think this has been going on way too long. It was only supposed to be, when this first started, it was only supposed to be 15 days. Look where we're at today. It's ridiculous. Now, let me tell you a little bit, there was a thing that I got, and I'm not going to say who it was, but nobody ever talks about the 1915 epidemic, the swine flu, right? There was more people that died from bacterial pneumonia and black mold than actually the virus by wearing a mask. And it's very, very crucial to me that, look what we're putting our kids through. That's how I feel. Now, there's been a study in Florida right now, in Florida. They said they're not wearing masks in school. The reason why? Because they did some research. And it's funny. These masks that they did in there were causing meningitis, causing bacteria. 1/3 were contaminated with dangerous antibiotic resistant bacterial. And in that less dangerous, they were having, would cause fever, ulcers, acne, yeast infections, strep throat, and all kinds of other diseases besides the Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Now, Florida did away with those masks. And the reason for that is because they care about the well-being of a child. Now, talking to the specialist that I did, I asked him a few questions. Your children are growing, correct? And it affects their lung capacity, affects the growth rate of their heart. You know, I mean, it's in their lungs, to me, and their mind. But not only that, they're breathing this carbon monoxide back into their system, which is not good for you, period. It's not. And I just don't understand that when certain people can put restrictions on kids and them same people are out in the public not wearing a mask. That's not fair to our children at all. And I care about these kids, I really do. And I just don't think it's fair to them. And those childs also have entitlement to an attorney. They do. They really do. And I just care about these kids. I don't think it's a good thing. And I think that we need to take a stand as a Board of Supervisors to take a stand against preventing these masks.
Again, I'm going to ask you to refrain from the applause. I'll just continue to do that, but please. So I do want to express some of the backdrop in this, how we got to this point. There was a group of mothers and fathers representing kids who reached out to the county, described their dire straight situation with the kids and the fear that when school restarts in the fall, that their kids will be required to wear masks again, not optional, but mandatory, is driven by state decisions, et cetera. To that end, there was a meeting that was held that included a number of our staff. It included Supervisor Thomas and myself, because the primary constituents that were being represented were from District 1 and District 3, at least as I understood it. So we did have a meeting, included the El Dorado County Office of Education, Ed Manansala. It included the superintendent for the El Dorado.
Placer. I'm sorry, Placerville High School District.
Placerville High School District. Okay, thank you.
Placerville Union School District.
Okay.
Yeah, superintendent.
That's the official title, Placerville Union School District. So the discussion there was about where we stood basically in terms of trying to understand that the Board of Supervisors has limitations on things that we can make decisions on. We do not have the authority to override state law. We can clearly advocate and support everything that moves in the direction of where I think most of you are coming from today. We have received, on the other side of the coin, we have received a number of emails indicating that people did not want the board to take any action. They felt it was inappropriate. So recognizing there's two sides of the story always, right? But anyway, Supervisor Thomas and I, recognizing and understanding what we believe the majority of the residents' desires were, took a look at the resolution as proposed, and we have some proposed rewording that keeps what I believe is the primary emphasis that most people want, but it puts into it the proper balance and context of the way a resolution presented to the Board of Supervisors and approved by the board would normally be structured. So I want everybody to kind of know that. That's why when Wendy and I talk about, you know, the meeting we had and stuff, that's the way it got established. It wasn't because we were trying to leave anybody out. It was because the CAO contacted us and said, well, it seems like the largest group of residents that are supporting this are in those two areas. So I want to have you two board members participate. We also tried to get the state of California to participate. We'd recently been contacted with information that they wanted to improve the level of communications and coordination with the county. I know our CIO reached out to them multiple times. They chose not to participate. So just for the record, that's the way that started. We didn't want to leave the state out of the discussion. They chose not to participate. So with that kind of as a general rule, I do want to read a comment that was made by our public health officer, not to point fingers at her, but to present again another balanced side of this. It's very short. It says this draft resolution is incomplete, meaning the one that's on Registrar that we're looking at, leading it to present a biased view of the important issue of children and mask wearing. It was developed without input from the health officer or public health staff. Should the board vote on such a resolution, even one that is more symbolic than practical, board members should see all of the pertinent factors, not just the ones that support the position taken by the resolution's author. To that end, she provided some additional information. I'm just wanted that in the record, that she has gone on record. I'm not necessarily defending her statements. That is her statement from the public health officer perspective. I'll also state right up front that I personally advocate and support this, but I want to see it done right. And I want to make sure that people understand that the real decision-making body is the state of California through its multiple agencies. It's not this board of supervisors. And ultimately, individual school districts need to make their decisions with their school boards as to how they're going to implement various things that would happen in the fall, whether it's optional masks or face covering wearings, et cetera. So all of those things are play. It's a very complex issue, but hopefully that gives you a little bit more context of what we're here to discuss. But I personally support this. It's just getting the wording right and the intentions right, and clearly the responsibilities and authority of various organizations involved. So I believe that the version that Supervisor Thomas and I comes closer to accomplishing that. It's not perfect. We didn't have staff input, but it was our thoughts in terms of how you bring all the ideas that were presented by the public, blend that with some of the balancing features, and then really make a statement of where responsibility lies. So that's in the version that we'll talk later. So anything else?
No, well said. I think all comments after public comment.
All right.
Good. Anyway, I want to also that we got support from a letter of support from Kevin Kiley. We also got a letter of support from Tom McClintock. And we also got a letter of support from John DiAugustini, our sheriff, for this resolution.
Very good.
Also, the Placerville Union's school district said this: as elected officials, it's our responsibility to take the lead in making decisions that are best for our local communities and ensure the safe return to school this fall. We believe that local school districts and the county officials have more accurate assessment of the local challenges and needs than any statewide agency. Therefore, it is time for the state to let the local officials and the school boards make their own decisions.
That was from the Placerville Union. Who signed that? The
Yeah.
Superintendent Bonnick.
Superintendent, yeah.
Who attended the meeting?
I have a question. So I'm looking at the draft that was on Legistar. I think that's what I have in front of me. And then the one that Heidel and Thomas worked on with some changes to provide clarity on who has authority over what, because I get that. We've been very consistent about saying that, what the board and the county have authority over versus the state and the school districts. And I think it's good to add that back in here to make it clear. Are you proposing to take out those 2 bullet points that are in here? I see, okay. So I didn't notice that. And then I'm just wondering, I really I hear it over and over again, and I appreciate it that Florida, the state, is brought up a lot in conversations about how they're doing things different. And again, that just points it back at it's the state decision, because the states govern the counties. And I'm wondering if adding, and then the fact that the state chose not to participate in your meeting that they were invited to, and in our minds all along this whole time, the state has been very, what's the right word? I feel disengaged in not listening to the counties And especially the rural counties, I can say that quite, the rural counties have felt very left out in the conversations with the state. And so I'm just wondering if we want to put something in here about that too, that we need our state to engage with us and respect our local control, because that has been a shortcoming this whole time. That, and yet they put all these requirements on us and they don't listen to the challenges that we have or the needs that we have to do these things. So excuse me, I'm wondering if we should do a little wordsmithing on this to make it clear that the state needs to engage with us. Otherwise, quite honestly, they're just a dictator at that point if they're not going to work with us. And I think that's how our residents are feeling. So I totally appreciate that. But at the same time, I just, I guess by putting it in there, I'm trying to make it clear that yes, we do want our local control, no doubt about it. I think our county through COVID, we've been pushing for that with our attestation. We really have been at the forefront. I know it hasn't felt like it for a lot of you, but we have. El Dorado County has done very well through getting through this with maneuvering it, I guess, with the constantly changing requirements and the lack of clarity from the state. And that's why I really would like to put something in here about that we need the state to do better and work with us. So I would like to wordsmith on that, not during the meeting wordsmithing, because that is so awkward and awful, but maybe we could take some notes and update this and then bring it back to take another look at it with some changes. But that's definitely in my mind what needs to be added to this.
I would concur. We can add a number of different things to it. We were trying to keep it as simple and unchanged as possible from the original submittal. So we didn't want to start with a clean sheet. We used what we thought was the most salient part of the original and Legistar, and then tried to develop the wording. And we don't want to get into a wordsmithing situation as we go forward. But to the extent I would like to take some action on this, one of the things that based upon the therefores, one of the therefores I think we need to consider when this public has spoken and stuff is submitting a letter that would be the county's response to the state defining we've passed this resolution, whatever the final context is, that we are appealing to them to basically hear our voices, to make this an optional masking situation, emphasize it in a letter that would be sent to the governor, all of our legislative representatives, anybody we felt was appropriate to get it out, because that kind of addresses how do we communicate to the decision makers in Sacramento our feelings on this, because we're not in agreement with where it stands right now. So I thought a letter may save us some time. We could put things in the letter that wouldn't have to necessarily go in the resolution. That's what I'm trying to get to, right? You have two things. You have a letter and you have a resolution. So that combination is what I believe we can work with, just for ideas.
One of the things I want to stress on too is we've sent numerous letters to our governor and we haven't had any response on it.
Thank you. Yes.
Well, they have acknowowledged receipt, but nothing
Well,
beyond
nothing
that.
Else. They haven't even acknowledged this as all. So
Right.
we need to put more pressure on, our assemblyman and our congressman to maybe get this, to make sure that this happens, because it's gotten out of hand. They will not respond on nothing we have sent to them.
That's a true statement. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yep.
Oops. I just connected my microphone. There we go. Can you hear? All right. Just want to I think you all know you will find support for this, I think, on this board. So I just wanted to, to throw that out there. I have other comments that I will make after public comment because we want to hear what you have to say. And I agree, we don't want to totally wordsmith this on the fly, but I also wanted to read into the record some of the substantive changes that Supervisor Heidel and I would like to add to this. We're reworking the bottom portion of it. So now therefore be it resolved that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors hereby advocate for parental choice for masking and vaccinating their children. Be it further resolved that because both the local health emergency declaration, Resolution 051-2020, and the proclamation of a local emergency, resolution number, was lifted in El Dorado County by the Board of Supervisors on June 22nd, 2021, data no longer warrants a universal mandate regarding masking. And be it further resolved that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors supports and affirms that the decision-making authority regarding school safety protocols resides with the local school districts themselves, who are best suited to understand and respond to the needs of the children and the families in their care, as informed by local experts and data. And be it further resolved that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors continue their commitment to assisting the local school districts in giving students an opportunity to return to normalcy in the classroom, including optional face coverings. And be it further resolved that the El Dorado County government will seek out the assistance of government agencies directly involved in the decision regarding safety protocols in California schools, specifically requesting assistance to make masks optional and relinquishing safety protocol decision-making power to the school districts themselves. So those are the action items that we are proposing on this resolution. And I have other comments after public comment. Just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing any additional board comments at this point. So Kim, would you please open this up for public comment? And I will mention that we have a 3-minute limit. Kim will let you know at 2.5 minutes. I'm going to let that go until we figure out how many people really want to speak. Please, again, if somebody's already said it,
Chair?
don't get up and say ditto.
Chair,
Yes.
I just want to say I am here and I'm listening, and I will make my comments after public comment too. Thank you.
All right, very good. So we'll start with a 3-minute limit. If we need to shorten it because we're going to be here all afternoon or whatever, we're going to do that. But please try to be specific with your statements. Try to be succinct and keep within the 3 minutes.
You can say whatever you want. It is not direct comments.
I made a plea. You are out of order. I made a plea for consideration.
And here,
We have decorum. We try to follow. So thank you. Yes.
in the past, just to get an estimate of the time that we're talking about here, we have in the past asked people just to say, if you're planning on speaking, can you just raise your hand so we have an idea of how long this is going to take?
We have 179 people on Zoom. I'm not sure that's a practical
No, that's true.
way to address
They don't
that.
have their hands up.
So with
No, it's not
that,
about that. It's just managing the agenda. There's other
Kim, let's
items.
open this up for public comment and start the process.
Now taking public comment on item number 41. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient. You will be called upon. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. My name is Lindsay Moffett, and I have 2 children attending the Placerville Union School District. Thank you very much, Supervisor Turnbull, for sponsoring this for us and for taking the time to discuss this today. We are here today asking you to adopt our resolution and help advocate for our children to return to campuses in the fall with masks being optional. I recently heard a parent say, "A great awakening is usually preceded by a rude awakening." 10 words that could surely be the mantra for our country over the past 16 months. El Dorado County has seen a significant increase in youth mental health concerns in direct correlation with this COVID pandemic. Without firsthand exposure as a parent or on campus, perhaps Dr. Williams cannot effectively speak to such issues and their correlations to masks. We as parents are the best advocates for our children. We are the ones who should be deciding what's best for them. You told us to contact our state representatives. As you can see from the letters of support, we've done so. This resolution provides an opportunity for you, our local elected officials, to have the power to make change that reflects your constituents. We're not asking for no mask. We're asking to exercise our rights as parents to do what's best for our children. This is not an unreasonable ask, and we thank you for your serious consideration of this ask. This resolution is our first step to make sure that regardless of any emergency, we will have a way to be heard. Our group, over 1,300 members strong, is not going anywhere. We are awake, we are organized, we are angry, and we know our rights. COVID handed us a rude awakening, and now We welcome you to our collective and great awakening. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Just a reminder, please refrain from applause, please.
My name is Sarah Renner. I'm with Educational Impact Organization. I'm an educational specialist whose credential and training and work experience focuses on students with reading deficits and disabilities. Mandatory masking policies will have a major effect on speech and reading development. Such interruptions to student education and literacy acquisition will result in lifelong educational, social, emotional, and health consequences. Based on 3 longitudinal studies by Joel Francis and Shazik, there is nearly a 90% chance that a poor reader in 1st grade will remain a poor reader for life. This well-established research shows that struggling readers rarely catch up, even with special education intervention. Masking interrupts reading acquisition by distorting sounds and preventing phonemic development. It prevents students from gaining the skills of blending words together when learning to read and breaking words apart when learning to spell. All of these skills are learned in kindergarten through 2nd grade, orally, not visually. We are experiencing a policy-driven educational crisis. Statewide, students have already significant reading deficits due to school closures. Governor Newsom allocated $6.6 billion for school reopening with a focus on summer school because of this fact. The majority of El Dorado County school districts did not make summer school available for its general population, and I called them individually. Our students are starting the year at a disadvantage. A policy of mandatory student masking will have substantial negative side effects. Further data on educational impact is essential. Speech and sound manipulation is an essential skill that is assessed in kindergarten through 2nd grade as an early indicator of reading acquisition. The Board of Supervisors could request the end of year reading assessments from 2021 be reported by the superintendents of each school district to the County Board of Supervisors. This will provide the community with the data documenting the educational damage that has already occurred. Remember, students in 1st grade with reading deficits have only a 10% likelihood to return to grade level. The negative effects of these policies on literacy development cannot be overstated. Please consider all the aspects of children's health and well-being when reviewing mandatory masking policies. Parent choice is essential in determining what is best for each individual student. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassidy Lauder. I'm a senior at Union Mine High School currently. I'm here to talk about my experience with having a medical mask exemption. In my experience, we started off the year pretty rough. We were all online. I wasn't making it to classes. I couldn't wake up on time. I lost all motivation for the entire year, in school, out of school, everything. But as soon as we came back to hybrid learning, I found out very fast how my teachers were about masks. I was kicked out of 2 of my very important classes, which caused me to fall behind and caused my senior year to lose many electives. I'm no longer able to do FFA because I failed those 2 classes that I was kicked out of because I had a medical mask exemption, because these teachers were so scared of me because I couldn't wear a mask. And I don't believe that's my fault. I don't believe it's anyone's fault. But I do think that we could be able to fix it with making it to where not everyone has to wear a mask, and not just taking away masks in general. Taking them away can solve so many problems. My brother has autism. He learns from communication. He can't see facial expressions. So it's very difficult for him in these times to be able to understand a concept of someone's joking, if someone's being serious, if they're trying to talk to him, help him learn. He doesn't know. He doesn't grasp that concept because he cannot see whether they're smiling, frowning, or anything. So I would love to propose that we take away masks in general. And I think I can speak for everyone. We say we understand we're not against you guys, we're against the state right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
She was really well spoken. Thank you,
Yes.
Cassidy.
good educational qualities in our county, right? So yes.
Good morning. My name is Sherry Frere. First, I'm a mother, and I've also been an emergency and trauma nurse for the last 14 years. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my children and all the children in this community that I love so much. My family left our vacation early because I felt it was so important to be here today so that you could hear the voices of the people in your community. My concerns about the continued mask mandates are multifaceted. First and foremost is my concern over the well-being for our children. We've passed the point of a short-term mandate. We're entering into the realm of long-term damage, developmentally, psychologically, and physically. The well-being of children and young people is highly dependent on the emotional connection with others, which is impossible when half of their face is covered and they're told not to touch or be near children or other people. Young children are learning social cues and developing their lifelong speech and language abilities, which is greatly hindered when they can't see the facial expressions of their peers and their teachers. I have a special concern in this area as my son has a very rare genetic disorder that causes a number of developmental and medical issues, including a severe neurological speech disorder called apraxia. The message between his brain and his mouth is lost, which means he needs to learn each motor movement individually, and he does that by watching your speech. The development between 0 and 5 is immeasurably important. I think we can all agree on that. As we're entering into the second year of proposed mask mandates for children, we're looking at a large portion of this crucial period of development. Our children are trying so hard to comply with the requests of the adults that they trust, and all the while they're suffering because of those requests. In the emergency department, I'm seeing a drastic increase in severe mental health complaints, suicide attempts, self-harming, eating disorder, and substance abuse. An alarming number of them are very young children and teens. I've seen children younger than I had ever imagined wanting to end their lives. It's really heartbreaking. We're seeing huge increases in child abuse and domestic abuse as a result of the isolation that lockdowns have caused. Both children and adults are not getting the medical care that they need because of barriers, both financial and social. We will not see the true data that reflects these damages until it's too late. We can no longer have a singular focus on a virus that poses such a small risk to children and expect them to bear all the responsibility for an adult population at their expense. I beg of every person here to think of the cost of continuing these mandates, and not only the very small risk that the data shows that children have of contracting and spreading COVID-19. I'm in full support of ending these mandates and allowing families to have their choice in the health decisions they make for their children. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Sherry.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike Wilkes. I'm a lifelong El Dorado County resident and current teacher at Ponderosa High School. Thank you guys for the time today. I am here to address, obviously, the issue of the mask mandate. Also, I think the undercurrent that is a foundation of all this communication is, it looks like a board, a body of parents, many district leaders, and a larger percentage of teachers than most might think that have not only wanted to be back in school far earlier than we were allowed to, but get rid of things like mandatory mask mandates. What we are dealing with is a tilted playing field from the state down. And my specific comments, I'd like to address the role of the teachers union as a part of this discussion. The teachers union was built after several decades of mandatory payments from California teachers, and this is the similar trend nationwide. Mandatory payments from teachers in California to the tune of billions of dollars over decades to build the corrupt organization that they are today. In 2018, the Supreme Court ruled that mandatory union payments are no longer required in the public school system. Many teachers, I have found out this year, not only are unaware of their right to not be forced to pay those teachers' dues anymore, but they're also unaware of their right to go purchase their own independent liability coverage, which is the primary motive for many teachers to stay a part of the CTA. Whether or not they agree with the CTA on many other issues, they have liability concerns. What I would like to help educate yourselves, the 1,300 member group that is represented here today of parents, any teachers, any board individuals listening in, is that teachers can opt out. There are dozens of teachers in the El Dorado County High School District that I teach in that have opted out. None of us have been let go. None of us have suffered professional harm that I know of, which is another challenge for teachers. I'm not going to say that it's necessarily a popular decision among teachers, but we're still here. If parents have a desire to help even the playing field, the number one thing they can do is to educate the teachers of their children on their rights. They don't need to tell them what to do. They can simply make them aware there's a choice. There are independent liability companies that provide outstanding coverage outside of the teacher union, that they no longer have to pay into. It's happening across the state, it's happening across the country, and it needs to happen faster. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Good morning or afternoon now, I guess. My name is Myra Schickling Louder. My daughter Cassidy was the one that just spoke earlier. So I will not repeat what she said because that was kind of a lot. But what we haven't talked about is the actual physical harm that these masks have done. I have a son with autism who has severe acne. And I have taken him to the doctor, his pediatrician, several times because it has gotten to the point where his face has actually become infected. And she has said, do not wear a mask. The mask is causing that a problem. My oldest daughter also was at the doctor. She ended up from wearing the mask with a severe lip and mouth infection that required 6 doses of 3 different types of antibiotics and a trip to the specialist as well as a pediatrician 3 times. And we still have not cleared it up, even though we have told her, do not wear a mask. You are not to wear a mask anymore. And she hasn't been, which hopefully we're on the right track. But people are not talking about the physical aspect of this as well. We've already heard about the psychological and the emotional issues. With my son with autism, as Cassidy said before, he does have a problem. We are now seeing a regression in him from wearing the mask. We have worked really hard for so many years to get him to be a very high functioning person and to have that social emotional aspect. As we know, as people with autism, typically that's what they struggle in the most, is that social emotional connection. With wearing the mask, he will wear the mask, absolutely, because he is a rule follower and he's afraid if he does not wear the mask, he will be in trouble and the school will punish him. That's why he wears the mask, not because he's afraid for his health, but because he's a rule follower and he is afraid he will be in trouble at the school. He has regressed in his social emotional capabilities, and we are now working double fold to try to get him past that hump, to get him back just to even where he was before all of this happened. So I absolutely implore your support and your decision to really support us as parents. If you would like to wear a mask, I have no problem with that. What I do have a problem with is mandating something that is harmful to my children. Thank you.
Thank you, Myra.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Pookies, and I have a student in the district. He is a special needs student, and like many of them, they're nonverbal. So it's really hard to even understand what they're trying to communicate in a general sense, let alone with the mask mandates moving forward. It's hard for us to know how they're feeling. Are they having a hard time breathing? Are they feeling fear or anxiety? Because they're not communicating this to us. Personally, with our son, we've seen an increase in medical issues, a drastic increase in medical issues since the mask mandate. And I know there are other factors with everything being shut down. All that's gone back to normal, thankfully. And at this point now, the only thing remaining is this mask mandate. So there's definitely a direct link. And the things that are triggering his particular new health condition are the exact same things that are triggered from kids having to wear masks, with the fear and the anxiety. And I know I'm speaking mainly about this unique demographic of kids, but to be honest, all kids are unique and all families and households are unique, and every parent should have the unique choice of whether they're gonna have their child in a mask or not. So I please just urge you to support us in this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amy.
Hi, my name is Amanda, and this is my daughter Sammy. This is who I'm going to be talking about today. And then at the end, I will share a little brief moment about my son, who's 9. Sammy was diagnosed in 2019 with a severe social anxiety, tic, and a sensory disorder, which became exacerbated when masks were forced in person at schools. She was told that she could take mask breaks, but when she did, she was attacked almost daily by other scholars and staff members. Some things that were said to her were, quote, "I don't want to get sick by you, so you have to put your mask on." And one particular scholar would come directly up to her, get right up in her face and say, in her words, in a mean voice, "Put your mask back on right now." And others would just point, laugh, and glare at her while motioning to her to put her mask back on. These were daily threats for her. She's only 11. She would come home crying and heartbroken. This is what a mask did to my child. After winter break, things got worse because her teacher started wearing not just a mask, but a face shield on top. Now Sammy started struggling to read her teacher's facial expressions and understand what she was teaching. Sammy then had a major setback, both academically and emotionally. Shortly after that, the school said the children now had to wear masks outside and during PE, which at this point, there was enough data that we knew kids were not spreading the virus, nor were they dying from it. Sammy crashed emotionally from this unneeded burden, and she had to have counseling again. Distance learning doesn't work for Sammy, nor does it work for our family. She needs a personal connection with friends and a teacher, which she can't get on a Zoom screen. She is genuinely a joyful, upbeat, loving, and outgoing girl. She was trying to be a kid. She was new to the school. She was trying to make new friends, communicate with love, and to be heard. Instead, she found fear, increased anxiety, and was being manipulated, or in her words, bullied by other scholars when she was just trying to do what she needed, which was taking a breath. This is not a school that I wanted to put my children in, nor is it a district that I wanted to be a part of. So today I implore you, for the health and well-being of our children, for Sammy, to drop the mask mandate and make it optional. Lastly, I just want to add that my son, he's very similar to the last person who spoke. He just wants to follow rules. So it made it hard when he didn't want to do it, but he didn't want to be shunned. So please take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda and Sammy.
Hello, thank you everyone for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mari Chris, MC Britton. I'm a concerned mother of 4, and I want to let my kids breathe and have a normal school year in the fall. I'm a parent to students who attend Green Valley Elementary, Pleasant Grove Middle, and an aunt to a student who attends Ponderosa High School. So the only time my children wore masks was at school. After over a year and a half of not being able to play sports, not being able to sing in a choir, not being able to interact with their friends, my children begged us for them to go back to school despite the masks requirement, all for the sake of the pseudo normalcy and encouraging what's best for them socially, maintaining their friendships, seeing their friends that they haven't seen in a while. Countless of times, my children complained coming home with headaches, the gross hot breath they had to breathe in all day, on occasion having to sneeze with a mask on. They're just a few of the disgusting facets of mask wearing I don't want them to ever experience again for the fall. I have done my research. I followed the science as stated in the Resolution for Healthy Kids number 0692021. We have all repeatedly heard the slogan, "We're in this together." Well, I'm not in this together with parents who don't do their homework. I'm not in this together with parents who refuse to research, continue to remain silent as multiple statistical anomalies and guideline inconsistencies have all at alarming rate demonstrated that they're following the opposite of science. Above all, I'm a constitutionalist. I will respect those in opposition of my beliefs. Doing what they believe is best for their children is their right. Therefore, they should respect my rights to do what is best for mine. Nobody has a right to enforce masks on my children at school anymore. I'm speaking to you as one logical parent to another. Please be the leaders in our community to advocate to make masks optional for El Dorado County.
Please vote to support the resolution for healthy kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I'm Tracy Doyle. I've been calling in for what, about 16, are we going on 16 months now? So in the past 15 months, I've been to many events locally. I've been to events with Lori and John, had great conversations. George, David, I don't really see you out and about. Dawn, I don't see you out and about, but you were at a meeting, the Republican GOP Central Committee and the taxpayers without your face diaper. So this is where we're at. You guys are adults. You have constitutional rights, your Bill of Rights, all these things, and you get to make choices when you go in public. I'm not mocking any of you for not wearing a mask. I'm proud of all of you who haven't. You come to these events and you spend time with us and you agree with us, and then we don't always see you vote in the way that we expect from people with conviction and integrity. So right now, what these parents are asking you is to support their children because they know they have the power to send their kids to school unmasked, but those kids are going to be bullied by staff members, by other kids, by teachers. These are supposed to be the ones educating, and they're spewing the nonsense and doing the fear porn, acting afraid of the children. When I taught years ago, some of you don't know that, I've done so many different things, right? I worked in the public school system many years ago, and we used to hug kids. I used to get teased. Oh, don't let them braid your hair at lunch. You're going to get lice. Those kids came to school. Sometimes their only meal at school, or their only meal of the day was at school, and the only hug they got was from me. We're at a place where we don't hug kids anymore, but we're not going to be at a place where we are afraid of the children that you're supposed to be there educating. Their soft place for some of them has become a place of terror. So one of the California education codes is a safe school environment. Are we all familiar with that? Yeah, we can all agree that there's California code that protects children from bullying, persuasion, and coercion. What is going on with the face diaper enforcement is bullying, coercion, and persuasion. It's denying children what they need. They're telling you their kids aren't getting their needs met. So here we are to remind you, you're public servants. These guys are the bosses. They don't co-parent with you. They don't co-parent with staff. They don't co-parent with you or you or you, any of you. But what they're asking is for the schools to become a safe place again for their kids. This is a statement, and you've made a lot of little letters, and like Lori said, it's just paper and it's a joke. But you know what it's not? I mean, it's not a complete joke because it shows us that you are acting with integrity, that you care, that you understand that it's us, that I'm going to keep going. I'm here for We Are Open. Thank you, John, for allowing me more time if I need it. I'm almost done. Let me get back to my Post-its because actually I just came up with all of that after listening to these parents. So they're not asking, they're asking you, they know that you can't change the guidelines that are not laws and are not enforceable. There's no fines that have been collected by Cal OSHA. So it's a joke when that's used as coercion. Those fines on paper are proposed. It's the prisons and the nursing homes and those places and a couple of restaurants. Those have never been collected or enforced on. You know that, David, I'm sure. So the education code we've talked about, we want school to be normal. Nancy talked last summer about normalizing masking. She knew that she couldn't get away with a mandate in this county, but what she counted on is the rule followers. And that's what's gone on. So now the rule followers are done. Conservatives, which we are a conservative county, mostly, are rule followers. So all Nancy had to do is say, this might help, and everybody masked up.
So
Are you
please
getting
wrap it
bored,
up.
Dawn? Anyway, so just to sum it up, we're tired of you deflecting criticism too. I wanted to say that. Wendy, you say some intelligent things occasionally, and I'm sure you're an amazing watercolorist. But when you call these people mama and papa bears, it's deflecting criticism and it's very gauche. So that's not to be accepted. When Nancy and Sue called us dissenters, it's deflecting criticism. You aren't here to deflect criticism. You're here to represent your public servants.
Tracy, please. close
I'm
it.
done, John.
Thank you.
Do the right
Appreciate it.
thing.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Emerald, and I would like, first of all, to be able to have permission to submit a letter to the Board of Supervisors that was written up by an amazing attorney named Lee Dundas. Anybody know her? Heard of her? None of you know who she is? Anyway, may I submit this?
Please submit
Because-
it to the
okay,
clerk. Yes,
so
thank
much.
you.
So I'm a resident of this county for 35 years. I've raised my children here. I now have grandchildren. I'm ashamed of this county. You have allowed these rules to rule, and for you to acquiesce to the state of California and say, oh, whatever the state of California wants, we'll do. Unless every county stands up and stands for our constitutional rights, the state will have their say in all of it. Grow a backbone, because we're all watching and we all know about you. And the mask, I'm afraid, shows all your fear and all your ignorance. And the one that can't even sit in this room because there's no mask, the fear is unbelievable. And you are the ones representing all of this. The real crimes here are that these parents have to get up and tell you all their children's issues. These are private issues that should never come up. Our private medical issues are not your business, and they're not their neighbor's business. And you are shaking your head, yes, but I don't know. You've got this mask on. The people that wear these black ones, they wear them because you don't want to see all the garbage coming out of your mouth because it all shows up on your mask. Our constitutional rights are being trampled over. And unless you stand up as our county representatives and encourage other counties to do the same thing, we will be under the tyranny of Gavin Newsom and his communist rule. So stand up for the people of this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marcia Thomas, and I am also a heartbroken grandma. And just a little bit of my sons attended Motherlode Union School District, and now my grandchildren are there. Motherlode School District is one of the strictest with their face coverings. After I had talked to other families, I found out that maybe some of the kids could go outside at recess and maybe have their mask down a little bit. My little first grade grandson, I'm like, well, you know the yard duty. Can't you go behind her and take your mask off at recess? And my son heard me and he's like, Mom, you can't tell him to do that. So I have to be careful. So I have the printed response from Dr. Nancy Williams. Is she in the audience or here with us today? No. Okay. So I'm very concerned. She asked at the very beginning here that none of us asked to help her develop input. She was not ask for input from the health department or the public health staff. Well, I was at the rally at the health department, as were many of these fine people, and she didn't even come out. And I don't know if you were there, Mr. Ashton, but nobody came out. I worked at Independence High School for 19 years as a secretary. I had a panic button at my desk. The office employees at the health department had glass, which I never had, and they were so afraid of us that they had to go home that day, and they all called the police on us, I think twice. And I'm just flabbergasted. My message to Dr. Nancy Williams is, I appreciate your credentials and your background, and I know you're a much more well-educated person than I am, but get a backbone. Like, I cannot believe that this important issue that you write this, that you're not here today. You did not make a commitment to be here today. I'm just a few notes from her response. Everything is based on a science brief from CDC. Okay, again, the same science brief from CDC. Oh, this article. She just keeps mentioning that. And I don't see much that she's done on her own, other than at the end, it says something. How many minutes? Oh, thank you. So I just want to say, has Nancy Williams or any of you been to Wacky Tacky? I get to take my grandchildren there. There's a lot of germs at Wacky Tacky, and they are thriving and they are healthy. Last summer, we traveled all over the US in our RVs, had a blast. We're all healthy. One more point, we cannot expect to keep everyone safe for the sacrifice of our children. I'm a volunteer with the El Dorado County Friendly Visitor Program. I got the vaccine mostly so I can visit my person over there. All those people are vaccinated, and can't the hospitals and nursing homes, if people want to work there, they could mandate, hospitals are doing that, mandating the vaccine. I don't know, but those people, the seniors, were starving for attention and visitors and caring and hugs. So anyway, I wish Nancy Williams was here. I invite her to come with her, and I can work on her public speaking. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Krista Grassi. I'm self-employed and I homeschool. So I count myself as extremely lucky to not have a lot of these horrible stories that are being shared here today. So I'm not going to go into all the bad that comes with the masks, all the science behind it, because it really doesn't matter if you believe in masks or not. It doesn't matter if you believe in the vaccine or not. What it comes down to is our constitutional rights. We have the right. And so it doesn't even matter what your personal opinions are. I think this resolution is so clear and so simple and so easy to approve. There's a school near us where a teacher, I don't know if it was rampant in the school, but a teacher was pulling kids aside in her classroom and coercing them into getting the COVID shot. And when I heard about it, I couldn't believe it, because right there, that is an example of what this COVID stuff has done to people. They think they have the right to tell us what we can and can't do with our life. My health is my health. I have the right to decide that for myself and my family. You can't force people, a government agency, government people, you can't dictate what people do to live a free and healthy life. So I think that you need to keep that in mind when you're making this decision to vote yes, that this is about our constitutional rights. And I also ditto what the other woman said about bowing to the state. You don't have to do what the state says, because if the governor comes out with a mandate that says you must kill your firstborn child, are you telling me that you will carry that out? I would think not. So you have to use some common sense and know what our rights are and protect. That's what you're here to do, is to speak for us and protect our rights. So no pressure, but the state is watching you. All of the counties are watching what we do here today. So please vote yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Krista.
Hi, I'm Lauren Pritchard, and I appreciate your comments at the beginning. It sounded like most of you guys are sympathetic to this. My one concern is in the verbiage of the altered resolution. You referred to referring to local authorities. And there's one local authority that's very much against our children not wearing masks. So I'm just a little bit concerned as you throw that in, and it sounds like the health department is very much desires for our children to have masks on at school. So it's kind of, it only somewhat protects us. Thank you.
Understand. Thank you, Lauren.
My name is Lisa Pelletier. I have the privilege of working with the women who created the Healthy Children Resolution, which returns local control of safety and health protocol to school districts where it belongs. Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull, for adding it to the agenda. I must also address the last minute opposition submitted by the El Dorado County Health Officer, Nancy Williams, who is unfortunately not present, unwilling to defend her arguments. After months of hiding, Ms. Williams has finally decided to take a public stance on masks. In her opposition, Ms. Williams immediately jumps to defend masks, ignoring our fundamental argument to entrust school districts with determining their own safety protocol. Why doesn't Ms. Williams want to work with school districts? I first emailed Ms. Williams on May 20th of this year after she hid in the back room during the Let Them Breathe rally on May 17th. In my email, I asked, Ms. Williams, I heard you and your staff hid from the protesters in the lobby the other day. Really? Please tell me this is not true. Why don't you want to talk to the people whose health you oversee? Stop hiding. Let's talk about masks. We want to talk about masks. Mr. Ashen can attest that I sent the email because he responded to it. Nancy Williams did not. She ignored my emails and refused to engage in a discussion with us, the public. Why doesn't our public health officer want to work with the public? If Nancy was here to do her job today, I would be at work, but instead I'm going to do her job for her. Ms. Williams begins her opposition with this statement. The resolution was developed without input from the health officer or public health staff. What Ms. Williams is not telling you is that she failed and refused to provide input by ignoring our emails and refusing to meet with us. I encourage you to read her opposition because it unmasks Ms. Williams as a typical unelected Fauci-style bureaucrat, reiterating one-size-fits-all guidance. Our resolution is about El Dorado County standing up and taking care of its own, the way government was designed. It's about limiting government overreach and stopping bureaucrats like Ms. Williams from one-woman rule. The words "Well Dorado" appeared below Ms. Williams' signature, and it caught my eye. So I went, thank you. So I went to her website and found local statistics which show exactly what the health risk of COVID is to children in El Dorado County. And now I know why Ms. Williams refuses to discuss masks. According to Well Dorado, there are 36,982 children in our county. The COVID dashboard reports 82 active cases of COVID in El Dorado County right now. We know, and Ms. Williams agrees, that children account for 12% of COVID cases in our county. 12% of 82 is 10. 10 children are currently infected with COVID. 10 out of 36,932, which is 0.03%. That is one infected child for every 3,758 children in this county. In other words, according to Ms. Williams' own website data, she is adamant about masking 36,982 children because one child in 3,758 could pose a risk of transmission on campus. Although in El Dorado County, 0 documented cases of COVID transmission occurred at school. We submitted this statistic in our resolution, and Ms. Williams did not dispute it. Now we know why Ms. Williams hid from the public. Thank you. Now we know why she doesn't want to work with local districts. Because when you use her own data to analyze risk transmission at schools, her argument falls apart. The whole state is watching today.
Please wrap it up, Lisa.
Thank you, I will. The whole state is watching today. You have a fiduciary duty to act in the best interests of our children. We will hold you accountable for the vote you cast. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Wilborn, and I have 2 young children in the rescue district. Over the last year, our family has seen firsthand the psychological and social damage masks have caused our children in our community. I am shocked there's a group of people that believe it's perfectly okay to restrict the children's ability to breathe, cover their faces, inhibiting their ability to learn and recognize nonverbal communication, and inhale bacteria and toxins that accumulate on their masks, as George noted in the Florida study. I also want to remind you guys that why was it parents that took it upon themselves to do this study and not our CDC or our other regulatory health agencies? It was our parents that are concerned, like many of these parents here that are concerned, that did the study. So I am done dropping off my children at school on the verge of tears while putting masks on. They say they can't breathe, they get dizzy, they can't focus in the classroom. I understand Nancy Williams has submitted several counterclaims from the CDC that masks are perfectly fine. But we all can acknowledge the CDC guidelines have been misinformed or misleading consistently throughout the year. Dr. Fauci initially agreed masks don't work, and most mask boxes clearly warn they do not protect against coronaviruses and other airborne diseases. Our children are not the transmitters. And I quote Dr. Fauci from November 2020. He said, if you look at the data, the spread among children and from children is not really very big at all, not like one would have suspected. Furthermore, all teachers have the ability and an opportunity to be masked and vaccinated, and all children are still afforded the option with this resolution to be masked by their parents. We are simply stating parents should have the responsibility and the accountability to make the best decision for their individual family and take the appropriate level of risk for the overall well-being of their own children. This shouldn't be a one size fits all. It's complex and it should be treated as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. I'm just going to make a commentary. We are at 12:30 and I'm willing to continue going as long as the board wants to continue, but at some point we're going to take a lunch break. So just give that consideration. Should we just set another half an hour, go to 1 o'clock and then take a lunch break? Is that fair?
I'm good.
Because we're going to be here long into the afternoon with all the public comments. So we recognize that. So, all right, let's go till 1 o'clock and then we're going to take a break and then we'll come back and resume. So thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Jessica Juarez. I have an 8-year-old in the public school system and a 5-year-old that should be going into kindergarten this next year. So earlier this year, I felt defeated. I went to the principal and I also contacted the board. I talked to Ed Mansala. I sent him an email, which he never responded to. 4 months later, I sent another email and I CC'd the principal. And then Ed Mansala decided to call me. I was looking for the explanational logic of why our kids had to be masked. He couldn't really answer it. And he told me that their hands were tied because that was what California Health Department mandated, which really made me feel uneasy because it made me feel like they could mandate anything and they would have to follow through with it. I didn't feel like my children would be safe or they would be protected. And CHD doesn't know our children. We, better than anybody else, know our children. That is why if the masks continue, my children will not be returning to school. They will be staying home with me out of the public school system where decisions will be made based off what is best for them physically and mentally. At this point, I really don't feel defeated anymore. We're waking up. We know that we have options. And that's all I have to say. My son would actually like to speak.
Please.
For now, we should know that masks don't work. My parents know best. They should decide what's best for me. Even I know masks don't work. If masks continue, I won't be going back to school because I'll be staying home where my mom can teach me and I can breathe.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. You guys know me, Mandy Rodriguez. I've met with many of you in person. Good to see your faces. I'm sad that Sue Novasol decided to go hide in her basement again. That is cowardly. She should have taken the risk and listened to her constituents in person. It is shameful. It is shameful. Okay, I'm going to take you on a ride down memory lane. May 2020, over a year ago, when I realized that this whole thing was garbage, like the scum on the bottom of my shoe, garbage. Let's talk about it. Millions will die, they said. Do you remember that? Scary, right? Just a couple of weeks to flatten the curve and not overwhelm the hospitals. Remember that? Just a little bit. Not enough PPEs or ventilators, right? Remember that? When did slow the spread turn into stop the spread? We've never been able to stop a virus. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? When did this turn into indefinite lockdowns. We could be locked down, the variant, the this, the that's coming. It's coming, right? Fear. When did this turn into mask? Last year, and it's funny, 1 year ago today, in my Facebook memories, this sign and the one we put over Ray Lawyer Drive popped up in my memories. 1 year ago today, I said, Nancy Williams, Board of Supervisors, show us the science. Nancy, I'm not prepared to show you the science. I'm not prepared. We can't say. Dawn Ashton, you tore into me when Keely Link and I sat down with you and Nancy and Dawn Seaman and Mr. Turnbull at a meeting because my mask wasn't appropriate. You know why you did that? Not because you were worried about a virus, because you wanted to have power over me. And that's what these teachers are doing to these kids. And you may think I'm a mean person or I'm nasty. You can say whatever you want, but this right here is a normal reaction to our freedoms being taken away. That's what I'm telling you right now. I got on We Are Open over a year. I have 3,500 people on there and they all feel the same way. They all feel the same way. And you guys are playing games. You don't have the courage to stand up. You want to come hang out at barbecues with us? You want to come hang out and eat hot dogs and hamburgers, no mask? The next week you turn around and you stab us in the back and you don't stand up for our freedoms. Guess what? I know how to do a recall. You think I won't do it to you? Let me tell you something. I got nothing to lose. You know what? I don't have kids. That hurts. When I see these kids, I wish I had one, but I don't. But maybe God put me here for a reason because I don't have to worry about my kids being bullied because of what their mom says. I have nothing to lose. I will make sure that every one of you are recalled if you do not stick up for these people and these kids. That's all I have to say.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Sleppy and I have 3 children in school in El Dorado County. I wasn't planning to speak today because I have spoken on behalf of this topic before, but I hope that this small representation of the community out there, many people are on Zoom, they have to work. I hope that this communicates the importance of this issue. And I know that you are sympathetic to many of the things that we're saying. So I just want you to consider our resolution as a statement of your backing us. As self-proclaimed, the state does not care about El Dorado County. It's very clear now that the state does not care about our county. That is your job. Your job is to protect us from the state. It's your job to choose our children's health. Now, it's not our kids' job to stand up against their teachers. It's not their job to join this fight, although I'm impressed to see so many have. It's my job as their parent, and it's our job as educators, as health professionals, as a community. We're the only advocates that these kids have. Nancy Williams claims that masks don't directly affect mental health. I beg to differ. Personally, I have seen the effects. I don't remember Nancy Williams helping me spend 6 months finding mental health services for my children. Please raise your hand in here if you have a child that has had mental health effects due to masks. It's a lot. Please raise your hand if you are willing to take your child out of public school if this mask mandate does not change. This is huge, and this is just a small representation of what is out there. Online, there were public comments. 3 oppose the resolution. 64 support that. Many others in here, as I'm sure we'll hear on Zoom. A statement of support from the Board of Supervisors, I realize will not change the rules, but it will be a change to the narrative. It will empower other counties to do the same, to do what is right for our children.
El Dorado County has been and should continue to be the front runner. We need to keep pushing. It is our responsibility to help other counties that do not have the support that we have here in El Dorado County. So please take serious consideration for our resolution and help us with this fight for our children's health.
Hi, my name's Ariana Darudian. I've been working in public education for 19 years. I specialize in special education, specifically with emotionally disturbed children and students with intellectual disabilities. I'd like to offer the idea that children with individual education plans or IEPs that opt out of wearing masks for medical or wellness reasons are further stigmatized if the mandate for everyone else is to wear one. These children, many of them boys, need inclusion in the least restrictive environment at the stage of development to ensure that they are not further affected as people on the fringe of society later on. In addition, I'd like to share that I recently moved to this county from the Bay Area because it seems y'all have a little more common sense than the crammed, indoctrinated, highly stressed folks in the Bay Area. I've pulled my sons from the system and I will be homeschooling for now. I will not submit them to an education that includes behavior modification, which I've witnessed, that includes behavior modification to comply as fearful, obedient droids enforced by stigma and shame. We need strong men to protect us, and submitting my sons to the system will not accomplish that. I'd like to say to the public here, do not be afraid to do what you must do for your children. It is your duty, even if it's hard, to protect them with everything you got. You can change the system by how you choose to interact or not interact with it. Be aware that alternative pop-up homeschooling and schoolhouse type education systems are being offered by educators. If we must, I wholeheartedly believe the renaissance of what is coming will offer a more holistic opportunity to preserve the purity of childhood for our children. We cannot continue to give up freedom for the greater good. Freedom is the greater good. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Minda Bila. I'm a resident of 29 years in this county, and I have 2 children in school. I'd just like to remind you guys, after our public rally in May at the Health and Human Services office, you guys said, I'm sorry, there's nothing that I can do for you. There's nothing we can do. That's you guys said on TV, your spokesperson. And I just want to thank you so much. Look what happened. We thought outside of the box, and there is something you guys can do for us, and you're doing it. From what I hear in the beginning, it sounds like you're going to do it. And I appreciate you so much for pivoting from that mindset of I can't, it's not in my realm, it's not in my scope. But there is little things we can all do. And I feel like that is a huge, huge lesson that we have learned through this whole, whatever you want to call it, pandemic, that there are things you can do, even when you think you're up against the wall and you can't, and you don't have any power. You guys do have power. Every other county is watching, just like we said, and just everyone's watching right now. So thank you for empowering yourselves. And I know that, you know, we wrote it, but you guys ran with it, and I appreciate that. One other thing I just want to say, no one has brought up yet, I don't want to be repetitive. California Education Code 49005.8. This code states an educational provider shall not use a behavioral restraint technique that restricts breathing, including using an item that covers a pupil's face. Why do you think that education code exists? Because it is considered abusive to restrain the breathing of a child. And I thank you so much for your support in this resolution, and I hope you vote yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole.
Hi, I'm nervous. I'm fine. Oh, Lord help. I was in a hospital last year in March, having both knees worked on. And this was before COVID. Well, COVID came in before I left the hospital. my husband. I'm gonna cry. My husband was able to help me. The nurses were wonderful. I was at Eschaton Fair Oaks. Okay, that's the commercial. They were able to help me a lot, but I had to have ice on both legs often. And my husband was able to help. And then COVID came in. He couldn't come to the hospital. So I didn't have as much icing as I was supposed to. That doesn't sound like much, but it keeps the swelling down. It keeps the pain down. So I love the parents that are standing up to this, but I have to tell you, this grandma, I felt what it felt like not to have people be able to come in and see me when I was at the hospital. So that's it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bruce Beela. I've been a resident of this county for 60 years. I've grown up going through the school system here. And I appreciate you guys showing your support. And I appreciate you talking about having the state involved. But it's time to tell the state to go pound sand. I mean, you know, I love it here, but I dislike my government. And the thing is, if this county doesn't square their crap around and resist enough to the state, then it's time for us to move out.
Hi, I'm Madison Stormer. I'm 11 years old and I've been at Jackson Elementary School for a few years now, and this was my last year. And having to wear a mask was probably one of the worst things that could have ever happened to a child. And my brother Ethan Storman, he follows the rules. He's one of my best friends, and he wore the mask even when we got in the car after school. And it made me sad to see that. And I believe that we should not have the mask like mandatory anymore. They should be optional for all students to choose if they want to wear it or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carly Baldy. I am a school-based pediatric occupational therapist. As a professional that specializes in child development within the school setting, I can attest that mandatory masking of children is detrimental to their physical, mental, and emotional health, as well as their social and language development. More specifically, from personal experience, masks are being required during testing and assessment of students when being considered for special education services. Currently, none of our assessments are normed for use with mass social distancing or other mitigation efforts. Therefore, they are invalidated. We use these assessments to help determine student services, goals, etc. within the special education system. Requiring mandatory masks limits our ability to acquire accurate data to inform these decisions. They may inhibit a student's ability to demonstrate their full capabilities, may impact their willingness to interact with professionals during assessment, and increase their anxiety during testing procedures. This can impact their services for years to come. The toll that this pandemic has taken on children and their development will be felt for years to come. Please prevent any further detriment to children and eliminate mask mandates within the education setting. Parents have the right to decide what they feel is best for their student. Children aren't able to advocate for themselves on this level. We need to be their voices and protect their right to an education and their right to breathe freely. Thank you.
Thank you, Carly.
Sorry, that one's mine. My name is Janine Thomas, and I am the parent of 6 children in the Black Oak Mine Unified School District, 2 of which do attend school on an IEP. I cut my speech down tremendously in order to not repeat. So let me skip to the end here, where I just want to say that there isn't a single family in attendance here that hasn't spoken with their children regarding the process here today at our county level. This is a teachable moment in our county's history. You were sitting in these seats today because your constituents selected you to represent our best interests and protect the rights and freedoms, not to infringe upon them. Children have a constitutional right to access public education. They are looking to parents to advocate for them, for that right, which they see us here doing that today. They are also watching you for what you will do next. One day, some of these children will sit in those chairs. Hopefully they won't be passing legislation for you guys to wear masks in old folk home. I would like to take a moment to thank each and every one of those children that are here today. We see your bravery. Sorry, that last girl got me. We see their bravery and we see their beautiful smiling unmasked faces. We will continue to stand beside those children and fight for what's right, and I hope you'll join us.
Hey there, I'm Rebecca Smith, resident and mother of two in the school districts here in El Dorado County. Our Governor Newsom once said, "We are empowering our local health director and county officials that understand their local communities and conditions better than any of us." And I think that's right. You guys understand better than he does. And I have a few ideas if we're going to continue to try and communicate with the state. Back in 2020, our schools were open to back in-person learning pretty much against the advice of the state. Am I wrong? Was that not the case? We managed to pull that off, or you voted for it, to get our schools back into in-person learning. I want to thank you for that. And I'm thankful again that you guys seem so willing to continue to fight for us. I'd like to offer a little idea to the state that people take control of their own health. I think people that are at risk or worried or whatnot should be responsible for protecting themselves. It's not my kids' responsibility. So I would like to offer to the state that if a student, teacher, or staff member of El Dorado County School does not feel comfortable wearing a standard face mask without every single other person in the school wearing a mask, that El Dorado County school nurses be trained to fit these exceedingly cautious students, teachers, and staff with N95 masks. If they want to wear a mask, I support them 100%, go for it. N95 masks are more apt at preventing airborne viruses per the CDC. They are no longer a shortage. There is no shortage on N95 masks. They are required to be made available upon request now. They are even made for children. Children can be trained to wear these N95 masks. Are they fun to wear? No, my kid doesn't like wearing masks either, but if you really want your kid to wear a mask, go for it. I believe this would be a better way to spend the school's COVID funding. There can be waivers signed by parents who don't want their kids to wear a mask to release the school from liability. I also wanted to point out an interesting thing, real science test, basically. We have been on the average having what, 5 positive COVID cases a day here in El Dorado County. 2 weeks ago, within 6 miles of my home, there were 3 different all-day camps. Several hours a day, like 5 hours, 6 hours a day camps that went on for 5 days in a whole week. Hundreds of children dancing and singing together indoors. One place had over 1,200 kids in the same building, concert, music, dancing. Where's the COVID spike? That was over 2 weeks. That was 2 weeks ago today, one of them. Where's the spike? Where's the huge increase in children getting COVID? It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. It's not going to happen in this event. It's not going to happen in our schools. I think that was a really, really great way to see the real life effects of having lots and lots of kids together. It just doesn't. Thank you so much for fighting.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Hi, my name is Greta Smith. I'm a lifelong resident in El Dorado County and business owner. And I just want to say that the very best thing about El Dorado County is that we do not do everything like the state does. And you are here to uphold that for us. We are kind of the last stand in this state
that is going down the drain quickly with a lot of legislation where the government does not belong. And this is an opportunity to show that in El Dorado County, we stand up for what America was truly built on, and that is freedom. And we are coming into the weekend of celebrating that to the highest. And I really appreciate if all of you would put the power back into these parents who have shown up so bravely today and these children to make the personal decisions themselves. That's what matters. That's what America was built on. And that is what we should be upholding. Thank you.
Thank you, Greta. Okay, not seeing any more comments from the board chamber. Kim, if you'd open this up for Zoom, we've got about 6 more minutes and then we're going to take our break.
Now taking public comment from Douglas Williams.
Hello, hold on a second, sorry. You surprised me. Good morning, supervisors. This is Douglas Williams. I'm speaking on behalf of the El Dorado County Republican Central Committee as its first vice chair. I would like to encourage you to vote in favor of the Healthy Children's Resolution proposed in item number 41. Parental rights are paramount. Parents, not government, should be able to make the decision to have their children wear a mask at school or not. Over the past 15 months since the COVID-19 pandemic began, we have seen how decisions made at a state level have been mismanaged and failed. A statewide approach doesn't work for our local community. As county supervisors, you need to make a statement and take the lead in regards to encouraging other local leaders to affirm parental rights. I commend Placerville Union School District Superintendent Eric Bonhuskin and Board President Chris Belmer for their informative and timely letter to the board on June 19th. In that letter, they state, we believe that local school districts and county officials have a more accountable assessment of the local challenges and needs than any statewide agency. Therefore, it is time for the state to let local officials and school boards make their decisions. As a local elected officials, you have tremendous power in setting the direction and tone for our county. Although you are not a local school board, you have influences and can give our local school boards the courage they need to encourage parental rights. With all due respect to Nancy Williams, I do not remember seeing her on any ballot. Public health officers are employed to give input to your board, but the Board of Supervisors are duly elected leaders. Do not sidestep this issue based on Nancy's comments to your board. Thank you, Sheriff DeAugustini, for his support of this resolution. Also, thank you, Congressman McClintock, for his support of the resolution. Congressman McClintock states Resolution 069-2021 emboldens this principle to allow the citizens of a free society to have the
Comment at 2.5 minutes.
to determine that it is best in their children's health. I support the efforts of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors to ensure that children in our community schools are allowed to make their best own decision. Thank you for your time. Please pass this resolution.
Thank you, Doug.
Now taking public comment from Michael Saunders.
Thank you all. I have 2 concerns with this resolution. So one of the things you have to consider is, especially when you're wordsmithing, is the wording of these resolutions in 2 areas. So the first of the concerns is especially the way it's written, to make sure it does not look like it is a public health recommendation. The main thing is the board doesn't have the expertise to make the public health guidelines. So you must make sure that the pertinent organizations reflect the current situation and status reflective of El Dorado County, especially when we're talking about schools opening, to make sure it reflects what's going on in the fall, because we may be at a different place. Rather than using a few statistics and data from the World Health Organization, which may not reflect the current recommendations from even that organization, recommend looking at the recommendations and guidelines that are specific for the U.S. Department of Health, Human Services, California Department of Public Health, and the guidelines provided from the El Dorado County Department of Public Health. They can make the guidelines and recommendations for the county, and then you as a board can decide whether you want to follow these recommendations or not. So that procedural pathway is a little difference in creating your own guidelines without the prerequisite expertise or authority, as opposed to choosing not to follow those guidelines and recommendations based on your opinions and the opinions of the community. And the second concern is about jurisdictional authority. You do have language in there that relinquishes safety protocol decisions. The County Board of Supervisors is making a resolution for school districts when the duly elected authority to do so is the El Dorado County Board of Education. This resolution relinquishes the County Board of Education to be in control of their jurisdiction. As a special district commissioner on LAFCO, this presents a problem with the counties taking away their authority. Many of you on the supervisors are commissioners on LAFCO as well. So please be aware of what this resolution does. And if passed, this will require the special district commissioners to have discussions with the Board of Education, and we will probably have to elevate this to the attention of LAFCO. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We've arrived at our 1 p.m. and it looks like there's at least another 11 speakers. So I do think it's appropriate to take our lunch break and come back. It's a half an hour, 20 minutes. What do you guys want to go for?
Half hour is good with me.
We come back and continue this until it's done would be my recommendation. So
At 1:30?
then well, it's a time allocation, remember? So
We only have 11 speakers who want to get through it.
we have 11 has raised their hand so far. So how far do you want to go? Okay, I'm willing to continue this if we cut it off with Keely Link as the last hand raised that I see. So that will be the last part of the public comment. So let's continue and we'll take the lunch break later. Now we just ended up with 5 more people raising their hands. So to be predicted, Keely Link is the last person we're going to hear from.
Now taking public comment from A. Carling.
Hello, my name is Amanda Carling, and I'm a parent of 3 Buckeye School District students. I'm here today to tell you about a recent interaction that I first thought nothing of and later reflect about how awful it actually was. My 10-year-old son, Cooper, just completed 4th grade at California Montessori Project Shingle Springs. He was fortunate enough to have the same teacher for kindergarten and 1st grade and 2nd and 3rd grade. At no point during that time did I ever question if his teachers were able to recognize him. In August, he began 4th grade with a new teacher via Zoom. It never occurred to me that maybe he wasn't on the primary screen of the Zoom calls and that his teacher was only seeing a 2D screen picture of him at all times. In October, we returned to 2 days of hybrid schedule. And in March, I received a private message from his teacher saying the following: I just have to tell you, I saw Cooper smile for the first time today in person, and he has the most beautiful dimples. At that point, I was so inundated with Zoom school and being a mom of 3 that it didn't dawn on me she had never seen his smile in person, because every in-person encounter with him has been with a mask. I urge you to reflect on your children's school experience and try to remember a time that your child's teacher didn't know what their smile looked like. I am positive you will not find one. My child's teacher has not seen his smile. The most primary part of evaluating human interaction, and she hasn't seen it. That makes me think, does my child know what her smile looks like? Can he connect with her? Can he read her body language? Does he have that personal connection that it requires to thrive in school? Has he made that connection? Can his teacher read him as he reads her? No, it's not possible. How could she? How could he? Half of the picture is covered up by a mask. There are laws put into place to ensure equal opportunity education. I ask you now, How can my child get an equal and complete education when the most basic part of education has been eliminated?
Public comment.
Give me the option. Give me the option for my child to unmask. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Jamie Hall.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Jamie.
Okay. I work in the school district. I have two kids. Like a lot of other parents that have spoken, I was going to tell you about their personal experiences, but I think at this point, I think we really need to address that we will not be making recommendations or the recommendations that we are making might not have the approval of our county public health officer, and that we will need the El Dorado County, Office of Education. Obviously, they're going to have to be on board. Obviously, our school board, but we've come this far. El Dorado County is great. It's very apparent that this needs, the mask mandate needs to be changed. It needs to be optional, but we can't come this far and then let the technicalities overcome it of, we're not following this law, we're not following that law. Who is Nancy Williams' boss? If she is not providing accurate information, and if the California Department of Public Health is refusing to acknowledge our requests, we need to take a stand. And I think that I'm very excited to see so many of the Board of Supervisors concerned for our children and on the same page. I think we need to look at this very closely. Everybody in support, please do not let this get pushed under the carpet. And that's it.
Jamie.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I may not have any physical children of my own, but over the years I have raised up hundreds, if not thousands, of spiritual children in the way that they should go. All of you should probably remember that I used to work for Barbara Albee, the author of California's Megan's Law. And I can guarantee if Barbara was here today and she was hearing and seeing what is taking place with the children, which she had such a passion for, she would be rolling over in her grave. George, at the very beginning, you made a remark about the letters and correspondence to the governor and to other legislators that have gone unanswered, that they're being ignored. Well, this audience also needs to know that not only have you and certain members of the Board of Supervisors, as well as Dr. Nancy Williams, have also been unresponsive to constituents. This is a very good indicator that you have you never had any intention of honoring your constitutional oaths of office and the rights of the people. Now, in the John Heidel, something that you had said in the beginning too, is that you were restricting people from applauding certain comments. People of this in this audience should know that applause is a form of expression that is protected by the First Amendment. The Brown Act as well indicates, and I'm quoting directly from the law, care must be given to avoid violating the speech rights of speakers by suppressing opinions relevant to the business of the body. By censoring people, that is exactly what you are doing. And if the audience isn't aware, whether it's Kim Dawson or somebody else is censoring or muting the applause of people. And I'm going on to continue here. As such, members of the public have broad constitutional rights to comment on any subject relating to the business of the governmental body. Any attempt to restrict the content of such speech must be narrowly tailored to affect a compelling state interest. Specifically, the courts found that policies that prohibited members of the public from criticizing from criticizing school district employees were unconstitutional. And they quote, Leventhal versus Vista Unified School District, and Baca versus Moreno Valley Unified School Districts. These decisions found that prohibiting critical comments was a form of viewpoint discrimination, and that such a prohibition permitted discussion artificially geared towards praising and maintaining the status quo, thereby foreclosing meaningful public comment. Now, in
Public comment
closure,
at 3 minutes.
in closure, I just want to remark that there are a lot of people who have prepared their remarks, and I want to encourage them that they should be submitting to the clerk of the board, whether they're participating by Zoom or in person. They should submit their public comments for the public record to the clerk of the board so that it goes on record. And again, don't forget who you work for. You are public servants.
Thank you, Melody.
Taking public comment from Andy McKeon.
Hi, my name is Andy McKinney. I'm new to the area, but I fully support the efforts of this group, and I'm excited to be a part of this movement. I believe families have the right to make the decision on what's best for their own families. I myself have a second grader who unfortunately has only been to school for in-person learning for the first 6 months of kindergarten. She has a speech impediment that has gone untreated all this time due to these mask wearing mandates imposed by the state and the previous school district that our children attended. Enforcing masks will only further prevent her situation from being treated. And we teach our children to speak up if they are in an uncomfortable situation. And we encourage them to feel empowered to decide what is okay when it comes to their own bodies. Mandating rules such as mask wearing sends the wrong message to kids that they have to follow the rules even if they are not comfortable for fear of being punished. I urge you to adopt this resolution and not delay its adoption so that we can move forward with your support as a united team as we approach the new school year. And I hope you will support this item and help lead and encourage other counties to follow suit. And you guys confirmed yourselves that the state has not been willing to be a part of the discussion. So we need you to help advocate for the voice of all of the families that you've heard here today so that we can have our choice back. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from Jane Hupsey.
Hi, I'm Jane Hupsey, El Dorado County resident with 2 children. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm one of those that early on contacted the district principal to inform him of my concerns and the procedures in place at our local schools, and have been calling in to you anonymously and not. I agree with all the parents here today and applaud the board for recognizing what we were already aware of and that the state officials are not listening to its people. This is just one step towards standing up for our children and our rights as parents to choose. There are many initiatives that we will need to continue to fight on once this resolution is adopted. Vaccination of an experimental drug and parental consent is one of them. As you know, California's age limit for minors to consent to medical procedures without parental consent is in place, and it is our responsibility to make sure we continue to protect them. Today, SB 742 passed, limiting the ability to protest, educate at vaccination pop-up sites. This was approved despite the large opposition by the public. This is extremely concerning, not only because it is a violation of freedom of speech, but also because it is a direct violation of current public health code legislation in place for the protection of human subjects in medical experimentation. This public health legislation is supposed to ensure that there are also penalties for violators of those provisions. People should be given the opportunity to consent, to be given information as to recourse of reactions or experience issues after they leave the site, to freely ask questions and change their mind, to be given a copy of such consent form and provided the opportunity to consent or not, without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, coercion, or undue influence on the subject's decision. This is concerning for all parents because this is not limited to vaccination clinics, but also pharmacies, schools, doctors' offices, hospitals, and even more widespread, as we have recently seen in Solano County at the local McDonald's. As we all know, the COVID shot insert that should contain all the ingredients is blank, that the information provided to the public and the accuracy of the impacts directly from the shot are only reflecting a small portion of those that are reported, and reflective instead of only those that are documented, which is extremely underrepresented data. My concern is that as a public health officer, Nancy Williams has not performed research as a person in her capacity should be able to perform, but has instead relied heavily on Google searches, CDC, and who
Public comment at 2.5 minutes.
As a public health officer, we expect Nancy to be reading peer review studies, journals of medical associations and the like, and be able to critically analyze it and question it. Science is only supposed to be a guidance and not a mandate. Anybody that's following that is doing so for tyrannical or personal or political motives. A continued use of masks, whether vaccinated or not, is a farce.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
We are not a petri dish in which by complete isolation, the virus would be exterminated. The only way the virus would be completely eradicated is if we are all dead. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Now taking public comment from Kelly Naljawa.
That's okay. Kelly Nalabaya here. I am in Mr. Heidel's district. I also am the elected position for the Republican Central Committee in that same district, longtime resident, original PTA president at Oak Meadow School, proud parent of 4, and now grandparent of 2 in Buckeye. I go back to growing up. I was privileged to be the granddaughter of Dr. Erna Klass, a Holocaust survivor and one of the first women pediatricians in Hollywood, Florida, to practice medicine she loved with children for 60 years. She raised my father, who then became a very well-known dermatologist in the Sacramento region for over 40 years. I can tell you that what masks have done to the health of our children is so astronomical. I'm shocked. Just a few things that we are seeing, aside from the psychological and social trauma that most children have experienced. We are seeing higher rates of dental decay. We are seeing higher rates of gingivitis, even bad breath. We are seeing speech impediments. We are seeing hearing difficulties. We are seeing a very high rate of acne that can be testified by my father. We are seeing staph infections. We are seeing thrush. We are seeing exposure to bacterial and viral illnesses that get trapped in their mask and they breathe in and out when they touch them over and over with their grimy little hands, putting them on and off and on and off, shoving them in their pocket. And unfortunately, not every parent is able to provide a fresh mask every day. We are seeing testing that is showing fecal matter in the masks. What we have done for something to our children that has a over 99.9% survival and even contact rate is absurd. Our children have a higher percent chance of getting strep throat, of getting the stomach flu, of getting the common cold. My kids grew up in the day where when one child got the chicken pox, they all got the chicken pox. What we are doing to our children's health long term is absolutely labeled in the medical profession as malpractice. I ask you to research the science. Talk to the
comment
expert.
at 2.5 minutes.
I will let it go at that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good evening, good afternoon. I'm used to city council meetings. As a retired teacher, I can understand the concerns expressed today, and I'm sure you do too. And I appreciate the passionate pleas. I was wondering if you're working with the various local school districts and the County Office of Education on this issue and how they can make schools open safely without masks in the coming year. This is June. Schools don't open until the fall. There's plenty of time. But at this point, I would have to say that I urge you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from Melinda Vasquez. Excuse me,
Hi.
Blasco.
Yes, hi, this is Melinda Velasco. So I want to applaud the organizational efforts of the group that's present and that's called in. You guys have been very successful. So it sounds like most of the constituents in the county agree that we shouldn't pass this resolution. Rather, we should pass this resolution. However, this represents, what you're hearing represents a really good organizational effort. It doesn't actually represent your constituents. So I'm a teacher. It's a pain. Teaching with a mask on is a pain, especially I was Zooming, I was teaching live, I had a mask. My students had to wear masks. I was constantly, I am in this position of being the mask police. It sucks. Very hard. Did I like it? No. Did my students like it? No. Did most of them support it? Yes. I worked at Oak Ridge. So we had, 100, 200 kids out at a time with COVID or COVID exposure. It was just a reality. I actually, I'm going to share something personal with you. I had 2 family members that died from COVID. So, it's a little bit more close to home for me. And again, nobody likes it. And I appreciate the honesty of some of these parents talking about their concerns, their health concerns about their kids. They're worried about oxygen. They're worried about, I'm hearing about fecal matter, whatever. I get it. And I believe that you're being sincere. Nobody likes it, but Nancy Williams, Dr. Williams, is not in charge of making those decisions. I mean, she's there. She's a public health officer, but she's also doing her job. She doesn't get to make the decisions at a state level. She's doing her job. And so I wish people would stop targeting her. Public health officers all over the country have been targets of violence.
You need to be able to hear public comment, please. Thank you.
Go ahead, Melinda, please.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine.
Okay, so a lot of health officers all over the state and all over the country have been targets of violence, and supervisors have been targets of violence. That's not part of the democratic process. If you don't agree with something that's happening with the government, you don't target someone and say you're going to try to kill them or kill their family members. And Dr. Williams has experienced this firsthand, and so have other public health officers all over the country. That's not right. That's not what I think my country is about. You talk about Independence Day coming up. The things I love about my
Public
country.
comment at 2.5 minutes.
Everybody has a voice, and everybody who's speaking here has a voice and is speaking. And I commend you for your thoughts and that. But don't target her. She's doing the best she can. So the other part I want to say, and this is true. Some kids in the class I teach high school, they were against the masks, right? They didn't want to wear them in class. It's hard. It's annoying. It separates you from your friends. Most of the kids, and this is all honesty, I'm not making this up, were in
Public
support
comment
of the
at 3
masks.
minutes.
They were in support of the masks because they thought it was in the best interest of the larger group. So don't assume that what you're hearing now from this large group of organized people represents what is actually the truth in your constituents. It's not.
Please conclude, Melinda.
We let you talk.
Melinda,
longer.
please conclude. Point of order. She's almost done. Please let her finish.
I actually finished, but I don't know if you heard what I had to say. But it doesn't, what they're saying, and the anger and the hostility that you're hearing right now does not, it represents some of your constituents for sure, but it doesn't represent everybody in the county that you're representing. So
Thank
it's
you,
just
Melinda.
a really good organizational effort.
We heard you. Thank you, Melinda.
You're welcome.
Now taking public comment from Parker Wilborn.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you. I have 2 kids in the Lake Forest Elementary School District. First of all, I want to thank you guys for taking our our comments and for your support. Although I am a little bit disappointed seeing John up there with a mask, even though he was at our meeting and he was not wearing a mask. Let me just address what Melinda just went over, because a lot of it is just flat out false. As far as the organization goes, it is very difficult to organize anybody, especially when my wife and a couple girls started the group and had over 1,000 the first week. Unfortunately, Facebook decided to censor her, which is why it's only at 1,300 now, 3 months later. Had it been not censored by Facebook, it would be in the thousands. So that just tells you the amount of the wall that we are up against. So that whole idea of that, oh, this is just a small group of people is absolute BS. It is almost impossible to get people to show up, and these people are fired up and they've had it. So the idea that from what Melinda's saying, that this is just a handful of people, that is false. Nobody said they were going to kill anybody. That's just crazy talk. And everybody has a voice. We just have a lot more of them. So unfortunately, she's in the minority. Otherwise, there'd be a lot more people there speaking against this. And there's not. The vast, vast majority of people in El Dorado Hills and El Dorado County agree with what we're doing, which is why you're seeing that support. So I appreciate her voice, but at the same time, it's just false. Let me just read you something real quick. The existing scientific evidence challenge the safety and efficacy of wearing face masks as preventative intervention for COVID-19. The data suggests that both medical and non-medical face masks are ineffective to block human-to-human transmission of viral and infectious diseases, up to and including COVID-19, supporting against the usage of face masks. Wearing face masks is demonstrated to have substantial adverse psychological and physiological effects. This includes hypoxia, hypercapnia, shortness of breath, increased acidity and toxicity, activation of fear and stress response, rise in stress hormones, immunosuppression, fatigue, headaches, decline in cognitive performance, predispositional for viral and infectious illnesses, chronic stress, anxiety, and depression. That is straight off of the website of NIH, National Institute of Health.gov website, and that is the organization that Dr. Fauci works for. So this is not my words, and I sent this to you guys all in an email, so you guys have that on file. This supports everything
Public comment at 2.5 minutes.
All of the other parents have already said in this article, their family has had these signs and symptoms. These are the facts. This is the science. This is the true science. So we appreciate that you guys are going to sign this and be a leader. You guys are the tip of the spear for the state to make a turnaround. The fact that we're even here, the fact that we have to ask you guys to do this is absolutely asinine. And it goes against everything that is in our Constitution that our founding fathers set up.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
I appreciate you guys are doing. I hope you guys will support this and sign this into legislation. And I pray that all the other counties in the surrounding counties will adopt it as well. Take care.
Thank you, Parker.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Thank you, board. Or good afternoon, if you will. Ken Greenwood, District 2. Ditto was really everything that's been said except for maybe 2 speakers ago. There is a huge movement here, and it is hopefully very clear. I have not talked to anybody who is holding out on with the suggestion that these kids should be going to school with masks on. I'm an instructor. I teach I have a children's specialist certificate in ski instruction. And one of the major things that I use is, are they smiling? Are they getting am I getting good feedback from them? Are they learning? Yes, no. And this is generally by facial expressions. Yes, some body language and such, but facial expressions which cannot be seen under a mask. And yeah, when it's real cold outside, of course we wear masks, but often I always made sure I pulled the mask down when I was talking to the kids. Anyway, whatever minor tweaking you need to do without destroying the message, please do, so that we can get agreement on this and send it. We need to get over this. We need to let the state of California know that they are wrong. There's no issue there. And, and support the recall so we can get rid of this turkey at the top. Anyway, thank you very much. And again, I think it's been said, and I hope you're listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Keely Lee.
Hi, board. I wanted to first thank all of the wonderful parents that are up there and the kids supporting for the children's choice to wear masks. And then also to George Turnbull, who made this all possible. Thank you so much. It's about time somebody stands up in your position. My son was harmed by the mask policies at Union Mine. I saw the pain that he went through with his mask exemption, being treated like a leper, being isolated from the other kids, being told he can't be near the kids. When other kids could just sit wherever they wanted, he had to sit in a specific spot alone. And it's traumatizing. And that would have never happened if masks were choice. And you can see it in our community. You go to the grocery store, you go out in town. When people have a choice, they choose not to wear the mask. And so would our kids. And it's really unfortunate. They're being forced. When we see the board members out in town, they're not wearing a mask, or at other meetings, they're not wearing a mask. And also, I want to say, after hearing testimony of all of the harms of the masking and all of the nonsensical reasons, and then with only one kid out of 3,000 in El Dorado County having had COVID and no within school transmission, we can all see that this is not about health. It's a coercive device to take an experimental injection. And I said from the very beginning, I wasn't going to bring vaccines into the mask issue, but our government is making vaccines in the mask issue. We've got OSHA saying that you can take off your mask if you get the vaccine, and we've got the president, Joe Biden, saying the same thing. So we need to discuss that this is where it's going. It's a coercive device. It's not a safety thing or a health issue. It's coercion, and it needs to stop. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to take our lunch break. 20 minutes enough? 30 minutes? What do you want to do?
What are we doing with this item? Are we trailing it?
We're going to bring it back in for discussion, but we've taken all the public comment.
We closed public comment now. Bring it
Well,
back
it's
to-
not a hearing, so yeah, but basically we've concluded the public comment period.
So
So
we're taking a break. We're going to come back to this item.
yes, we're going to come
What
back
else
to
do
this
we
item,
have?
then we're going to go on to the 1 o'clock. So I think that's the only thing we can do.
Yeah, I would suggest we finish this item, and then during the break, I'll meet with the chair and we'll discuss the calendar for the rest of the day. No, take a lunch,
Take lunch,
come
okay.
back, finish this item, and then I'll talk to the chair at the break about when we do open forum and things such as that.
Right. Okay. All right.
So
thank you,
20 minutes or
everyone.
30 minutes is what I asked. What do you need? 20 minutes?
30? Okay.
30 minutes. So we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay, so we are ready to resume our meeting and we are on item 41 and we're going to bring it back and have the board comment, but I do want to note that we're running way late. Obviously, we had a 1 p.m. time allocation, a 2 p.m. time allocation, a 2:30 p.m. time allocation. Those are all going to be later, much later today than planned. And we do have an obligation to try to hear number 42 at 2 p.m. given constraints of availability, perhaps ahead of the 1 p.m. open forum. So we're trying to juggle, do the best we can to make sure we get the representation, that we can make the decisions we have to do today. But with that, the other thing I would like to mention is I was advised that our public health officer, Dr. Nancy Williams, would like to make a comment at this point relative to all the public input and other things that have made. I think that's to be encouraged. Dr. Williams is on with us via Zoom. So Nancy, please provide your comments and then we'll bring it back for board discussion.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, some of the comments made do prompt me to respond. So I wanted to start in response to one speaker's comment by making it clear that I've always been committed to providing only accurate information, and to the best of my knowledge, I have always done that. Someone remarked negatively about my references to CDC's publications as if they don't represent real science. On the contrary, CDC publications typically represent the best science. CDC scientists review entire bodies of scientific journal articles on topics, thoroughly digesting them and compiling their findings for publication. I do highly rely on information from the CDC, and I intend to keep doing so. I won't go over them, but if anybody wants to see the written information that I provided in response to this proposed resolution, you can find it as an attachment to this board item. As the county's health officer, I'm responsible for looking after the well-being of the entire county and to help advise the board and others on the best ways to promote and protect the health of all residents from birth to death. You're all using a lens on children today, which I understand because most of the audience is comprised of parents. Honestly, if I were in your shoes, I might feel exactly the same way. However, in my role, my lens has to be on the whole county: children, adults, the elderly, essential workers, and others who are vulnerable in one way or another. As someone noted, 12% of reported cases in El Dorado County have been among children. That's 0 to 8 or under 18. That was 1,251 kids so far, and is undoubtedly a significant undercount because, as many have noted, many children have mild to no symptoms and may not have been tested. A key thing to remember is that children are part of the COVID-19 transmission chain. I do have some information about that in the document I referenced. Some of those 1,251 cases in El Dorado County surely resulted in transmission to someone else down the line who was vulnerable and ended up being hospitalized or died. While it does seem reasonable to be given the option to make the choice to accept risks on behalf of one's own family, unfortunately, that decision could result in the increased risks and some bad outcomes for other people in the community. Those people may seem like far removed strangers, but they are part of my large family, El Dorado County residents. It's not out of the question that resumption of school could involve changes to the masking requirements, but it's also possible that to achieve the best balance of protection, continued guidelines to wear masks could make sense. It really depends on what's happening as school resumes, and we have to keep watching and seeing what's actually going on. It's a little bit preliminary to make those decisions now. Vaccination is still the fastest way to help end this pandemic. At this point, barely more than half of eligible El Dorado County residents have been fully vaccinated, 51.7% to be specific. And when you add the under age 12 group, it's a total is less than half of our total population still unvaccinated. So we do have a long way to go. I did observe that a number of people who wrote or spoke on this issue today stated that they have been vaccinated and that they have had their eligible children vaccinated. So I'll say that, even if we can separate, or we do separate vaccination and masking from a regulatory standpoint, the fact is that the more vaccination we achieve, the less need there will be for other protections, including masks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. So with that, we'll bring it back to the board, and I'm going to make a suggestion at this point that since we had a good discussion ahead of time of where the various board members stand, and I think everybody knows that Supervisor Thomas and I prepared a draft resolution that I think takes and includes all of the essential elements that the parents group wanted, but it adds some of the details of where responsibility lies, what we're going to commit to, et cetera. And I know Supervisor Parlin also wanted to add something to that, but I'm going to suggest if we start with that version, that we'll get through the wordsmithing much quicker because we can do the adds that Lori had asked for, other comments. We'll take George's comments on it as well, but I think if we bring that up, Kim, as kind of the basis to try to get to the point of completion of the resolution, because I'd really want to move on this today. I don't want to wait. I don't want to continue it, but it's going to take a little time, and we beg everybody's indulgence to help us with that. So I don't think we need to read the whole thing. I think you'll find that the first set of whereases are consistent with what was presented before. And then I will mention that one thing we proposed, because you can see the track changes line on the side, the statement that's about the third sentence down, it says, whereas schools in El Dorado County have had, I changed no to minimal, because we did have our public health office verify that there were directly affected. So it's not a lot, but the word no was just, not completely factual.
That was one of the things that that we talked about, and I had it put in that minimal, and I guess it didn't. Sorry about that. I had it as minimal, and what happened is it didn't get changed on Nudge Star.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So that's consistent with your thoughts.
Right.
So that's great.
Exactly.
Then we get down to the therefores, right? Which is really the statements that the board wants to make, and you'll see all the track changes there. And I'm going to read this part because I think it's important. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors hereby advocate for parental choice for masking and vaccinating their children. So it's an advocation. I think that's consistent with what you asked for. It's consistent with our authority. The second resolution is, be it further resolved that because both the local health emergency declaration resolution and the proclamation of a local emergency was lifted in El Dorado County by the Board of Supervisors on June 22nd, remembering our previous action, data no longer warrants a universal mandate regarding masking. That's just a supportive statement based upon what your Board of Supervisors has made with our public health officers' participation as the statement to the public. So I think that's very clear, but it does put the framework of we have removed all local restrictions.
You know what else it does, John, is that it provides a foundation and a basis for this action on what we are advocating for at the state level. Because I think it's important for the state to recognize that El Dorado County has repealed both those emergency declarations and proclamations of a local emergency.
Right.
So it
So I think
provides
we're-
weight to that decision.
And again, if it's going to end up result in a letter that goes to the governor and everybody else, we want to make that statement. It's been stated, we're kind of leading a lot of counties in doing this. And that was one of the major steps that got us to this point today. So I think it is important to emphasize it. Then the next one, be it further resolved that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors continue their commitment to assisting the local school districts and giving students an opportunity to return to normalcy in the classroom, including optional face coverings. Keyword optional. We're not trying to say remove them all. It should be the parent's choice. And for older adults, if they're over 18, I guess it's that, high school students' choice if they want to wear a mask or not, as opposed to parent. But freedom of choice is what we're trying to emphasize there. And I think that's consistent. Then the last one, be it further, before we get to Lori's, be it further resolved that El Dorado County government will seek out the assistance of government agencies directly involved in the decision regarding safety protocols in California schools, specifically requesting assistance to make masks optional and relinquishing safety protocol decision-making power to the school district itself. So again, I think that's the best we can do to say we are going to provide assistance. We're seeking this, but it's El Dorado County government. It's not just your Board of Supervisors. It's our staff. It's everybody that's involved in the county government process. So those are kind of where we started. And I'd like to have Lori, if she can, kind of add the word she would like to add. I presume it's a be it further resolved type of statement.
I'm not sure where it fits because I didn't get to wordsmith with you guys.
Well, I did miss which one did I miss? Okay, so I did miss, okay, skipping over it. I missed the be it further resolved that the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors supports and affirms that the decision-making authority regarding school safety protocols resides with the local school districts themselves, who are best suited to understand and respond to the needs of the children and families in their care as informed by local experts and data. So again, it really is the school districts that should be doing this. The county wants to be fully supportive in any way we can, including PPE and other stuff, but as we have in the past. So I think that's the other. So Lori, if you could just kind of rephrase what you wanted to add here, maybe we can figure out how to wordsmith that in here.
Well, I really appreciated that one of the speakers reminded us that the governor had said last year that he would empower the local governments, and I think he's failed to do so.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out how we can insert that, and maybe it could fit into the second red one, kind of massage that to say that, let me see. In terms of the decision-making authority.
You can say something like referencing the fact the governor previously stated, whatever,
Something like that. He said he was going to do that and he hasn't. And that's exactly what we've been asking for pretty much all along, is for our local control. So I don't know if that should be added there, or I'm not really sure how to change it at. That's the problem.
And I agree with Lori. We got to have local control. The Board of Supervisors needs to bring this back to make sure that we have local control and not rely on some of the issues that's going on with our governor. So
maybe we just add a brand new, be it further resolved that El Dorado County seeks local control as previously stated by the governor.
So here's what I just drafted up.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
I put something like in 2020, Governor Newsom, because I didn't remember which month he said that, said he would empower local governments as they are the experts in their jurisdictions. And I do remember that.
Okay.
That has not come to fruition, and the state needs to follow through with the promise to empower our local governments. Something like that.
How about, and the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors is,
let's let Kim capture it.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Kim. I know she's going back and forth on this.
I know.
Thank you, Kim, for helping us here.
Said he would empower local governments as they are the experts in their jurisdictions. Period. That has not come to fruition. And the state. Yeah, you had it. Fruition. No, well, anyway, close enough. We'll fix it. Fruition, and the state needs to follow through with the promise to empower local governments.
That almost reads like a whereas. So I can see adding.
That's
that
what
as
I'm wondering
whereas.
if it, yeah.
Whereas in 2020, Governor Newsom said he would empower local governments. So it's supporting evidence as to why we've made
Why we're
the
going
Right,
here.
right.
resolution. So
Just to empower local governments, something like that. I know that's really boring, but I did it as I was finishing lunch.
I appreciate that. I think if we add the whereas and move it up, I think we've got it in the right context. Yeah, do it as a whereas.
It does help. I think,
Statement of fact is what it is.
I think it would be a tad bit stronger if we also say that that has not come to fruition. And the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, basically, I know, I don't want to say demands either, but that's what I'm thinking. Demands that the state follow
Well, that's
through with
there
a
for a
promise to
resolution.
empower
So
local
add it-
governments.
we can put it both places, but the statement by itself is a whereas. It's a
But rather
statement of
than the
fact.
state needs to follow through, is it's weak, and saying that El Dorado
Okay.
County Board of Supervisors. Let me see.
Again, it's a statement of fact. It's not something we're going to do, right?
But it,
Well, now we're moving it to a further resolve, I think, because Wendy's making it more of an action thing, right?
yeah, I think so. So let's leave it there. And demands the state follow through with the power to empower local governments. And we are demanding that, because absolutely local control is where it needs to lie. So I like that. Yeah, I think that's good.
Right
We're
where
gonna
it's
leave it
at.
there and put
It's
a
fine.
be it further resolved in
Right.
front of it, I guess. Yeah.
Kind of mixed mode, but unless anybody has any suggestions on it, I'm okay with it.
Chair,
Yes.
when you're
go
done
ahead.
with when you're done with wordsmithing, I have some comments.
Okay, very good.
And
So we have, okay,
I have one more addition, Kim, the one above it where we say that the decision-making authority regarding school safety protocols, comma, including masking requirements. Let's just state it very clearly again, since this is what it's all about.
The second sentence after word protocols, Kim, put a comma, right?
Safety protocols, comma, including masking requirements,
Comma.
yeah, that's good. Resides with the local school districts themselves.
Comma, yeah, requirement. Yep, you got it. All right. All right. So the last one we talked about, be it further resolved in 2020. See, that's like a whereas. But okay. It's just kind of a little clumsy in my opinion, but I guess it's okay.
That's what happens when you wordsmith on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Empower local governments as they are experts in the and that has not come to fruition. El Dorado County. I would just quietly rephrase it. I would say, be it resolved that El Dorado County Board of Supervisors demands the state, based upon the statement that Governor Newsom made in 2020. Does that make any sense to reverse the sequence of how we put that together? Because we're resolving that the state needs to take action here.
Well, we're resolving that he said that and that he didn't. We're demanding that he does.
Again, all I was saying, be it resolved that the state needs to follow through with the promise to empower local governments, period. In 2020, Governor Newsom said he would empower local government. That's the substantiating
Okay. I like
evidence
that.
of what
That
we're trying to
works.
That works.
resolve.
All right.
We have to do or you get stuck. Mhm.
All you have to do is take the state needs, be it further resolved,
El Dorado County Board.
El
of
Dorado
Supervisors.
County Board of So start with El Dorado County and just copy that. You can copy what's there, but that's okay. Yes, just copy that all the way down. Yep, that's fine. Put it up
Yeah.
there.
Thank you, Kim.
Right. And I think we need to take out the needs to, demands the state follow through with the promise to just keep that simple. Demands the state follow through. So take out the needs to.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Demands the state follow through with a promise to empower local governments. In 2020, Governor Newsom said he would empower local governments as they are the experts in their jurisdictions. That has not come to fruition, and El Dorado, and it just period. After fruition, and we can take out the last part of it there. Yep. Yep, because that's above. That's part of the therefore. Okay, I think that's a clear statement. We're stating why. All in
That
one
last
statement.
sentence is hanging there. What if we make it an and in front of the and that? So
Okay, I'm fine. Yep.
That, so it's not just hanging by itself.
Okay, okay. And that has not come to fruition. I think that's better.
That works.
And then we needed the in front of the first El Dorado County Board of Supervisors.
Be it further resolved, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors, right, like we had before. And I think we need that, right? So isn't that what the way the other ones are written? That the.
Mhm.
Yep, when it's a Board of Supervisors.
That looks good.
So is everybody subject to, obviously, we're going to hear Sue's comments, but is everybody here for present in the boardroom good with that?
Yeah.
And Sue, are you good with the general context of what we're doing here?
No, not at all. That's why I want to make my comments.
Then please do, please do.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I'm going to talk as an ex-school board member for almost 12 years. When we talk about parental rights, I heard a lot of people today talking about parental rights. And let me first explain that when you're talking about public schools have governing jurisdiction where they have certain rights to decide what's best for your kids. One of the most important ones is vaccines. Right now, in order to go to school, K-12 in California, here's what you need to have. 5 Tdap shots, tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis. You need 2 chicken pox vaccines. You need 4 polio vaccines, 2 MMR, which is mumps and measles and rubella, and Hep B. You need 3 of those. So when you talk about parental rights, I think it's really important that you understand that when you take your child to a public school, that there are requirements. And when you're talking about parental rights, when you're talking about a pandemic that creates an issue within your school's public health, then this is why this has been happening within our schools, is because there are concerns about what's good for our children and in respect to what's good for our public. So I just want to make that statement really clear. There's a lot of things right now that you don't get to choose on as a parent when you take your child to a public school. That's why you have private schools. That's why you have homeschool. Those are choices that people make if they're not comfortable with going to a public school. We also require our children to be in safety seats. We also require our children to wear bike helmets. Not all children die from bike helmets issues. They don't all die from bikes, and they don't all die from being in a car that gets in an accident. But we require those. Why? Because we feel that's more important for the general safety of our children. And it is a requirement. So when we talk about parental rights, I want us to be clear that this is nothing new. That when we say that this is what's for the good of our public, for our good of our children, that this is something that's been going on for a long time. When I hear from my fellow board member that it's not fair and parents should have the right to do what's best they feel for their children, you need to understand that the state does take that requirement. They do take some of that responsibility away from the parents. And so I just want to make that really clear. And then secondly, the other issue we talked about was data. When our public health officer, a doctor who's trained and talks about data, when she says that she's committed to the CDC, that she feels it's the best information we have, I believe her. When we talking about the NIH, say, somebody brought up the NIH. When I got on the NIH website, the first thing they talked about was a new study that said wearing masks is good, that wearing masks actually prohibits the mucus from forming in your lungs, and it helps you. So there's all kinds of data out there, guys. And so I don't want us to get too wrapped up in saying, well, the data it isn't consistent. We have to be careful in what we require from people. And when we say that the data isn't there to prove something, it may not be, but it doesn't mean that there aren't state, federal, and local doctors out there that are trying to help us understand this terrible pandemic. And I think to put that power upon our school board, as a fellow school board member, I say that's really tough, because we don't have the wherewithal to find this data necessarily. That's where the state and federal government and our local health official, those are the ones that are trained to help us decide where we need to go. So I think this resolution, I know it's well-intentioned, but I think it's wrong. I can't support it, because I believe what we have in place right now is the best we can. Is it perfect? No, not even close. But none of us have ever experienced a pandemic before, and we need to understand that this is life in the fast lane right now, trying to understand what's best for our public, for our kids, for our adults, for our seniors. And we're trying the best, and there's been mistakes, but I think where we are going, the track we're on, still is the best track. So therefore, I can't vote for this resolution. I think what we have right now is a government that's trying to do its darn best. May not be perfect, but they're trying. That's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Okay, back to the board. Wendy?
I just have a few more, I think, closing comments. Thank you, Sue. I appreciate hearing your voice. I think it's important to recognize that this has been an extraordinary year. And I know we're all eager to get back to normal. We're all trying to figure out what that normal is. I'm a big believer in local control, like was articulated today. All of us who live and work in the community, they're raising our families here. We're on the front lines, and we know our community, and we know what our local conditions are, and so we are best suited to make those kinds of decisions at this level. In talking to I'm sorry, it's been a long day, not articulating myself well, but in talking to Superintendent Bonnickson, I was really struck by a comment that I had, that he shared with me, that if you take the state of California and put it on the East Coast, it would represent 13 states. And that really opened my eyes, that to have a one-size-fits-all policy for the state of California doesn't make sense. Because I mean, if you were back east, there would be 13 different states with 13 different regulations based on local data and the local conditions. And that's what we're asking the state to recognize, that here in El Dorado County, let us look at our data, let us look at our conditions, and let us make those decisions at this ground level rather than a one-size-fits-all policy. We are not a one-size-fits-all nation. We are a nation built on a foundation of individual liberties, and local control speaks to that. And saying that, it is also important to recognize that in that equation of local control, public health is not the enemy, and it's important to recognize that. Our public health officer is a local resource, and our resource, and Dr. Williams and our public health office is there to inform and to share the data with local school boards and local authorities so they can make an informed decision. And I think that's important. Here in El Dorado County, we have done, I think, an extraordinary job this last year in walking that fine line. The county, as an instrument of the state, we do have responsibilities, and yet, because we understand that El Dorado County is a little different, and our data has shown us that our conditions as we lived through this pandemic were different, that we were able to find that balance and walk that line. And we will continue to do so. I see this resolution as another step in that direction. But as we will continue to be in a state of transition, I think, for a while, and as we transition, I hope we all realize, though, that people will feel differently about masking, about vaccinations, about all the complexities of this strange and unprecedented time. And I hope we give each other the grace to do that. If we're not a one-size-fits-all nation, let us also give each other the grace to not feel the same way about everything. Recognizing that, if we're built on a foundation of liberty, and we have the freedom to choose for ourselves a lot of these issues, with liberty comes personal responsibility. And so, let us afford each other the grace to choose for ourselves and our families based on common sense and common decency, how we move through this. And I think a resolution is just part of us helping us to do that, but recognizing that we don't all have to feel the same way about it. So.
George, would you like to move?
Move the resolution?
Yes. Modified, it's Kim recorded here.
Yeah, I recommend that we adopt and authorize the chair to sign the resolution 069-2021 to emphasize the board's commitment to assisting local school districts and giving students an opportunity to return to normalcy in the classroom, including optional face coverings regardless of vaccination status.
As amended by the board today?
Yes.
I will second that.
Okay, motion made in second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, so it's a 4-1 vote. We have the record, and we'll have to follow through with the other actions, but thank you all for your attendance. Thank you. Appreciate all the heartfelt expression. It does help. Okay, given the time constraints that Chief Cordero has, we're going to take the 2:30 p.m. time allocation. It shouldn't take a long time, excuse me, the 2 p.m. time allocation, which shouldn't take a long time. That's number 42. And then we will go back to open forum. So with that, Kim, if you would please read number 42, and then we'll take the open forum after that.
Item number 42 is a hearing. The board is asked to consider a request from the El Dorado County Fire Protection District to adopt and authorize a chair to sign a resolution revising fire development impact mitigation fees for the district.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Granitz, Chief Administrative Office. Today's hearing is to consider a request from the El Dorado County Fire District to revise their development impact mitigation fees for fire facilities and equipment. The changes are based on a new fire development impact fee justification study, which is attachment C to the item. As a reminder, the California Mitigation Fee Act provides for the establishment of these fees on new development for the purpose of mitigating the effects of development on public facilities. Because special districts do not have the statutory authority to impose these fees, the Board of Supervisors does so on their behalf. The study uses the standard-based fee methodology. With this method, the standard is determined based on the existing person served within the district and the replacement value for the existing fire facilities. And we do have Fire Chief Tim Cordero in the audience, and I believe we also have his consultant on this study, so they can go over any of the details, the technical details on the study with you if you'd like. I will note that the fees are increasing for agriculture, warehouse, distribution, and residential development. The fee for a single family dwelling is going from 71 cents to $1.03. And the fees for retail, commercial, office, and industrial uses are decreasing, and this is all based on that change in methodology. I also want to note that there are restrictions written into the resolution on the fees for accessory dwelling units, and that's based on Government Code Section 65852.2, which statewide places some restrictions on what fees can be charged for EDUs. So if approved by the board, the revised fees would become effective 60 days following the adoption of the resolution. And again, I'm here for questions, and we also have the fire chief available.
So this is a public hearing, so I hereby officially open the public hearing. And thank you, Jennifer, for your comments. So with that, would we like to have the presentation, or would the board like to ask questions or make comments at this point? How would you like to proceed? I don't think there's a PowerPoint, right? So we do have the summary document prepared by staff. I guess I just have one comment that I think is very advisable, and that is the inflationary clause that I've seen before in these, recognizing that we all know that the cost of services increases, and this one is tied with the building cost index for average for San Francisco and Los Angeles. So that's probably as good an index as we can get. But I think it's important to recognize that keeps the amount of changes that we would have to go through less frequent, because we have an inflationary.
Right. So it would be great if we were able to do that. Unfortunately, the Mitigation Fee Act doesn't allow for any fee changes without a new resolution. So while it's great to note what that inflationary factor would be and cite what how we would calculate that in the fee study, any changes, including for inflation, would have to come back to your board.
Okay, so this was the fire board that made this, and obviously we have restrictions based upon state Mitigation Fee Act restrictions that we would have to bring it back. Okay, so this was their intent, but we obviously can't move that forward in its present. Thank you for that clarification. I missed that part, so thank you. Any other board comments or questions? Chief Cordero, did you have anything you wanted to add at this point? And then we'll open it up for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors, for hearing this. I appreciate the flexibility with the time constraints we do have. I'm not sure if DTA, they were having some issues logging in. He sent me an email, he was having some challenges, but yes, we've been working on this since early last year. Richard DTA. We began this process about a year ago, a little over a year ago, and it's taken us a little bit of time working with DTA. The COVID kind of slowed down because we couldn't have these meetings and stuff like that. But through it, we continued through, and our board did approve this. It has been approved by the Placerville City Council as well, and we're kind of in the final step of our process.
I see a Rich R. Is that possible?
It very well could be.
Probably if you promote him to a panelist. Yes, thank you.
But as I was saying, the Placerville City Council did approve this as well, and this is our final step, is to get it before this body for final approval and adoption, so that we can update our fees and move forward with our development impact fees. For that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, did Rich want to make a comment as well? Do you know DTA?
He was going to be online really as a technical expert if there were questions that the board had with regards to the study itself.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions or
It
comments.
was
further.
pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I agree. It's consistent with the things we've done for other fire districts. So I think we're in good accord there. So with that, Kim, let's go ahead and open this up for public comment as part of the public hearing. Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 42. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. And again, this is public comment on item number 42. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Yes, good morning, board, or good afternoon, board. Andy Nevis, Shingle Springs. Just wanted to take a quick moment to thank the chief and the board of the fire district for their efforts on this. The initial draft that came back from the consultant was significantly higher in terms of the fees that would be charged, and we had some concerns with that, and they took those to heart. They sent it back to the consultant and came back with what's before you today. So I just wanted to acknowledge that effort. Impact mitigation fees, these are kind of routine hearings, but they are really important. It all adds up, and you're going to be talking about the housing element in a few weeks, and this is a big part of making sure that housing is affordable in El Dorado County, that these fees are as small as they can be while meeting the needs of the agency. So I just wanted to log on to publicly thank the fire board for their efforts on this and for listening to the concerns of taxpayers. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I'm going to hereby close the public hearing portion of this and bring it back to the board for action. So we have a motion by Supervisor Parlin.
Second it.
Second by Supervisor Turnbow. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
See you.
And with that, we'll go back to our 1 p.m. time allocation open forum. So Kim, would you please give us the protocols for that? We normally limit again to 3 minutes commentary. So we like to hear as many people as we can. We allocate 20 minutes roughly for open forum, but we do go beyond that frequently given the number of people that want to participate or comment. So with that, please open it up, Kim.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Do we have anyone in the boardroom who would like to participate during open forum? Now taking public comment from 390.
Go ahead, Ken.
Oh boy, first in line. Ken Greenwood, District 2. Wireless telecommunication facilities. What a surprise that I would be speaking about something like that. WTF. I am in receipt of an email from Christopher Perry regarding Newtown cell tower update. My response will be CC'd to the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, as well as the previous CC to Tiffany Schmidt, Jeffrey Weiler, Shannon Gardner, and Robert Peters. Very disappointed in the, I appreciate the update from Mr. Perry, but all it does is say that we are allowing AT&T to violate every ordinance we have. We are allowing AT&T to operate the Newtown facility without a final permit from building, DOT, grading, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, according to my understanding of federal law, we are complicit in fraudulent by doing nothing, which you have been aware of since February, doing nothing and allowing AT&T to operate this and fleece the government, the federal government, for the Connect America funds. I hope you recall the building or the hearing. Most of you were there back on September 11th, how appropriate, that the towers went up, if you will, September 11th, 2018. This particular one was your closest vote, and it was 3-2. And a lot of that had to do with Brian Veerkamp insisting that we got to have it. The world's going to fall apart without these towers. Well, we're still here. But the point is here that how is anybody going to take us seriously as a county when you can obviously go and put a generator up there and start operating this months early? Then when you get caught at that, you put up a temporary power pole that didn't have a permit. Then you say, oh, gee whiz, we have problems with PG&E. Well, big deal. It was your promise to the Board of Supervisors at that hearing, if you recall, that they would be wonderful. Remember my Christmas tree versus my ugly tree analogy? Well, guess what? That was what we were promised. And now this is what we get. And I mean, it is so blatant that they are taking advantage of El Dorado County. Because again, people I know inside the industry have told me that it's very clear that El Dorado County has a bad ordinance and they're very bad at implementing the ordinance. So it's kind of a double whammy, which is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. These towers are sitting within 30 feet of people's property line. These towers are in their face. These towers are a life sentence because they can no longer sell their property. And if they do, it takes forever. And that's a taking. And you have allowed it. Not only that, you have allowed it to go on without proper permitting. And this is insane. And it just shows that we are incapable of doing even a simple ordinance. And again, fall over setback.
4 minutes.
Come on, Ken, let's wrap it up.
Well, let's wrap it up from your end too, okay? Because I've been talking about this since 2018. I've been talking about this particular situation since February. I alerted you that there is, and I complained to the building department and the planning department, and nothing has been done. All they've done is accommodated these people in their fraudulent obtaining of federal funds.
Thank you.
Thank
Ken.
you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Can you hear me?
You can now, Melody, yes.
You are hereby reminded that any act by any public official that doesn't support and defend the Constitution opposes and violates it. Earlier this year, Andy Nevis announced to the Taxpayers Association that in order to avoid violating the Brown Act, if a second supervisor desired to participate in the association meetings, then Secretary Todd White would be required to leave the room. However, during the June 14th meeting, Todd remained present with Supervisors George Turnbull and Lori Parlin. The primary topic of the meeting focused on the implications of the sudden passing of Surveyor Phil Mosbacher. However, Andy abruptly adjourned the meetings several minutes early. It should be evident by now that the Taxpayers Association have no intention of abiding by federal, state, and local laws, nor do they intend to ensure that the blessings of freedom are forever perpetuated as stated within the association bylaws. I'm entering into the public record an affidavit addressed to George Turnbull that contains the affidavit addressed to Todd White as Exhibit A. Notification of legal responsibility is the first essential of due process of law, and an unrebutted affidavit stands as truth in any court in America. I have been a member of the Taxpayers Association since 2008. However, Secretary Todd White discriminately refuses to include me in the distribution of the taxpayers' monthly schedule of speakers, nor will Todd White provide other documents which he is required by law to be made available for public inspection. The fact that Todd has referred to me, an evangelical citizen, as an effing bitch speaks volumes about his moral turpitude and unsuitability to serve in public office. Furthermore, Todd and George have colluded with other public officials to deprive me of inherent First Amendment rights, thus they have violated their oaths of office. Former Supervisor Jack Sweeney was also the guest speaker at the June 14th taxpayers meeting. Coincidentally, Jack hasn't attended a taxpayers meeting ever since I exposed him for threatening me with repercussions involving Trish Sweeney's conflict of interest working for EDC Parks and Recreation and Assemblyman Frank Bigelow. Assemblyman Bigelow was also served with an affidavit which was entered into the public record during the August 14, 2018 BOS meeting. The Assemblyman clearly appeared to understand his legal, moral, and ethical responsibility to act upon the evidence of threats and corruption that we presented when he summoned his chief of staff, Katie Massengale, into the room and ordered her to shut the door while he gave her specific directions to assist us. Andy Nevis is a representative of the State Water Resources Control Board, whose unrebutted affidavit was entered into the public record during the December 15, 2020 BOS meeting, delineating violations of his oaths of office and collusion with other public officials in the deprivations of my rights as an American citizen. After repeatedly censoring me while addressing public officials during taxpayers' meeting, recently it was necessary to ask Andy if a lawsuit would be necessary to get him to do the right thing. I ask you the same question. Your silence is your consent and admission of guilt. Madam Clerk, you will be receiving the documents to enter into the public record.
Thank you, Melody.
Now taking public comment from Scott Telfer.
Good afternoon, board.
Afternoon, Scott.
As you know
Go
from
ahead.
previous Board of Supervisors meetings, Planning Commission meetings, and the emails and calls you're receiving, 95% of our community are still extremely upset with Woodcrest and Dollar General for their proposed plans to put a store in our community. Keep Somerset Rural has many calls for action, but the first one is to continue our opposition against this project. You know the location in contention. It's at the corner of E16 and Fairplay Road, which is our gateway to El Dorado County's Fairplay ABA. As stated, our organization worked closely with the Fairplay Winery Association, and both of us are opposing this project concurrently. In the past, we have explained placing the store at the gateway to our Fairplay wine area goes against everything our community has strived to achieve. This area generates income that remains locally. Dollar General, as you know, is out of Tennessee, and any income would go out of state. We have many small neighborhood businesses out here, and our community does not wish for an alternative to holiday mini markets that serve our area. These businesses have served us well: Somerset Store, Gray's Corner, and the Mount Auburn Store, which is our grocery, hardware, and feed. We have also called to your attention that immediately next door to this proposed project is one of 3 wildlife rescue facilities. We want businesses in South County that support our farmers and wine industry. We need restaurants and overnight accommodations. We want to maintain the
Scott, we lost your audio. You there?
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah, okay, you're coming through now. You're kind of going in and out.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I think my internet's unstable. I'll wrap it up. Both you and the Planning Commission are in receipt of letters from Attorney Osha Meserve and Attorney Brian Broshanahan. Both letters call out fair argument to use your discretion and call for a secret review. Due to all the fair arguments called out in both letters, we are again demanding an environmental impact report, and we all hope the findings of this report will stop this proposed project from continuing any further. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I just asked if there's any staff responses. I don't expect any, but okay, very good.
Actually, I do have a response, Chairman.
Okay, as long as it doesn't increase kind of a back and forth, but go ahead.
No. I wanted to speak to Mr. Green's, the memo that he got from staff yesterday. Just wanted to let everyone know that I had asked Planning Commission to follow up on this item. And in that review that Mr. Greenwood got, that site says there are 3 active building permits associated with this project. In reviewing the updates from building services, reasonable and satisfactory progress continues to be made. Therefore, court enforcement has not taken additional enforcement action, and the case remains open and is being monitored. So I just wanted to answer that.
Okay, very good. With that, we're concluding open forum. And let's go ahead and move on then to our 2:30 PM time allocation number 43. Kim, if you would read that for us.
Item 43 is a hearing to consider separate requests received from Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures and Divide Preservation Society and Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee, appealing the Planning Commission's May 13, 2021 conditioned approval of design review, Cool General Retail, and certification of the environmental impact report. Staff recommending the board take one of the following actions. 1, deny both appeals and uphold the approval of the design review permit. 2, grant the appeal by Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures and deny the appeals. Or 3, grant the appeals by the DPS and CPHAC, deny the appeal by Woodcrest Adventures as moot, and deny the review permit, decertify the environmental impact report, and instruct staff to return with the findings of denial. Supervisor Heidel, could you open the public hearing?
I hereby open the public hearing for this matter. And I would like to give a little context in terms of the procedural steps that we're going to go through today, because this with 2 appeals being presented, it's a little different than what we've seen in the past. Number 1, we've opened the public hearing. Number 2, I'm going to ask County Council to kind of summarize where we are with things. Then my understanding is Supervisor Parlin wants to make a statement, and then we will go to the staff presenting the items on both appeals. And then we'll ask the appellants of the Divide Preservation Society and Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee to be given an opportunity to speak. Attorney Don Mooney represents both appellants, and the grounds were the same for both appeals are the same, and thus the presentation will be combined. Applicant and appellant Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures is given an opportunity to speak. We'll have public comment after that. Then the applicant and appellant Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures is given the opportunity to respond. The appellants Divide Preservation Society and Cool Hill are given the opportunity to respond. Then the applicant and appellant Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures is given the opportunity to respond. They've been given points by the Divide Preservation Society and the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee, and then the board deliberates. So a lot of steps to this, much more so than we've typically seen in the past. And I want to thank Bree and County Council for providing, kind of the sequential events that we need to conduct today to properly have this hearing. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to County Council's representation, and please summarize where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll leave the summary for later, but I think that for the time being, as you are aware, the board received a letter from counsel for Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures requesting that Supervisor Parlin recuse herself based on allegations of impermissible bias against the project and the project proponent. So I think at this point, before you commence the substance of the hearing, I think it would be a good opportunity to provide Supervisor Parlin to respond to those allegations as she sees fit.
Okay, Supervisor Parlin.
So the Woodcrest group, I believe I'm going to refer to it as Woodcrest group. I hope I'm referring properly. Sent in the letter, kind of laying out reasons that they think that I have a bias and can't look at this project neutrally, which I'm supposed to do here on the board. And I actually really disagree with just about everything that was said in this letter, and I wanted to explain why. So, and there's a lot here, so bear with me. Fundamentally, that starts off referring to the meeting that we had at the pool hall with the community, and that was Woodcrest's meeting, and I was asked to attend, and quite honestly, the meeting in my mind got off to a bit of a bumpy start. The community was very upset that the project was happening, and the meeting kind of wasn't going well. And so at some point, someone asked if I could, help out with that. And so I did. And in my mind, this whole time that this project's been going on, I've been so honest with the community about the reality of this situation. And I felt that I did that also at that meeting with the community. I backed everything up and said, look, I know that everyone here knows that I participated in the Georgetown project. I think that there were some expectations that that this project in Cool would probably take the same path. I made a point of saying that, you know, you have to look at policies and CEQA when you evaluate a project. And I know that in the memo that they sent, that I said the word "we" quite a bit, and that wasn't to say that. Well, it's just the way that I talk. Unfortunately, I'm very inclusive, especially when I'm talking with the community. And quite honestly, in my mind, the board also has to look at policies and CEQA to evaluate a project. So I didn't feel that I was speaking with a bias. I was trying to be very forthright and honest with the community at that time. And I then further went on to say that that meeting was specifically for Woodcrest to get community input on the design, because that's what they were there for. And I encouraged everyone to make the best use of that time. And I was told after the meeting that what I said really got everyone focused. And I remember that the meeting went went better. And I appreciated Mr. Powell being there and taking in all that community input on the design. And I think that the community is happier with the design now than it was when it started. So, and I've been painstakingly trying to be careful and thoughtful in my words when I communicate in my newsletter. I know some of my newsletters were referenced. And in my mind, all I'm trying to do is factually state for everyone to be on an equal footing. This is the process. I know there's been a couple times where we've included the CEQA diagram so that people could kind of try to understand all that. These processes aren't always clear to the public, and I've been trying to do my best to help everyone follow that. I don't think that that's showing a bias. It's more just trying to help the public feel engaged, and I think that's really important. So then let's see what else was in here. Oh, and then there was talk about in this letter about me working with community members to restart the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee, because it had been dormant for, I guess, a good 10 years or so. And I was approached by community members and asked if it would be a good idea to start that back up. And I said, absolutely. There's a lot going on in Cool. It would be a good way to, you know, have a community representation to interface with the board. I did that right after I got on the board. It was quite overwhelming, but I was asked to do that in Coloma. And I did. I actually had to lead the effort to dissolve the River Management Advisory Committee, the RMAC. And then I went out to the community and gave them pros and cons of different ways to organize as a community. And in Coloma, they had ended up, you know, creating a board appointed committee, which I've appreciated because of the structure that's involved there. In Cool Pilot Hill, that group decided they didn't want to be a board appointed, and they said, we're going to do it ourselves like they did before. And I respected that decision. And they started meeting, and I think I went to the first few meetings to explain the process. And I know that there was some phone calls mentioned in here that I had with members of that advisory committee. It's really common for someone on the board to talk to an advisory committee in the community. And I know specifically there was a lot of concerns at that time. Unfortunately, this project was moving forward during COVID, and there was concerns raised about how would the community engage during COVID. And so I said, well, we're going to be doing it by Zoom. The divide is challenged with internet and broadband. So those concerns were brought up quite a bit to me. And so I actually worked with our clerk of the board, and she had a practice meeting for everyone that was not familiar. And that technology is new to a lot of folks. It was to me before last year. And so we had a practice meeting with the folks that were concerned. I don't think that was anything out of the, you know, to show a bias. I'm just trying to help my community engage in a project, which is good. That's what CEQA wants, is for the public to be informed. So I think that there's a lot in here. It talks about how my Facebook, I followed the group, the actual group, the advisory committee group, using my personal Facebook. Well, unfortunately, that's what I have. My one that says county supervisor, it is my personal Facebook. We don't have county Facebook accounts. And that's how a lot of the community members follow what's going on here at the county is through my Facebook account. So, and that's very open and transparent, which I like. I like it that anyone can see what's going on. So again, I think that I'm more than capable of being unbiased and fair and looking at policies, which is what I've been telling the community all along. So I just wanted to make that statement, and I think that was most of it there. So at this time, I do not plan on recusing myself. I feel that I want to be here and represent the community, and that's what I was voted in office to do. And I think that, we have a lot of policies here to talk about today. So I look forward to doing that with my fellow board members.
With that, I think we're ready to have the staff presentation on both items. I'm sorry.
May I be heard?
No, you can make your comments when your team is entitled to present.
So it's my understanding that Ms. Parlin is not recusing herself and the board is not moving to so recuse her. Is that correct? Okay.
Please, I'm asking you to refrain from applause and stuff. It's just one of our best practices in terms of how we conduct our business. So it just makes the meeting flow better if we don't have applause from time to time. So with that, I think we're ready to hear from staff, and I'm not sure who wants to lead off on staff. Rob, are you here for that?
That would be me.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. The purpose of this hearing is. Can you hear me? Oh, there we
Stand
go.
down,
Sorry.
stand down.
Sorry about that. Mr. Chair, board members, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. The purpose of this hearing is to evaluate the two separate appeals of the actions of the Planning Commission on May 13th, 2021 related to design review DR 19-0006 Cool General Retail. The two appeals, both timely filed, are as follows. Appeal DR-A 21-0001 Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures, who is also the project applicant, and appeal DR-A 21-0002 joint appeal filed by the Divide Preservation Society and the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee. I will provide an overview of the details of these appeals, but first I'd like to provide a brief project overview and some processing background. And Kim, could you please bring up that first attachment?
Okay.
Yeah. I think. Well, so I'll continue as we, actually it was the exhibits A through J. Well, I can move on without that. That's okay. So the project is located at the east side of State Route 49, south of the intersection of Northside Drive in the Cool Rural Center. The project parcel has a commercial general plan designation. The project parcel has a general commercial zoning designation with a design review community combining zone. The project applicant proposes to construct a 9,100 square foot commercial retail building on the 1.69 acre site. The project would include site improvements for parking for 31 vehicles, landscaping, a dumpster enclosure for solid waste, an on-site septic system, on-site stormwater treatment. The building would be located in the southerly half of the project site, facing the intersection of Highway 49 and Northside Drive. The project, as approved, would include roadway improvements for Northside Drive as a private commercial roadway. As depicted in the elevations within the project materials, the project design includes a single-story building with a maximum of 33 feet in height and is in the style of a Western false front architecture with parapet walls extending along the building facades, covered entries, and includes building attached signage and other architectural treatments. The project also includes a freestanding monument sign. So some of the application background: the project was originally submitted in October 1st, 2019. The design review permit was approved and the mitigation negative declaration was adopted by the Planning Commission on May 28th, 2020. Identical appeal requests were timely filed by the Divide Preservation Society and the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee. Those appeal requests were heard by the Board of Supervisors on July 14th, 2020. At the hearing, the board directed the applicant to prepare an environmental impact report for the project with a focus on public services, safety, transportation, and urban decay. So moving forward, a contract was executed with Dudek for the preparation of the project EIR. A notice of preparation for the EIR was released on September 22nd, 2020. A draft EIR was released on January 2nd, 2021, and the final EIR was presented to the Planning Commission on May 13th, 2021. The EIR identified 3 potentially significant impacts, including air quality, biological resources, and cultural resources, for which standard mitigation measures would reduce the impacts to less than significant. At the May 13th, 2021 hearing, the Planning Commission adopted the EIR subject to the CEQA findings prepared by staff, adopted the mitigation monitoring and reporting program incorporated as conditions of approval, and approved the design review permit with modified conditions of approval numbers 12 and 13, and with the addition of the condition of approval number 36 based on the findings prepared by staff. The adopted findings have been included in the Legistar item as attachment D, and the conditions of approval have been included in your Legistar item as attachment E. Subsequently, the Planning Division received 2 separate appeal requests, which we're here to discuss today. So I'll now go into those a little bit with more detail. So appeal DRA 21-0001 from Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures is included in the Legistar item as attachment B. The appeals of the Planning Commission, the appeal is of the Planning Commission's decision to add certain conditions that were not recommended by staff. Specifically, Woodcrest appeals the addition to condition of approval number 12 of the requirement of the applicant to construct a 4-foot wide asphalt pedestrian path along Northside Drive from State Route 49 to the project driveway. The change to the condition of approval number 13, removing the in lieu fee option and requiring Woodcrest to construct a Class 1 bike path instead of a Class 2 bike lane as proposed by staff along the shoulder of State Route 49 from the southerly property line north to Northside Drive. Woodcrest appeals these conditions on the basis that they violate several federal and state laws, including but not limited to the 5th Amendment of the United States Constitution as unconstitutional exactions and the California Environmental Quality as an abuse of discretion. Further, Woodcrest asserts that there is no nexus between the anticipated effects of the project and any real property exactions as presented by the conditions imposed by the Planning Commission. Additionally, they state that the conditions are financially and technically infeasible. The appellant submitted supplemental information dated June 21st, 2021, which has been included in the Legistar item as attachment J. So the second appeal, appeal DRA 21-0002, the joint appeal filed by the Divide Preservation Society and the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee, is included in the Legistar as attachment C. This appeal is that the Planning Commission approval of the Cool General Retail Project based upon the grounds that the Planning Commission approval violates the requirements of CEQA and the El Dorado County General Plan. The appeal asserts that the County Planning Commission's certification of the final EIR violates CEQA as the administrative record does not support the final EIR certification, as the project may have significant impacts to traffic and circulation, including pedestrian and bike safety, aesthetics, air quality, and cumulative impacts. Additionally, the appeal asserts that the project is not consistent with the El Dorado County Design Guide, the site planning guidelines, and the Department of Transportation's requirements for pedestrian paths and bike paths. Supplemental information was provided by the appellant on the afternoon of June 28th. Staff provided a memo dated June 16th, 2021, included in your Legistar as attachment A. that includes responses to both of the initial appeal requests. Also, the Planning Division provided you an email this morning with a memo dated today that will be uploaded to Legistar. The memo does not include any new information, but includes attached documents for the record and for the convenience of the public based on the statements about air quality concerns identified in the June 28th supplemental information submitted by the appellant for the joint appeal. Lastly, approximately 80 public comments have been received for this hearing. The comments express many topics of concern, including but not limited to automotive traffic, bicycle and pedestrian facilities, traffic safety, emergency response, impacts to other local and small businesses, and consistency with rural character of the town. In attendance for today's meeting with us either in person or on Zoom are Evan Mattis, the county planner on the project, Brian Gradich from DUDEC, the environmental EIR consultant, Department of Transportation staff, air quality management staff, and representatives from both of the appealing parties and members of the public. So with that, staff has identified 3 potential actions for the Board of Supervisors to consider. Staff recommends that the board do one of the following: deny both appeals and uphold the approval of design review permit DR 19-0006 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval by the Planning Commission or as modified by the Board of Supervisors. Certify that the environmental impact report, adopt the mitigation monitoring program in accordance with CEQA section 15074D incorporated as conditions of approval. Or option 2, grant the appeal by Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures and deny the appeals of the Divide Preservation Society and the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee, amending conditions of approval 12 and 13 as the board determines appropriate, upholding the approval of the design review permit DR 19-0006 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as amended by the Board of Supervisors, certify the environmental impact report and adopt the mitigation monitoring reporting program in accordance with CEQA section 15074D incorporated as conditions of approval. Or option 3, grant the appeal by the Divide Preservation Society and the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee, denying the appeal by Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures as moot, deny design review permit DR 19-0006, decertify the environmental impact report, and instruct staff to return with findings for denial. That completes my presentation. Sorry, it was a little long-winded, but I wanted to get all that in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. There's no other staff presentation at this time. Is that correct? All right. Then we're going to move on to item 3 in our script here. The appellants, Divide Preservation Society and the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee are given an opportunity to speak. Again, Attorney Don Mooney represents both appellants, and the grounds are the same for both equal. Thus, the presentation will be combined. So we're going to offer Attorney Don Mooney the opportunity to speak to the board at this point. He chooses to do so.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you, Don.
Good afternoon. I know you probably already had a long day. Again, I represent Divide Preservation Society and Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee. And I hope you all received my letter yesterday to articulate our concerns. Apologize for getting it to you the day before. I'd hoped to get it out on Thursday or Friday. Just some matters came up and I wasn't able to. I just want to kind of talk a little, kind of highlight what I've talked about in that letter, as well as address the applicant's appeal as well. And the comment letter really demonstrates, first of all, the comments from the community, the enormous amount of comment letters from the community, really indicate that there is not support in the community for a Dollar General store. And while that may not be a legal basis for denying it, it is a matter of great community concern. But what does become a legal basis for not certifying the EIR or denying the project is that those letters from members of folks that I represent, as well as other community members, clearly demonstrate that that there are concerns with pedestrian and bike safety and traffic safety. Now, those folks that submitted those comment letters, they're residents of the community. They have personal knowledge, they live there. Some of those letters indicate people have lived there for 15, 20, 30 years. They know what the traffic is like. It's pretty clear that case law says that comment letters such as that, where people have personal knowledge, constitutes substantial evidence. It's as much substantial evidence as the traffic study that the applicant prepared and or the county prepared to go along with it. But even more importantly, also that those letters identify some significant flaws in that traffic study. They also identify the fact that the traffic study does not, when the days that the study was done, was not reflective of commute times, school traffic times, other types of events that are going on there. So the traffic study is fundamentally flawed in that sense. Now, the way CEQA works, especially with an EIR and with other legal issues that are before you, is your decision has to be based upon substantial evidence. That substantial evidence can be in the form of lay testimony. It can also be in the form of that traffic study. But you are not bound by the traffic study. You are not bound. That is not, despite what is represented in the submittal by the applicant, that traffic study is not the only substantial evidence in the record for you to consider. Again, the substantial evidence, the community comment letters with regards to pedestrian safety, to bike safety, to traffic safety, all constitute substantial evidence. There's an enormous amount of case law that says as such, and we cited that. Now, the case law that we cited, most of that was with respect to, I will acknowledge, with respect to cases that involve negative declarations. But those cases found that the testimony constitutes substantial evidence, and that was the basis for supporting a fair argument that a potential impact may occur. Here, it's substantial evidence that can support a determination that the traffic study was flawed, a determination that there is a nexus to the conditions 12 and 13, requiring the pedestrian path and the bike path. And so those are, again, the applicant would have you believe that the only thing that you can consider is the traffic study, and that is simply not the case. The other things I wanted to mention is, I did mention about the air quality. I understood from staff that there was a memo that was provided to you. I did not see that on Legistar, and I just looked for it and I didn't see it. But the one thing I wanted to point about the mitigation with regards to the air quality is there is an identified significant impact. And when one goes and looks at the rules for the Air Pollution Control District and the rules that the mitigation measure requires them to follow, none of those rules make a determination that, or determine that if in fact they are followed or complied with, that the impact would be deemed less than significant. It's a mitigation measure requiring them to follow rules, but there's nothing in the record that says compliance with those rules results in a less than significant impact. So I don't think that determination is supported. And again, I haven't had the benefit of seeing the memo from staff. With regards to the other concern, I know that the community has had, and it is a CEQA issue, and that's the public safety issue. And a comment letter identified a number of letters, and I think we talked about this the last time we were before you on Dollar General, is that there's quite a bit of reporting, quite a bit of stories out there about Dollar General stores not having adequate staffing. Dollar General as the name implies, is a discount store. And they seem to, according to these articles, carry that into their employment practices by having trying to do minimal staff in order to save money. That makes Dollar General stores sometimes a target for robberies, burglaries, and the like. And then sometimes the Dollar General and some of these Dollar General stores stack their product up high, blocking the view and not providing and the reports of not providing a safe work environment for their employees, as indicated by the articles. So one of the things we think, if the board is so inclined to allow the project to go forward, you really need to be looking at this public safety issue. I know that it was either the staff report or the DIR, the EIR talked about that there would be at times up 3 employees, always 2 employees, but that's not a condition. And I know that there's a reluctance to tell businesses how to run their business, but if how they run their business has the potential for affecting public safety, then I think it's incumbent upon you to look at the history of the company, the culture of the company, and determine if there is something that should be conditioned in terms of, if they say there's going to be 3 employees during certain times of the day, or 2 employees during certain times of the day, and that there should always be at least a minimum of 2 employees, then there should be no objection to that being a condition of the project as it moves forward. Again, the documented cases as cited in the articles express the concern about how Dollar General manages its stores. And granted, some of those were in urban areas, but some of them are not. I don't think their company culture is limited to just how it operates its store in urban areas as opposed to the more rural areas like Cool. With regards to the appellant's appeal, the appeal, their appeal demonstrates really their lack of commitment to Cool and the community. What is being asked for by what was being asked for by the Planning Commission in conditions 12 and 13 is really for Dollar General to be part of the community, to contribute to the community. That if you're going to bring in a store that's going to attract traffic, cars, pedestrians, and bicycles, that you provide the facilities for the members of the community, and to make it safe. And it is unsettling to hear that those are things that they do not want to participate in. And I think a number of the comment letters that you received, and I did review most of them, or if not all of them that have been posted on your LegStar, indicate a concern about the safety, and that the concern and the need for what the Planning Commission did. Now, they want to talk about that there's no nexus, and essentially trying to threaten the county, to sue the county for a takings action, and threaten the county with that if they don't get their way. But there is a nexus, and that nexus is all of that lay testimony from the community that says there is a potential impact to public safety, to pedestrian safety and bike safety. You have that. That is lay testimony. California case law clearly states that constitutes lay testimony. Again, you're not required to only consider what is in their traffic study. You're able to consider what else is in the record. The record clearly supports that there is a nexus, that there's a logical connection exists between those matters. And my recollection of listening to the Planning Commission was talking about, initially talked about, extending it beyond their frontage area, and County Council, and probably appropriately, indicated that it has to be connected, it can't, you can't require them to put bike paths in all over the county or pedestrian paths all over the county, but you can require them to put them in front of their store and to contribute their fair share. And again, with respect to that, I know staff, in the staff report, there was a mention that the agency or the applicant has indicated that the pedestrian path and the bike path are not financially are both financially and technically infeasible. As far as I know, there's nothing in the record. I haven't seen any kind of studies or documentation that would constitute substantial evidence indicating that they are financially infeasible. There are some representation. There may be some representations during the Planning Commission meeting, but there hasn't been any numbers or hasn't been any kind of economic or feasibility study that's been done showing that they are not feasible, and therefore there would not be substantial evidence to support any such determination. And then finally, I'll close with that. That the Planning Commission made pretty clear that its review of the general plan and what the general plan requires is that this type of infrastructure with regards to pedestrian path, bike path, that the general plan requires projects such as this to include those types of improvements and infrastructure improvements. My concern is if you grant their appeal and take away those conditions, that it puts this project at risk of not being in compliance with your general plan. And those policies that were referenced in the staff report and referenced by the Planning Commission often use the word shall, that this shall be considered, it shall be included. And shall creates this mandatory obligation. So these are policies that have a little bit more force and effect than that are just kind of goals or aspirations. This is how, when the general plan was approved, this is what the county said they're going to require with respect to development. And that is simply what the Planning Commission did here. So again, I would urge you to grant our appeal, but if you're not so inclined to do that, I would urge you to deny the applicant's appeal and affirm what the Planning Commission did. Again, I think that substantial evidence in the record clearly supports what the Planning Commission did, and there is clearly a nexus and logical connection that is supported by substantial evidence in the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. So with that, we're going to go to the applicant appellant Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures, who's given an opportunity to speak at this point.
Good afternoon, Sabrina Teller for Woodcrest. First of all, we'd like to thank staff for all of their hard work on this project over the last 2 years. It has been a tireless slog, and they've been diligent and professional, and we really appreciate that. We also appreciate that the Planning Commission agreed that this is an appropriate, well-designed use for this location. Our quibble is with the lack of proportionality and the justification for certain revisions the Commission made to the staff recommended conditions. County DOT staff have long noted in this record that sidewalks would be out of character for this area. And indeed, none are to be found around any of the other existing shopping centers around Highway 49 and SR 193. There are no sidewalks leading from the highways into the much larger shopping center at the southeast corner of 49 and 193 where Holiday Market is. The substantial evidence in the record, and especially in the EIR, demonstrates there is currently a low level of pedestrian and bicycle traffic to those shopping destinations in the area now. And there's unlikely to be any substantial increase in foot and bike traffic to the Dollar General after it's constructed. Most people will drive, and like they do now, to their shopping in this area because it's not densely developed with residential uses nearby. No adopted plan for this roadway segment calls for a Class 1 path in this location, and Caltrans is very unlikely to approve a sidewalk to nowhere on its highway. Both Caltrans and County DOT have planned for a Class 2 bike lane, not a Class 1 path. The active transportation plan that your County Transportation Commission approved just a year ago also designates this roadway segment for a Class 2 bike lane. That is the reason for the original staff recommendation for a condition to either construct the Class 2 improvement on Woodcrest's frontage or pay an in lieu fee toward the eventual construction of that improvement along a longer segment when Caltrans and the county deem it appropriate. Despite all of these facts, the Planning Commission relied instead on sheer speculation regarding the amount of future pedestrian and bike traffic leading apparently only to the Dollar General. The commissioners who voted for these revised conditions provided no explanation or justification for why none of the other businesses in the area have ever been similarly conditioned. If their concern for pedestrian and bike safety in this area is so great. Several project opponents have now glommed onto these revised conditions, demanding in their comments to the board that the county make it as expensive as possible to build the store, and urging the board to single out this applicant for some sort of punitive treatment. That's not a basis for good planning, and it's not good governance. It's certainly not consistent with the constitutional principles requiring a nexus and proportionality between the actual impact to be addressed and those conditions that are imposed. Woodcrest is, of course, willing to do its fair share to help the county achieve its vision for build out of this area. That was what would have been required by staff's previously recommended conditions to either construct the Class 2 lane, if Caltrans would even allow just a segment to be constructed, or else to pay its fair share in lieu fee. Woodcrest has jumped through every hoop the county has put in front of it over the last 2 years, including funding an EIR that ultimately reached exactly the same conclusions as the mitigated neg deck that was in front of you a year ago. Woodcrest only wants to be treated fairly and objectively like any other commercial business that wants to contribute to the economic prosperity of the county. In considering our appeal today, I urge the board to make use of all of the expertise you have in the room and on Zoom today, including Wade Wiley for the applicant Woodcrest, John Mallon, Woodcrest civil engineer, Ken Anderson, our traffic expert, Brian Gradich, the county's environmental consultant who drafted the EIR at the direction of this board. And I believe also that Kevin Yount of Caltrans may be on Zoom and available today. Additionally, you have your expert DOT staff, Dave Spiegelberg, and you have Rafael Martinez, who spoke for the Planning Commission. Mr. Mooney's last minute letter yesterday afternoon is largely a repeat of his comments on the draft EIR, which were fully responded to in the final EIR, but he doesn't acknowledge those responses or explain why they're lacking in substantial evidence. In fact, the project opponents offer absolutely no evidence at all to support their claims that the EIR got it all wrong. Because those claims were fully responded to in the final EIR, I'm not going to rehash all of them in detail, but there are 2 claims in particular I'd like to address. Mr. Mooney asserts that the mitigation for potential emissions of naturally occurring asbestos during project construction is inadequate because supposedly nothing in the record demonstrates that compliance with El Dorado Air Quality Management District rules for dust control and asbestos hazards will avoid or reduce the impact to a less than significant level. Mr. Mooney is basically asserting that your Air Quality Management District doesn't know how to regulate dust during construction, which would be news to the district and to every one of the environmental review documents that your county produces that rely on this same set of rules to fully mitigate potential emissions of particulate matter and asbestos. Because it's referred to at several places in the EIR, the rule itself is already part of the record for the project, but in case you'd like to see exactly what's in it, I have a full copy of Rule 223.2, all 23 pages of it, as well as the asbestos dust mitigation plan application form required by your Air Quality Management District, which I'd like to hand to the clerk. The rule's purpose, as stated at the very beginning of it, is to reduce the amount of asbestos particulate matter entrained in the ambient air as a result of any construction or construction-related activities that disturbs or potentially disturbs naturally occurring asbestos by requiring actions to prevent, reduce, or mitigate asbestos emissions. So the whole purpose of the rule is to prevent, reduce, or mitigate asbestos impacts. The rule provides excruciatingly detailed protocols and requirements for geological investigation and analysis, objective dust control standards, and preparation of an asbestos dust mitigation plan conforming to specific criteria, monitoring, and reporting. Mr. Mooney offers zero argument or evidence supporting his implication that despite these detailed requirements and the standardized implementation of this rule throughout the county, wherever naturally occurring asbestos could occur, that somehow at this specific site, with this very standard commercial construction, that rule may not effectively mitigate the risk. Mr. Mooney's claim is just pure speculation and fear mongering. Moreover, reliance on compliance with expert agency rules for mitigation of impacts is a commonly accepted form of CEQA mitigation. This EIR follows that guidance, and the project opponent's claim on this issue is unsupported by any evidence to the contrary. This failure to support claims with any evidence is the recurring problem with arguments lodged against this project by these opponents. They don't acknowledge that the final EIR provided detailed master responses on this and all other issues, and individual responses to every substantive comment. They don't provide substantial evidence, let alone any experts, to support their claims. In contrast, the county has more than enough substantial evidence supporting all of the conclusions of the EIR, which is the operative standard in any court challenge. I also want to address, lastly, the claim that community comments somehow trump the traffic study. That is incorrect. As Mr. Mooney briefly acknowledged, the case law he's relying on is relevant in the case where the county had done a mitigated neg deck, where lay testimony can often form the basis of substantial evidence to support a potentially significant impact triggering an EIR. But now that you're in this posture of having done an EIR, there's a higher burden. And moreover, case law and the courts have held that lay testimony can be substantial evidence, but not necessarily on technical issues. And certainly not lay testimony cannot trump the expertise of traffic experts, your peer-reviewed staff, Caltrans, all of the people who reviewed and approved and provided input on the traffic study and the EIR's ultimate conclusions. So I urge you to grant Woodcrest's appeal and uphold the commission's approval of the project without the condition requiring a sidewalk on north side, and to change condition 13 back to staff's previously recommended language regarding the in lieu fee option or construction of a bike lane, class 2 bike lane, assuming that Caltrans would approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Mr. Younts on the monitor here. I don't know if you want to make any statements at this time before we hear public comment. Kevin, did you want to speak at all at this point? You can obviously hold your comment till later, but
I don't mind speaking now. We aren't in support of a class 1 just because it does lead to nowhere, and it just is a liability that if people were using that facility, I think they have expectations that it would take them to the class 1 path that is on 193. So that's our big concern, and so you know, the in lieu fees is a good option, so that way we can build the best project that we can in that area when the time is right. We're also in support of class 2. However, class 2 bike lanes require there to be a class 2 bike lanes on both sides of 49 then. And so on the other side of 49 is not the applicant's or that property owner's responsibility then. So that would be potentially an issue as well. So at this point, 8-foot shoulders is what we would recommend, and the in lieu fees will then, you know, be able to build a path in the future.
thank you, Mr. Yount. And with that, I think we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So Kim, if you'd please read that. We're going to take comment from the people present in the boardroom first, and then we'll go to Zoom. So
Now taking public comment on item number 43. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. Please be patient, you will be called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Grace Hughesbury.
we didn't have any comment from people in the room.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
We do. So please come forward to the podium and share with us your name.
Sorry, Grace.
Voluntarily.
So used to being on Zoom.
I know. We got a Zoom room, right?
Exactly.
Got to manage the room. Okay, please.
My name is, good afternoon, and my name is Aloha Adams. I'm the current chair of the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee. I'm a native and resident of Cool, and I'm very familiar with the traffic and safety of pedestrians in the Cool area. Most of those pedestrians are school-aged children, seniors, and moms with strollers, those that we must protect the most. The speed of traffic in Cool is well documented with 2 recent fatalities due to speed. First, let me remind you again that at the first meeting, probably 3 years ago, at the Cool Hall, Woodcrest Development promised a walking path from the intersection of 193 and 49 to their proposed project. Somehow I think that commitment got forgotten or just plain ignored. Additionally, Woodcrest promised that large Dollar General delivery trucks would not go through the canyon from Auburn to Cool. We all know that was a lie. There are plenty of photos to show this created a safety hazard for those with emergencies. Clearly, Woodcrest cannot be trusted. Woodcrest cries they did not have time to analyze the costs of a bike and pedestrian path. Obviously, they forgot they'd made a commitment 3 years ago that such a walkway would be provided, again, hoping no one would remember. The general plan requires that walkways be included in developments. Board of Supervisors was correct in requesting the focused EIR to discuss the impact on traffic and public safety issues. It's important to note that this study was done prior to the development of the project. This study and Woodcrest argue there isn't enough bike and pedestrian traffic to warrant the expense of a Class 1 walkway. However, Woodcrest argues there will be lots of business for their Dollar General, but also says there's low likelihood of substantial increase in pedestrian traffic. I beg to differ. They want us to ignore there will be more pedestrian and bike traffic. Note, many of those pedestrians will be our school children looking for cheap, sugary snacks and drinks. Woodcrest claim that the existing shoulder along Highway 49 is paved and sufficient for current pedestrian traffic, calling it, quote, a nice wide shoulder. Have you tried to navigate that nice wide shoulder? It is not paved, and most often it is filled with double gravel trucks and logging trucks. This is not a safe area for our children and seniors who walk to the post office or potentially Dollar General. Woodcrest claims there is no Class 1 walkway to connect. It is incorrect. Yes, there is a Class 1 walkway along Highway 193 and 49, going east to Auburn Lake Trails and south to Northside School.
Aloha, please conclude your comment.
I'll wrap it up. This walkway is used regularly by seniors, children, and moms with strollers. We no longer have, the Planning Commission did their job ensuring the safety of our residents by requiring a Class 1 walkway. And this requirement must be upheld by your board. Now it is time for you to do your job and speak for the safety and needs of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, supervisors. Thank you. I'm Jody Gray and I live in Cool. And I just wanted to make sure that you understand that that the attorney for Woodcrest wasn't factual on the, there's a bike path from Auburn Lake Trails, as Aloha was starting to say, from Auburn Lake Trails to downtown Cool, and from downtown Cool to Northside Elementary School, and there's crosswalks to get the residents to either on bikes or walking to Holiday or to all the stores across. So there's definitely that's already there. It's not for Dollar General, but it is for all the other stores. So that wasn't accurate what she said. Thanks.
Thank you, Jody.
See you in person. Carolyn Nisley. I represent the Divide Preservation Society and local business owner. First of all, I want to say that obviously there's negative press around Dollar General, and I'm sorry for that, for Dollar General's sake, but it is there for a reason. There's a lot in the news. Some of it's been touched on in many of the letters, and Don Mooney about their inability to be community minded. And quite honestly, that's what cool is. We are a community minded. I am going to get emotional, and I said I wasn't. The businesses stick together. We rally, we do things for each other. The fact that Dollar General is appealing this bike lane just further demonstrates who they are. And it is sad, and I'm disappointed in that. The appeal based on the fact that there's low level of traffic. Their council last meeting said, well, in the study during that tiny brief time, which to me shocks me that that's considered a technically an official representation of our traffic in a 4-hour time frame on one day and 1 week. She said there were only 6 people. Well, I challenge you guys to decide which one of those 6 it's okay to lose. It's just not okay, even if it is only 6. However, I drive that road probably 3 times a day back and forth. There's much more traffic out there. It isn't a big, huge, busy community. Obviously, that's why we live there. We choose for it to be what it is. We don't want the city following us. It's just not what the community wants. The other issues, of course, come from the fact that in 2017, I was involved in an organization that did a Making Cool Cooler. I know you as the supervisors have seen it. It's a shame that nothing was ever done with that. And I know that you're leading an effort to create some design overlay now. Cool shouldn't be caught in this crossfire. You guys have reasons. You have the ability to stop this from going forward. At the very least, making them step up and do the right thing for the community if they're going to be there. That's it. Thank you.
Carol.
Hi there, I'm Kim Stevens. I didn't prepare anything. I just decided that I needed to say something. First of all, I am a geologist and I live in Pilot Hill. I am familiar with the geology around the divide, and that corner is full of the rock called serpentinite that has a main constituent of asbestos and serpentine and other harmful minerals that when they're powdered, they can get into your lungs and cause cancer. So that's one thing. The thing I'm more concerned about environmentally, other than the biology too, is the lack of infiltration a large parking lot provides. So looking, even the holiday market is a water trap. The water, when it rains, it falls there, but it has to run off. It has no place to go. And so it just runs off and will make its way to the river and out to the ocean. And, you know, on the way, it does a lot of good in the Delta, but what we need during climate change, especially, is any water that falls on the ground should have the ability to infiltrate the ground first and become groundwater, because most people on the divide are relying not on that public water system, but by wells. And so if there's more and more buildings being built and parking lots to close off the ground for infiltration, then we are going to suffer. Every time I see people watering lawns on the divide, I think they're taking my water. And yeah, it's not my water, but I rely on it. The animals that I have on my ranch rely on it. And so we can't just keep putting this asphalt over at the top of everything. So in the future, whether it's Dollar General or any other person that wants to put a pavement, in a parking lot, I urge you to consider the fact that you should mandate that it is, has the accessibility for water to infiltrate the ground. I was listening to what you were talking about with the bike lane, and bike lanes have to start someplace. They did put in the bike lanes from the school to the to ALT. On the way here, we drove through Coloma, and there's a bike lane to nowhere crossing that brand new bridge that they put in. When new development happens, we have to think of the future. And if they're doing development, they should put in the sidewalks, bike lanes, whatever is necessary to facilitate the future, not just go back to the past. And people were saying, well, the other businesses there don't have bike lanes, so why should we, or sidewalks? Because they've been there for a long time. Also, the traffic study was during COVID, I believe. And I don't know about you, but I didn't leave my living room couch with my computer on my lap for a year and a half. So I was not driving back and forth, as were most of the people. Doing a traffic study during COVID, that was, not the appropriate time. And then finally, we have the whole 49 corridor from where it begins up at Downeyville, Cedarville, wherever it is, all the way down to Yosemite or Oak Park or whatever's down there. It's small town atmosphere. Little people, with ice cream shops and antique stores and flower shops and, small businesses that make their, all the money that is made stays there. If we have these big businesses coming,
Please
they're
wrap it
not
up,
going to
Kim.
have, they're going to send their money back to the headquarters, wherever that is. And the people that are working there aren't going to make any money. The people in the town aren't going to make any money. So if you want Dollar General, put it on the Highway 50 corridor where, it's already ruined as far as society goes. Let the scourge stay there and let us have the nice community that we know and love.
Thank you, Kim.
My name is Chris Severson. Just real brief, there was comments about commercial expansion there. We already have empty storefronts in Cool. We don't need another store. We have what we need. We have a small community. Nobody I've ever talked to is for this thing. We're expecting this store to come in. It's going to sell crap for a while, and then it's going to fold, and then we're going to have an eyesore. And nobody wants it. We don't need the expansion. We have storefronts with nobody in them. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Chris. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, supervisors. I'm Jennifer Alcorn. I'm a resident of 15 years at Cool. Raised my children there. I'm a teacher as well. I reiterate what I've heard being spoken about our wants and needs. I appreciate you hearing us. Public safety, besides asbestos and traffic, which are huge. Traffic is one biggie. I don't think it's clear of what we have going on in Cool. If you don't live there, I know it's the farthest reach of the El Dorado County for you guys, but it exists and it's busy. And a lot of people want to live there. And real estate is going up because a lot of people want to live there because of what it is, not because of new growth that's happening. It's what it is now. It's a busy intersection. When school gets out, at the school on the road with the bike path, it can connect to the store. It's very busy. School gets out at the same time that everyone's coming home from work. And a lot of people are coming home from work. And that intersection is incredibly busy. And that whole area is very fast. I have children that ride that bike path. I have young ones. I have a 4-year-old. They're deeply important to me. So is everyone in this community. Besides those dangers, which we really need to have something safe put in place, like the type 1 bike path. Besides those dangers, we have people's lives at stake. We have a very small community. My children who have grown up in that school, in that town, know every community business person that runs those businesses. And their heart aches when they see, oh, like the subway is closing. It's the last day of Subway. That's hard for them to know that their community is struggling and not thriving. And they know it's not. And they see that the Chinese store isn't going. And a great threat is to the people who put their livelihood into already serving us. We are your people in your community and in your county. We rely on you to make laws and pass things that help us in our safety and our well-being. And if you take away businesses, if you take away business from businesses that are already going, people that live in our community, you're going to destroy their lives and their children's lives, because they won't be able to take care of their family, because we can now have a competing business that's cheaper that people want to buy and sell. And you will pull away from the rest of the community, which is devastating to families and people and children. So please hear our pleas. Please listen to all the information. Please make your best call. Please make good decisions about the traffic. It's real, it's a big deal. Lives at stake are real and a big deal, and it's very important to us. Thank you for hearing us.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Hi, my name is Joanne Thornton. I've been a Divide area resident, specifically in Poole, for almost 30 years now. I've got 3 children. They've all been raised here, and I'm also a member of the Poole Pilot Hill Advisory Committee. I care about our community. First of all, I want to thank all of you for having in-person meetings. This is awesome. Love it. And then next, I'm just going to say this. I think it's laughable for the developer to request recusal of our District 4 Supervisor, Lori Parlin. Her job is to represent us. That is her job. If she didn't represent her constituents, she would be failing her job. So it's just, that's it. I mean, yes, she's been very honest about the procedures, and she's been very informative about how things work. And she appreciates community input. And so I just want to thank her. The Planning Commission has required a Class 1 bike/pedestrian to be included in their building, in the project's building plans. This makes total sense, because we've kind of set a standard in Poole now. We have Class 1 bike lanes. Yes, they do go to nowhere. They have to end somewhere. We can't build them for miles and miles. So we now have one that goes from the center of Poole, which they are wrong. It is a connection to Holiday across the highway. Goes from the center of Poole along 193 all the way to First Gate Auburn Lake Trails. And from the center of Poole southbound on State Highway 49 all the way down to the school. Those are there. And as was stated prior, there are crosswalks in this intersection. So it's accessible to Holiday, it's accessible to all the stores on the other side of on the west side of the highway. So that's kind of a standard now. And for these people to come in and say, oh, well, no, we don't want to follow what you've already established here. We want to go backwards and just put, just some little podunk thing along a state highway. This is a state highway. Speed limits like 55 miles an hour until you come right into the center of Poole. So public safety is a concern for all of us. And your traffic study, or whose ever traffic study it was, it's a failure. Apparently, didn't read it, but apparently it was only one day for 4 hours during COVID and all that. The traffic study should should see what we see as residents. We drive it every day. I see tons of people, women, children, bikes, strollers, people running along along these class 1 bike paths because they're safe. That's where they can't run anywhere else. So that traffic study has some flaws in it. Let me get back to here. So I ask, why would you back down on such a public safety issue and go against what the Planning Commission has already approved and required just to appease a slew of lawyers from out of town who don't want to spend the money to make a class 1 bike path? Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. I think we have one more speaker, perhaps.
Hi, thank you for being here today. My name is Marika Porter, and 20 years ago I moved into Cool. And very long story short, I no longer reside there, but I still conduct business in Cool. And when I come into town every week for my business, it will always be coming home. So recently I've noticed a lot of changes, and it's not, I was so excited to move into Cool, California, and to raise my family there. And I wish that we could still live there. I'm grateful that we still get to spend a lot of time there. I missed a lot of this. I'm coming into it late, but I want my voice to be heard. Dollar General isn't cool, California, period. The people don't want it. It's not cool. My daughter, who's sitting outside because she's 16 and bored, loves coming into Cool. She gets so excited. Mom, are we going today? And we go through the canyon and she loves it. And we hit the edge of town and she goes, because it's this quaint, beautiful, historic little town where 7-Eleven and Dollar General just do not belong. And if they're not going to be mindful enough to at least keep the community safe, I need you guys to do it. And that's all I need to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Marie.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Calhoun. I'm a real estate broker, have been in El Dorado County for the past 25 years. I'm also certified as an expert witness in real estate. I'd like to express my concern about, not so much about the products that Dollar General carries, whether or not they'll be competition to the holiday market. But my concern has to do with the real estate aspect of this dilemma that the board is facing. The buyers of real estate in our county and every place else should be able to rely upon policy, written policy that the previous boards have established, rather than the politics of the situation. The buyers in this particular case looked at the zoning. A general store complied with the zoning. They looked at the general plan. It complies with the general plan. They went to the planning department, and the planning department gave their preliminary approval to move forward. They spent thousands of dollars in studies. Go to the planning commission and have a 4-1, a unanimous decision to move forward. It gets appealed. I'm concerned that this is setting a poor precedent for other buyers of commercial property in El Dorado County. We should be able to rely upon written policy, written zoning. My other concern is that the board should make a determination based upon evidence that the Planning Commission has submitted based upon their own approved experts. So they give a developer a list of county approved experts and say, these are the people that we rely upon. We have credibility with these people. And developers or the buyers of a property, they use those people, and then it becomes a matter of politics. opinion over expert it becomes community opinion, some community opinion over expert testimony. I think design standards should be reasonable and not discretionary. That bike lane is a bike lane to nowhere. It was put in there primarily to stop Dollar General from moving forward with a plan, with a building. They should not, our design standards should be consistent for all types of development on this type of property and not discretionary. This 16 years ago, I was here when Holiday Market came forward and presented their plan to develop the market and that shopping center in Cool. And the same people, the Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee that are standing before you today and say, we object, they objected to the Holiday Market. And they're the same people that are shopping at the Holiday Market today. There isn't hardly anyone on the divide that can say that the Holiday Market has ruined our rural environment. It has not. It's an asset to the county. It's an asset to the Georgetown Divide. And other business that will come forward on the Georgetown Divide will be an asset to the county and will be an asset to the citizens. The Georgetown Divide and the Holiday Market financially backed Cool Preservation Society does not represent everybody on the Georgetown Divide.
Please wrap it up, Ken.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, let's take the Zoom participants. Oh, wrong day. Put it on the charger. Yeah. So expect these to go down too. It looks like they're plugged in, obviously, so I think we do have power to them.
Now taking public comment from Grace Kunsenberry.
Welcome back,
Yes.
Grace.
Thank you. My name is Grace Questenberry, and I urge you to deny Dollar General's application to build a store in Cool, California. Not only will they put many local small businesses out of business, but also don't care about people who live here. Cool is a very small town with only one stop sign, and Dollar General would bring a huge amount of extra automobile traffic to the area, clogging the highway 49 and 193, a very narrow and windy road, and up to the American River Canyon and Georgetown Divide. The huge trucks that would be delivering to Dollar General will endanger the lives of pedestrians and wildlife, and bicyclists as well, that share these roads. Not to mention the wildlife that regularly crosses our highway. I really urge you to support our small town and deny them. Our town does not want them. Go to another town that's in another area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken, you're still muted.
Here I am. Ken Greenwood, District 2. This is a troubling project because of the existing zoning and this and that and the other thing. Maybe it's time to say no. But more importantly, I was trying to do some review on this, and I had to go way back to the Planning Commission just to find out, verify which parcel it was. The staff's report for this board meeting could have included the first 5 or 6 pages of the original staff report just to kind of let people know, without going to all kinds of other places and downloading a huge 131-page document to find out just where it is. The notice map does not clearly identify the parcel. In fact, no, it doesn't even come close. And what I'm getting at is your noticing sucks. And if I can't find it with my background and all that easily, then somehow this public hearing process is failing to be a public hearing process. And therefore, it's kind of hard for people to make real good decisions out of this. And, you know, and I recognize the amount of stuff you guys have to go through, but this was not an easy find for somebody who kind of knows how to work these things. Anyway, the bike trail, yeah, do it. I recall whenever we had the opportunity, we got as much out of the project as we possibly could, because the general plan says to do it. Everything says to do it. Good planning says to do it. And if we can condition this project, and, you know, because yeah, their frontage is not huge, but if we can get additional transportation opportunities, because it will be a draw, then do it. And they're complaining about that with all of the resources that they have. Yes, they made a kind of a pretty picture here looking at the elevations and all that. Does it fit the 49er view of things? Because that's really sadly the only thing that we can review is how pretty does it look. The EIR has, you know, covered all the environmental issues and such like that. It perks.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
And the, you know, it is consistent with the zoning, but it is time to make a decision with the Board of Supervisors. Where do we really stand? What are we going to do? Or are we going to cave into large corporate interests like AT&T or Dollar General or fill in the blank? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. First of all, I'd like to remind John Hydall that applause is a recognized form of expression protected by the First Amendment. Second of all, I'm surprised that Lori Parlin did not recuse herself from this item simply because there are some conflicts of interest here. And I want to call you out, Lori, on your issues of lack of transparency and responsiveness to your constituents. You'll recall before you were even elected, you were being invited into some meetings with Supervisor Norma Santiago because District 4 Supervisor Ron Briggs did not want to address some of the issues having to do with the bridge to nowhere in Coloma. Same kind of issues that you are having now with the Dollar General store and their sidewalks to nowhere. In regard to those meetings that we had, you were invited into some RMAC meetings that you had referred to when this agenda item started, and how the RMAC was dissolved and it was later reconstituted as the Coloma Lotus Advisory Committee meeting. Again, that is essentially not a whole lot different than the Cool Advisory Committee meeting, because a lot of what took place there were special interest groups were given precedence over a lot of the people in the community. Their opinions, and again, a lot of these people were from very leftist groups that ostracized the members of the community who actually live here and are affected by the public safety issues. You'll recall, Lori,
that in those meetings, we discussed the Agenda 21. A lot of the funds coming for these roads, the expansions of the roads and the bicycle paths and the bridges are all coming from grant money. And I might want to add that Rafael Martinez has been totally unresponsive to some of these issues. But again, the collaboration of certain department heads that are being unresponsive to their constituents and ignoring not only the public safety issues, but the transparency and accountability. You must not forget, you work for us. This whole idea of the influx of the big box stores such as Dollar General are going to affect all of the infrastructure of El Dorado County, in particular the roads, the bike paths, the public safety issues such as the kind of congestion that we have at the confluence in the event of another major. But again, I'm holding your feet to the fire, Lori. You need to have been a lot more transparent and accountable to your constituents. You should have recused yourself from this item. Again, you're not being transparent and you're not being accountable to your constituents.
Thank you, Melody.
Now taking public comment from Catherine Dickerson.
Good afternoon. I have listened to many hours of this discussion along the way. I listened to a Board of Supervisor member who stated, let's just send a memo out that says we don't want any development in El Dorado County. I listened to a Woodcrest representative say, I'd rather sue El Dorado County than do an EIR. What I have never heard in all my listening is support for our community. I feel that the Board of Supervisors supporting this project have sold us out, and they should be ashamed for degrading and lessening our community. I can only wish that they had a Dollar General in their backyard someday, and maybe it's for eternity. If you fold on a stinking bike path, you should be doubly ashamed. No one wants a Dollar General store next to their home in their community, degrading and making us less.
Thank you, Catherine.
Now taking public comment from Sarah Schwartz Kendall.
Hello, and thank you for being there. Supervisors, I really thank you for your service and listening to public comment, which is not always the most comfortable. I have lived in Coloma, Lotus, Garden Valley, back and forth for the last 21 years. I'm a member of the Divide Preservation Society, also a member of the Coloma Lotus Business Council and volunteer there. Coloma Lotus Fire Safe Council, and have become more and more concerned about fire and emergency response. So the two things I want to focus on are tourism and fire and emergency response. So the traffic that clogs up the canyon, Fire Station 72 is right there. And if the traffic that's predicted by the studies, which are low, as I've said in my letters and other people have pointed out, the reasons the predictions are low, it's still a great deal of traffic. And if a fire truck cannot get out to respond, then we're all in deep trouble. And also, you know that they have put a 18-wheeler or large truck in the canyon, blocked it. If there were any need for emergency response through there, we would all have been in big trouble too. So please consider, you know, the pedestrian and bike safety and also fire and emergency response. Second of all, tourism. You know, I went over, finally with the pandemic waning, I went over to North Auburn for the first time in a long time. And it was just one chain store mall after another. It was so disappointing. And what we want to keep hold of in El Dorado County for ourselves and also for our appeal for tourist dollars that we really depend on is that people can drive here and get through the canyon, get up here and have a charming small business vineyard, outdoors, trails, rafting experience. So having a Dollar General in that location, which is a tiny parcel, I used to walk my dog there. I couldn't believe they were going to put a 9,000 foot store there on a tiny little north side drive, which is very small. Hopefully you've been there. It's a mismatch and it's a dangerous intersection already for people. It's a problem for inviting people to come. We've got trail events and other draws to our county. We need people to come, want to come, be comfortable coming, and enjoy being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Now taking public comment from Stephanie Buss.
Stephanie, we can't hear you. It looks like you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. And should we give her a phone number to call in, or what's your suggestion?
And Stephanie, you can call in at 530-621-7603. The meeting ID is 972-6233-9308. And there's no additional public comment.
Okay, so let's give Stephanie 30 seconds or something. It looks like we just had another one. Oh, it's coming in and going. Let's give this is weird. It's bouncing in and out. I see another gentleman's name popping in and then it pops out. And it pops in and it pops out. So are we having connectivity problems? Do you know, Kim? Okay. Okay, all right. Right.
Just so the public knows, we only allow constituents to speak once on the item.
Let's take the one hand we still have
Now,
here.
now taking public comment from Crepe Bistro.
Hello, my name is Ann Gualtieri, and Crepe Bistro is the business that my husband and I run in Davis, so that's immaterial. But anyway,
And could you speak up a little bit? We're hearing you, but you're soft.
Okay, my name is Ann Gualtieri, and I live in Cool. I've lived here for 27 years, and I'm a senior. And I often walk on the Highway 193 bike trail, pedestrian trail up to Cool, and then with my dogs, and then I cross over. Well, I try to walk along 49 to the post office, let's say, by the proposed site for Dollar General. It's very difficult to walk there with your dogs. I would love to have a sidewalk there. That would be wonderful, just like the class 1 that's along 193. But I haven't heard anyone mention this, so I want to mention it, that the state of California is planning on putting 50 plus campsites across the street from Dollar General at the Olmsted Loop. They're planning on putting those in, and that'll bring a lot of tourists up to our areas, and also probably a lot of foot traffic from all the backpackers, hikers, and campers. So I wondered if anyone had thought about that there will be a lot more people up in Cool, probably crossing the road to go to Dollar General or to the post office, or maybe down on their side of the road down to the pizza or whatever down there. But anyway, it just seems like that's something that should be thought about. There's going to be a lot of people coming to Olmsted Loop camping, and they will be walking, if not back in the Olmsted Loop, walking into Cool. So they will need a sidewalk there to access Dollar General and others, and also to use 193 to use that sidewalk there, and of course down to go down to the school down on the other side of 49. Anyway, I wanted to just mention that. I don't know if anybody's considered that, but there will be a lot of foot traffic in the near future. And that's all I have to say. And I definitely do not want the Dollar General store to come into my community. I moved here to be away from that. If I want to go to Dollar General, I'll go to Dollar General in Auburn or Sacramento. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ann. I don't think we got Stephanie back, so let's close it off. So I'm going to close the public hearing part of the meeting. We'll bring it back for respondents, but we're not going to take any more public input. So applicant appellant Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures is given the opportunity to respond at this point.
Thank you. Hello again. I'll be brief in this portion of our address, but I understand we are only going to address the public comments and not to anything we heard before, so I'm going to limit it to that. First and foremost, I think I want to set the record straight. I think there's a misunderstanding by the public of the grounds for our appeal. Woodcrest is entirely willing to construct the planned Class 2 bike lane along its frontage or to pay the in-lieu fee. But the Class 1 condition that the Planning Commission imposed is inconsistent with the county's own adopted plans. And you've already heard Caltrans say, the Caltrans representatives say they don't support that. I wouldn't approve it. Secondly, I did not lie about the improvements in the area. I said there aren't any sidewalks. That is correct. There are Class 1 bike paths, we're aware of those, but there are no sidewalks like what the commission conditioned us to put in on North Side Drive. As documented by Dave Spiegelberg early on in the review of this project, a sidewalk on North Side would be out of character for the area. There are no sidewalks leading into the Holiday Market Shopping Center along their access roads, which gets a lot more foot traffic than Dollar General would. Thirdly, I want to put the bulk of the comments in context because many of the commenters are seeking, it seems, to turn this into a popularity contest. CEQA isn't a popularity contest. It's governed by substantial evidence and objective standards. The comments that you've heard touted as 80 commenters are 0.019% of the 4,100 residents in Cool. So you've heard that a small vocal minority opposes the project. And that's an even tinier fraction of the county's 192,000 residents. Again, I know that you know your job is not to dictate a popularity contest, but to be ruled by evidence. And I hope that you'll do that. I also want to just briefly let Mr. Wiley speak because he hasn't had a chance yet to tell you about some of the features of the project that he wanted to note.
Hi, Wade Wiley with Woodcrest Development or Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures. I brought boards here. These are no new evidence. This is just exactly what was submitted. So if you guys want to see, or if you're deliberating what exactly we're talking about as a project, it's not a box store. It's not your typical Dollar General that you see in other places. This is a full custom build made to look like the area. And I just wanted to comment that, Steve and I were at dinner last night as we came up here, and we were thinking just to ourselves, what else could we have done for this project? Is there anything more we could have done? And we can't come up with anything. We've submitted to every reasonable public request. This is not a requirement for public outreach. We held 2 public outreach or community outreach meetings at the Cool Hall. We held a Chamber of Commerce meeting. We submitted to an economic impact study, which is usually done for the cases of like Costco's and stuff. They don't even, when we called her about the economic study, Amy Herman said, I've never done one for a store this small because they don't warrant them, but we did one anyways. We submitted to a Saturday traffic study, which is not county standard. We submitted to the full EIR. We were only tasked with doing a partial EIR on focused subjects, the results of which are the same as the MND. And lastly, at the Planning Commission, we even submitted to a restriction on outdoor storage, which is not even a proposal of the project, but they recommended we wanted to put this in there as a recommendation that you can't do outdoor storage without going back through the process, which is required anyways. But we submitted all the way through to everything that has been reasonably asked of us. So that's all we're asking is for you to take a reasonable consideration and approve the project.
Thank you.
Thank you. And these will be here.
Okay, at this point, the opponents for the Divide Preservation Society and Cool Pilot Hill Advisory Committee are given the opportunity to respond. Don Mooney, I think you're on.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I'd like to, comment a little bit about the public comment and then respond a little bit to Ms. Teller's comments on her earlier presentation, as this is my last opportunity to speak based upon the agenda. So, what you heard today from the public, again, is a great deal of concern about this project. granted, they don't want Dollar General, but there's also a lot of specific comments with respect to traffic, bicycle safety, pedestrian safety, the existence of other bike facilities and pedestrian facilities. And the Ms. Teller, the applicant, they would have you basically ignore all of that comment, all of those comments as not substantial evidence. They would have you rely only on the traffic study that has significant flaws and limitations as identified by the public and in our letters. You know, as I was sitting here listening to it and listening to Ms. Teller and talking about the traffic study, and that, you know, it was done by their engineers, either, you know, approved by the county, probably oversaw by Dollar General, that's the only substantial evidence, and that's just flat out wrong. The cases we cited, yes, they were for negative declaration cases, but the court still held that they are substantial evidence. Ms. Teller hinted at the difference between a negative declaration and a EIR, that they are different, and they are, and they're different, and you're probably quite familiar with the standard of review between the two. But the standard of review, but I'll just review it. The standard of review for a negative declaration or a mitigated negative declaration is whether or not there's substantial evidence in the record to support a fair argument that the project may have a significant impact. And if there is substantial evidence to support that, then CEQA says you do an EIR. When it comes to an EIR, that standard of review is whether or not there's substantial evidence to support the agency's decision. So here we have substantial evidence that you can look to with regards to bike safety, with regards to pedestrian safety, with regards to traffic, with regards to the adequacy of the traffic study. That was it done in a reasonable way? Was the methodology appropriate? Did, you know, was a 4-hour traffic study or a limited traffic study during COVID appropriate for this? Did the times of the day that they did the traffic study, was it appropriate? Well, there is substantial evidence in the record to support that it was not. And then one of the other comments Ms. Teller had made about that you have to rely upon the traffic study. You don't. One of the key reasons that the community comes before the board in these types of matters is with regards to a certification of EIR, is that the agency is supposed to exercise its independent judgment from the applicant. And you, as the decision makers here, the final decision makers, the elected body, in terms of CEQA, in terms of certifying this EIR, you have an obligation to exercise your independent judgment. You're not bound by what the applicant has told you. You're not bound by a traffic study where there's substantial evidence in the record contradicting it. You can rely upon that other evidence. That is you exercising your independent judgment. And then the other thing I was thinking of, that kind of came to mind as the discussion was going on, is under Ms. Teller's theory or analysis with regards to the traffic study and other matters, there's no purpose for public comment. I mean, to them, they submitted their traffic study. The county, even county staff, I acknowledge, has supported it or has approved it, but to them, that's the end of the story. And if that's the case, then why go through this exercise of public comment, of having people submit comments about their own personal knowledge and personal experience and what they see there? And I'm not talking about just people opposing just saying we oppose the project because we don't like Dollar General. I'm talking about the evidence that's before the board that you can consider as substantial evidence. Under their theory, all of that testimony was useless, had no purpose, no meaning, and you have to disregard it all. And that's simply not what the law provides. And that's simply also, I would argue, that's not good governance. You know, she said that there's only, you know, a small percentage of the Cool residents came out and have opposed this. Well, you know, I heard one person supporting it, and I think he said maybe he lived in the area, but it's not, you know, she's right. It's not necessarily a popularity contest. It's evidence, but it's evidence based upon what those community members brought to you and brought to the Planning Commission. And you can also rely upon, you know, they talked about the expertise of planning staff. Well, you have a Planning Commission. This is what the Planning Commission found, and you can rely upon the Planning Commission's expertise with regards to the conditions of approval. You could also rely upon what the community said about the problems with the traffic study. And you could grant the appeal and direct further environmental review, further analysis with regards to the traffic study. That is clearly one of the options. I know that's not the option that staff provided you, but that is clearly an option. Well, it would be kind of granting the appeal, but directing for further environmental review on this matter. So I think those are my primary comments that I have. So I will conclude with that, unless the board has any board members have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney. So at this point, we're going to allow Woodcrest Real Estate Ventures the opportunity to respond to any points made by Mr. Mooney before we bring it back to the board.
Thank you once again. Third time's the charm. I'll be brief. So Mr. Mooney and I don't disagree about the operative standard by which a EIR, if you approve it and uphold it, will be judged by the court if there's litigation. And that standard is the court will look at whether your EIR and your conclusions and your process have been supported by any substantial evidence. The court will not get into, are the citizens right? Is your traffic expert right? They're just going to look at, the court is only going to look at, do you have any evidence to support the conclusions you made that said there will be less than significant traffic impacts? There are not going to be any significant pedestrian or bike safety impacts. There is such evidence. There is abundant such evidence in your record. You have, in contrast, community comments critiquing that methodology. You have lay testimony critiquing expert analysis. And one of the points that has been raised over and over again was the timing of the study during COVID. Well, if you actually look at the traffic study, and you can also ask Mr. Anderson, who is on the line today, who prepared the study, that the numbers and the projections were adjusted for the extraordinary situation of the compressed traffic during COVID. There was also not just one traffic study. There have been multiple iterations of this traffic study. All have been reviewed by your county Department of Transportation staff, who are experts in this area, and they tell applicants like us how to do the study. They subject it to their independent review and judgment. They send it back for correction or further analysis if they aren't satisfied that it's been done correctly. Caltrans also looks at that and weighs in. And throughout this process, the applicant and the traffic team and your own staff have been through multiple iterations of all of this, leading up to the publication of the EIR, which reflects an abundance of substantial evidence supporting the conclusions that there are no significant unaddressed impacts of this project. Thank you.
With that, we'll bring it back to the board for questions of staff or either of the two appellants. I don't see lights lit up yet. So anybody want to go first?
It's a long.
It's a long reach.
I might not.
Okay, District 4, please, Lori.
What here, actually, I thought it was going to be more straightforward. No. So I appreciate everyone that's been bringing up issues and concerns, and we are looking at the policies surrounding this. So I have a couple, I don't know if they're questions or concerns, but I heard mention of, there was a preference to do an in lieu fee, which I get that, but the problem that I see with in lieu fees, and I think this may be why the planning commission kind of said, let's build it, is quite often a fee gets paid. We don't build something for a long time, and then the fee amounts to not enough to build when it's go time. So I can see why the planning commission didn't want to support an in lieu fee on it. They'd rather see it built. And we've seen that over and over again, where DOT has said, well, we wanted, have this or that kind of thing for safety reasons or whatever. And the money just isn't there. So I kind of would prefer to see something built instead of an in lieu fee. And I don't know the specifics of this particular, what would you say, the amount and all that of what we're going to build. But I know that sometimes we can do creative financing, I guess, Raphael, with DOT projects and bike paths and things. And perhaps someone will build it and then get some kind of a reimbursement out of a fund that we have or something like that, so that they are still only paying their fair share, but it gets built up front, which I do like that idea to build it up front. The financing, I think staff can work on that. So I do have a preference for whatever path gets done there, that it is built and just not a fee. We've just seen the costs go up so fast. It can't keep up. So, and then I did look through the conditions and the staff report. And it does seem to me that when I was going through the staff report, that there are many general plan policies in here that are in here in response, that have shall and shall commercial sidewalks, the complete streets. And then there was an explanation kind of, and this is maybe I need a little help understanding of, we have the class 1 path there in town that is much loved and very used. And especially for, the kids and stuff going to the school and all that, that was the whole intent. My understanding is to get Auburn Lake Trails families out and about more on bikes and walking. So, and then of course somebody mentioned, I don't know if it was mentioned orally, but we certainly got some emails, reminding us that the post office is there, and a lot of folks try to walk to the post office too. So I don't think that it's a sidewalk to nowhere. It's going to an area that is visited often, the post office. I'll be honest, I'm happy the Chinese food restaurant's open, yay. Although I wouldn't be walking there, quite honestly, but I'm glad they're back and open. And then, ultimately, someday there's gonna be something on the corner and then on the other side of the post office, so it could get connected in the future. And that was one of the things that I was thinking about, is I don't know how many times in the county, you'll look at something, a project or a corner or whatever, in the county, and you go, gosh, why 10, 20 years after it's built, and you go, why didn't they think of this ahead? And always trying to go back and fix things is more expensive, first of all, and just more difficult. So it would be nice to get in front of something like this, an opportunity to get those bike paths and sidewalks in for the community, so that in the future we're not going, why didn't we do that? So I appreciate, doing something for that project. And then I just have a question, because I just wasn't familiar with this. In the condition, well, actually I have 2 or 3 questions, sorry. In the conditions of approval, it says on the first page, so page 1 of 7, it was attachment E. It talks about in the first big paragraph, the project applicant. And then the last sentence, I was a little surprised by it. It says, with the approval of the project, a design exception through the Department of Transportation would be issued for the reduction of the road width for Northside Drive from the county standard 101A with the 40 feet with curb, gutter, and sidewalk to a 24-foot wide private commercial roadway. And I just didn't know why did we do an exception on that? Because in my mind, we do have the post office here and it's going to be having trucks coming in and out. And then the Dollar General here with its trucks coming in and out, and then, you know, regular traffic and all that. Why did we allow for the road to get narrowed? So I just wasn't aware of that. And I do know that there's other projects in the county, and I can give you an example of one that we're all pretty familiar with, but and it's been brought up here before. So there's a McDonald's down the road on Missouri Flat that got an exception on its parking and drive-through and all that, and everyone says it's not well done and it causes terrible traffic backing up, and it was an exception to the standards. So I just want to be careful when we give exceptions to the standards that we're not inadvertently creating another situation. So if someone could explain that, why we're doing an exception. And then I do appreciate that I'm in the conditions still. On item number 12, there's a condition for the delivery trucks to, let's see, where's it go? Oh, maybe it's not saying what I thought it said. Does it say it's not going to use 49 down through the confluence? Does it say that? North side, let's see, delivery trucks for the project shall only access the property via right-in turns from SR 49. So that doesn't actually say they're not going to use the confluence though, right? Because I thought that was something we had talked about. Am I reading that wrong, you guys? You know?
Rob Peters, I believe that the condition is intended to allow right turns in coming from the southern direction and then left turns out heading back to the south. So the intent of that condition is to restrict that movement from going into the canyon.
Is that actually clear and explicit enough to say? I mean, should it say explicitly that they won't go down through the confluence on 49? Because we already know, we saw one that got jackknifed there, and it's a huge concern with the community. Can we be that explicit? Or
Melvius, Deputy County Counsel, there is, and this is where we're used to share screen, but there is a diagram at the end of the traffic study that shows that. But that condition was put in as a result of the traffic study as to the safety of the turns. It was raised that it would restrict the condition that was concerned about, but I think at the discussion of the Planning Commission, Department of Transportation or Caltrans does not restrict travel movement. So it has that indirect effect, but the intent, the reason it was there is as to the traffic study and the turning movements themselves weren't adequate for trucks, but the maybe indirect benefit is restricting the movements there. But if I can't share a screen, but there's a diagram that shows that
so
it
it's
does have
indirectly in there, but not explicitly. And then only because I'm dealing with other policies that aren't being followed by project applicants, and it has nothing to do with retail, trust me. But I'm just like, do we need to have a consequence in here? A what if? Because if we don't have consequences, it's like, is that something that can be done to address that? Because what if they do start, is there a consequence to it? I'm just curious. And it is only because I'm dealing with a very different project in a very different area, and there's no consequence for what's in the conditions. So I'm trying to, that's just big on my brain right now, is consequences. Not that I'm saying you guys wouldn't do that, I'm just saying if, and the community's like going, you guys said, and then do we have consequences built in? I've learned that that's important. I think that was mostly the ones that stuck out at me. So if we could understand that why there's an exception for DOT, that'd be great.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So, Commissioner Parlin, the Department of Transportation doesn't have any jurisdiction over private roads and their classification as to what their criteria is going to be. Typically, excuse me, we leave that up to an engineering analysis of what the roadway section needs to be and or the width needs to be. So when we originally conditioned this development, we stated that it should be analyzed by an engineer as to what the criteria needs to be moving forward, although we recommended that it should at a minimum be 24 feet in width, which it wasn't. And then it was a planning commissioner that suggested that it should be incorporated as a typical commercial industrial roadway standard, as all our other commercial roadway standards, which is the 101A. But that is for roadways that has ADTs of 2,000 vehicles and above. This roadway, we do not anticipate having anywhere near 2,000 vehicles and above. And furthermore, it does not basically fall in line with any of the other roadways and or ingresses in the area. And so when it came back for the EIR portion of it, we recognized that it was still there from the original planning commission with the mitigated neg deck. So what we did is we said, you know what, fine, let's just go ahead and make it a variance to the 101A with the exception that it would be for 24 feet without the curbing gutter, because that does not fall in line with any of the other ingresses, egresses, and the private roads in the area. So it wasn't a variance or an exception to our standard from the beginning, because that isn't our standard for that type of ingress, egress in that area from the beginning. It was just something that was inserted after the fact.
Got it. Okay. I think that makes sense. But you're still requiring a sidewalk, you said, right? No curbing. Is that right?
So, okay, so the
On your side?
The initial study, both with the mitigated negative declaration as well as the EIR, didn't prove conclusive in the EIR, as Rob Peters stated, that there is a significant justification for sidewalks, similar to the holiday market where there is no sidewalks. If there was, DOT would flag it, Caltrans would definitely flag it, and we would make sure that it would be incorporated as part of EDC TC's active transportation plan. Currently, El Dorado County Transportation Commission's active transportation plan states that the need is only for a class 2 along 49 north of 193, which is why we fall in line with that planned master plan. We said, well, let's go ahead and do the in loop for there. But we're more than willing to work, as you know, I am, to work with a developer to see if we could collect in lieu for that type of infrastructure, either now or in the future, to see if, make sure that it does get the importance that it deserves by either the Department of Transportation or Caltrans to make sure it gets built with the right amount of funding for the future.
Yeah, and because there is going to be, there's open fields beyond the post office. Something's going to get developed there too. And it'd be nice to, like our general plan says, to have the complete streets and the walkability, something's going to be there. So that would be good. And so I think number one, I'm getting tired, sorry. It's been a long day.
Understandable.
But I think I misdirected you. I meant on north side specifically, is there going to be sidewalks or no?
That wasn't part of our original analysis either. And the reason, and once again, because it leads into Caltrans's jurisdiction, their recommendation is similar to crosswalks that are inserted at mid-block. If it's not a implementation that we feel it's traditional, standard, or per our guidelines, then it could cause a false sense of security. So if it is inviting people to walk to a location where there isn't then sidewalk or a public trail access leading to the 193 bicycle trail, then we're not providing the connectivity, and there isn't a master plan because the EDCDC active transportation plan doesn't have that there either. So there's no future plans for that connectivity either. We could definitely work with EDCDC to see what the thought connectivity is for the area and give it some consideration. But as of right now, that is not the plan.
Well, and we are going to be doing a study. We're doing an RFP right now to look at that corridor. So there's an opportunity for that. Right.
I have a problem with that is because, we keep saying that, we don't have a nexus to something because it has to be, for whatever that development has. And that's the issue we keep running into is, gee, later you go, you don't have that nexus because we didn't do it. So you're getting a good point there on that.
I just want to be forward thinking so that in 5-10 years, we're not going, well, why
should have done it.
That's all. And we can do creative financing with applicants so that, we're not going to have someone paid more than a fair share, of course, but we can get creative to make the project happen, and then it's just all about that connectivity.
Well, even having that payment, that in-lieu payment will help.
Yeah, but I just know that those lose their value so fast right now because of construction costs and stuff. So
you have something there.
Potential idea for that. Yeah, actually, question for you, Raphael, because I understand, your concern about it not being enough in the future. We do run into that. In talking to staff, though, as far as requiring it to be built right now, if it's not used, they also stated that it would, deteriorate, and then when and if connectivity comes, and it may not be up to standards and you have problems there. So my question is, in the county, Raphael, do we have a mechanism to enter into a street and frontage improvement agreement? I know in the city of Placer, we did that. So that you have development coming in that doesn't quite warrant, sidewalks and connectivity, but in the future it might. You enter into an agreement with the developer that says, in the future when that's warranted, then they need to construct that along their portion of their property to tie in with the other infrastructure that's coming. And pardon me? Yeah. So then it would be of current cost for that to be constructed. So we're not in the hole.
I think Supervisor Novosel stated it correctly, is typically we have, when we do a DA with a developer, we then have trigger points as to when that can occur. So we don't have something that states some other kind of mechanism other than a DA in order to incorporate that.
Project specific. It isn't just a given property owner you're asking for an agreement on, right? I mean, it has to be a specific proposed project, and then it goes into the development agreement.
Yeah, exactly. Because if let's say the development then gets sold to somebody else, does it get tied to the land? It's somewhat complex. So unless it's some kind of developer agreement that we have tied it into, we don't have that kind of mechanism, at least that I know of. And I'm sure there are smarter people in this room than I that probably can know of some other way, but I don't.
It is tied to the land because it's transferable.
It would have to
in
be.
the city.
Yeah.
We ran into that in the city on a couple of projects. So that's wondered if we had that kind of mechanism here in the county.
So while we have Raphael up here, maybe we ought to all ask questions of Raphael, and then we can go on, because I've got different people I'd like to ask. Raphael.
He wants to hide now.
So my understanding of the in lieu is it's a set aside, monetary set aside for a future improvement. But my question is, isn't this project required now to have a compliant class 2 bike lane? And wouldn't the in lieu, is there any way of adding the in lieu to enable a class 1 bike path by accepting funding for a future upgrade as opposed to just the class 2?
Well, the issue is that the plan that we have now, similar to our circulation network plan for the entire county, when we say we're going to have El Dorado Hills go to here from there, or Bass Lake from here to there, or Motherlode, we have that already planned out. And so when a developer comes in and says, I want to build in between this link that you have your network, we say, okay, we already have the plan. This is what it's going to be. You're going to build it to this plan. Right now, our plan says it's a class 2. It does not say it's a class 1. So that's the difficulty that we have. And so does Caltrans, which is the justification why Kevin said he doesn't see, he sees the potential conflict or risk is the fact that it's a class 1 that isn't planned to how's it going to get to the feasibility of getting from that point to the one at 193 without the conflicts regarding either the utilities or the other property owner that they would have to acquire to actually get to that location.
But my question, I think, is more specific. It says the class 2 bike path is a requirement. That's going to go in. In addition to that, could we request in lieu fees for a class 1 upgrade at some point in the future? Or are they not together? You have to separate, either accept in lieu fees and they don't build the class 2, or they build the class 2 and you accept in lieu fees for a future class 1. See what I'm trying to get to?
I do.
Building blocks. Get the basic requirements in now, but you accept in lieu fees for future upgrades.
Per our engineering plan, we don't have the class 1 as planned out for it. So I don't know if DOT or Caltrans can say, yes, you also have to provide in lieu for this as well. It's not something that we are foreseeing or have foreseen, or EDCDC has foreseen, or Caltrans has foreseen as there being the need for. So if there was a specific, sometimes we have specific plans that say, you know, the need for this location is going to be a more greater threshold of LOS, or it's going to be a greater threshold for pedestrian access, or a specific development or a park is going to have greater thresholds. We could hold them tight to that because we've already planned it out ahead of time. And then when an applicant comes in, we could say, yeah, we've planned it out. You knew the rules that was going to be here when you bought this property because we've already planned it out and it's part of our general plan amendment and it's in there already. But if it's not already in there, I don't know legally, and I don't want to speak in those terms because I get in trouble when I do. I don't want to speak to those terms, whether we can say you will or you won't. All I know that the class 2 is, and therefore that's why DOT said, okay, well, that's what we can ask for.
Any other questions of Raphael? I have a question now for Mr. Young.
I do have one more. Yes. We haven't talked at all about number 12, the conditions of approval the Planning Commission added to construct a 4-foot wide asphalt pedestrian path along north side from SR 49 to the project driveway. So how does that differ from the class 2 bike lane up to the project? I mean, talk to me about that provision from the Planning Commission, because we haven't talked about that condition of approval.
About the sidewalk?
The 4-foot asphalt pedestrian path along north side. Is that a sidewalk, the pedestrian path?
I do not believe it was a sidewalk. I believe it was just it was just an asphalt path, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and the applicant is agreeing that it was just an asphalt path. It wasn't a sidewalk.
Okay, and would Caltrans have to weigh into that because they
would.
And how do they? I guess I should have asked Kevin, but
he's going to come up.
Okay.
So hopefully
and he might still be on, and I believe similar to our crosswalks. When we install crosswalks, we try to install them in locations where we have high pedestrian crossings and or access points, because the statistical probability of there being a crossing there is good, and therefore vehicles know this is where I need to look out for pedestrians. So if it's not a high probability of there being pedestrians, we don't like implementing traffic control devices where it's very seldom, where all of a sudden it's a surprise to a motor vehicle, and then or it's not access to other facilities. So with that said, I see that Kevin is on here, and so I don't want to wish to speak to any further for Caltrans. So Kevin, why don't you go ahead and take it away?
So I'm in planning and not in traffic operations, and so like what was said earlier, the connections need to be, they need to make sense. And so our issue isn't that we feel like it's a path to nowhere, in the sense of going from Northside Drive. It is providing, you know, a path to there. But when it stops at the property line, you know, halfway between Northside Drive and 193, that's where it's kind of where everyone's got to choose their own adventure at that point. And once they get to the end of the path, where are they going to go? And that's where it's, you know, we're not providing a complete system at that time. And we understand the issue that you can't force them to build this path when it's not on their property. Caltrans is all for putting in these types of facilities and making them connected, and providing all these complete streets. It's a push that we're working hard on right now. But we understand the issue with not being able to connect it to 193 because of that property in the middle and kind of that missing piece.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that.
So Kevin, I have a question relative to current standards. Is there a compliant Class 2 bike path currently in front of this property? My presumption is it's not, without looking at the details of the map. There's not a current compliant Class 2 bike path. Is that correct?
I don't believe there is. I believe there's room to potentially stripe it for Class 2, but I think that would need to be looked at. And also the other thing that was brought up when we were having some internal conversations about this was the need for a Class 2 on the opposite side of 49 as well. So that will need to be something that needs to be looked at as well.
When you talk about, you know, consideration of in lieu fees, because that seemed to be your preference, at least in your original statement, is that because you would believe that Caltrans would be the appropriate party to do that striping and to make those improvements, and those in lieu fees would then somehow be contributed toward Caltrans doing the work as opposed to El Dorado County? I'm trying to get, you know, responsibilities, area of authority, so to speak.
No, I think the in lieu fees is when we look at the in lieu fees, I like that if we were going the route of the Class 1, let's not build the Class 1 right now. Let's collect some fees. So that way, when the property to the south of this develops, we have collected fees for this property. That property owner will chip in money, and maybe we can build a Class 1 that goes from north side all the way down to 193. That's kind of how we are looking at it and have had discussions internally for in lieu fees.
So when would Caltrans then stripe it for a Class 2, recognizing this growth is going to happen? We've collected in lieu fees, but when would the striping for a Class 2 be put in place so that people had an appropriate boundary between the bike path and the regular flow of traffic?
I think that it would be sometime when this project is being developed, but I think we need to have further conversations concerning a Class 2 on the opposite side of 49 as well.
Okay, both sides, yeah. All right, thank you for that. Any other questions for Mr.?
Kevin, whose responsibility would it be to pay for the Class 2 on the other side?
I would
$1 million question.
I don't know. That could be that is the question. I don't have an answer to that one.
So Supervisor is Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation again. We have gotten money with Caltrans, working in conjunction, going for grants where we actually have collected the in lieu and then either went for grants and create built the projects, or in collaboration with Caltrans, they've built the project. So either way, we'd be working with Caltrans very closely, whether we build it or they build it. We get the permit if we're in their right of way. But we would then either, I'd say, probably apply for grants and utilizing that funding that we collect to then use as matching funds to implement the Class 2 for the other side, and even possibly further down 49 to the north.
So it sounds like your statement is that collecting the inflows is preferable to just requiring a Class 2 on the one side, right? Because now you have the flexibility to work with Caltrans to make sure you get a class 2 on both sides of the roadway, consistent with the safety concerns.
Yes. We've done that in the past. That's what we've done in the past.
And the in-lieu fees would, I don't know how much the in-lieu fees are. I didn't try to research all that, but is there enough money there to you know, Supervisor Parlin's comment that we collect in-lieu fees and then the next day we find out, well, it's not enough to pay for what the improvements are, knowing how the costs increase. And if you wait 5 years to do it, it's really not enough. It's probably 25% of what you need. So how do we accommodate that? You have suggestions?
I would say that's at the discretion of the board.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, does anybody else have questions for either Raphael or Kevin at this point, Mr. Yount? Okay, then I do have a question for County Council as well. Going back to the statement made on exactions, and I don't know all of the discussion that happened at the Planning Commission meeting, but I do know that there was a discussion. So could you provide us your interpretation of the claims of exactions, et cetera, based upon what happened at the Planning Commission hearing?
Bree Mobius, Deputy County Counsel, and I think I'll try and take it in a couple of layers, because I think there's a lot going on when you start talking about exactions and what the limits of your authority are. Starting point is that there is not a fundamental vested right to build a certain building on a particular parcel. So the courts have recognized that you do have the ability to put conditions in, as long as those conditions are tied to legitimate permitting requirements. Given that, that's where you get into exactions, the Fifth Amendment, and Nolan and Dolan is kind of the cases that are the leading cases, and I think you've seen them in the brief that was filed by the appellants there, but that you can put conditions on a project as long as they are reasonable and there exists a sufficient nexus between the conditions imposed and the projected burden of the proposed development. And the courts really break it down on what type of exaction you're talking about. Is it a fee, for example, your TIF fee, your traffic impact fee, where it's a set one, or is it something that's more ad hoc, which is what we're dealing with today, where we're looking at a particular project and determining it there. And when that is the case, the test is that first it has to substantially advance a legitimate state interest. So as to the Planning Commission's discussions, I think what they were looking to were general plan policies talking about pedestrian connectivity, bike paths, bike safety. That was the interest being expressed there. And the second question, or the second test, is that it has to be roughly proportional between the magnitude of the exaction and the nature and extent of the project impact that the exaction is intended to address. And the courts have said that it does not have to be a precise mathematical calculation. So the courts have not told us, you know, here's the number where it reaches to the point that it would offend the Constitution, but that you do have to make an individualized determination. So it has to be project specific. And I think you've seen in the applicant's brief that they filed is that they wanted to see really those specific findings and the specific reasons. What I don't know that you've seen in that at the Planning Commission was not there is what the cost is. I don't believe that was really put forward the cost between a class 2 or a class 1. I think that's a relevant consideration, because when we look at the general plan policies that talk about pedestrian connectivity and bike paths and the different ones that Commissioner Williams had cited to at the Planning Commission, they do say shall, so they are mandatory in that sense, but they also look at feasibility as a consideration when you're looking at those policies. So, you know, say shall have pedestrian pathways when feasible. And it's that feasibility piece that I think is really critical. I think I've heard the applicant agree that as to their frontage, a path there would be appropriate, that you have that connection there. What I hear them really disputing is the level of whether it's class 2 or class 1, and whether that price difference really, or that impact would start to go too far, that you cannot say that it's proportional to the impact, to their small impact of pedestrians at that cost of doing that. And so that's the type of information that is needed. And I would encourage your board to have findings specific to that and to be able to point to evidence if you were going to go to a class 1 versus the class 2. As to the pathway, the 4-foot paved pathway, I haven't been as clear as to their argument onto that piece of it. I thought at Planning Commission they were more in agreement with that piece. And I think Raphael pointed out the road is narrower than some other roads, and the county has agreed with that piece of it. but that the 4-foot pathway, I think the planning commission saw as a compromise between a sidewalk that was originally proposed at one point with the project and a safe access point for that piece of it. But behind all that, kind of added layers to consider is that your discretion is limited based on the entitlement that's before you. So we do not have a conditional use permit today, you have a design review permit. And so the design review permit really has you looking at the design guide and those type of aesthetic considerations that are linked to the design guide. Where it becomes a little bit more complicated is that design review permits in our county are discretionary. And as you know, once you have that discretion, it triggers compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. And so then that's where you're looking at traffic safety and pedestrian safety. And you've heard from the consultant, or I think you've seen more in writing, not heard today, but the environmental impact report concluded that there was not impacts to pedestrian safety. I think that's why you saw the planning commission really looking at the general plan policies. But it's for your board to decide what the evidence is and what substantial evidence is. You can rely on the traffic study. That is substantial evidence, and courts accept traffic studies as substantial evidence. You can also look to testimony from citizens and determine that that evidence is substantial and that you do find an impact, that you are required to use your independent judgment. So you don't have to accept the IR for what it says, but you are required under CEQA to look at it and use your independent judgment and come to your determination. So I think that I covered a lot there, but I hope that answered the question. I did also want to just address, Supervisor Parlin, you had mentioned reimbursement. And I just want to caution you that while the county does use reimbursement, we should only use it when a developer agrees to that. And it was recently in the Measure E Alliance case where the court says, while the county can seek reimbursement, that does not cure an otherwise unconstitutional taking. So we could not use that to otherwise avoid a takings challenge.
Well, is that something that we could work with the applicant on forward to say this is the ultimate what we're headed for? You guys want to work with us to get this for the community, that connectivity, and figure out some kind of an agreement to, is that a developer agreement basically? It's basically a developer agreement. I don't know if there's interest in doing that to make this project feel connected with the existing class 1 bike path. I do think that the community would really appreciate that and benefit from it in the long term. I mean, you know, when you're looking back on things in history and going, that was the right thing to do, that really benefited the community. And it is creative, I know that, in developer agreements, but it's in my mind is something to explore, and I just didn't know if there was an interest from the developer to do that, or applicant to do so, but it sure would be nice.
Okay, so any other questions of staff or anyone else that is still seeking information, clarification, anything of that type before we bring it back to the decision here?
Well, I was still curious about, can we add a consequence if they don't comply with something we put in here as a condition?
So this is not a conditional use permit. So I think what you would normally see is for revocation of it. But I think code enforcement does have the ability, if there is someone not complying with the permit, code enforcement would have the availability, and planning may have other remedies available to them if they're not complying with the CEQA document, or for example, mitigation monitoring plan is where you normally would see that. So we would not advise that we add in specific enforcement provisions within the conditions, but there are those avenues available.
Okay, so there'll be something there. I just know that, I mean, quite honestly, a truck delivery driver might not be aware of these conditions in this document, and how do we get that connection and say, look, there's consequences if you don't do this, and because having those trucks down in the confluence is just not a good idea. We really want to avoid that, and I appreciate that, like you said, this is an indirect way of doing that, and I really want it to be enforced. It's important, especially this fire season. When one of these trucks gets stuck there on Highway 49 in the confluence, it clogs things up for hours, and with wildfire on our brains, we just want to make sure that we do not get our residents stuck in any way, shape, or form. So this is very important in my mind.
And I think we have to be careful because I know there is a picture where it is a Dollar General truck that was caught there recently, and clearly it wasn't for this project. So that road is
Right.
being utilized today, and there's nothing in these conditions that would have prevented that specific truck from doing that. I think it's going to a different location. So this would just be the turning movements, leaving and entering and leaving that.
Right, and that's my concern, is that was a different one, and now we're gonna add another location, and I'm concerned that it's gonna happen and increase that travel, and that's not our goal. So, and plus we're doing the Transportation Commission study coming up soon, so that's another piece of the puzzle I'm working on, so, okay.
No one stepping forward. I'm leaning towards number one with an emphasis of as modified by the Board of Supervisors, and would propose that we take the 3 conditions that are specified in the appeal that was made by Woodcrest and go through those individually and decide as a board, do we want to support what the Planning Commission did, or do we want to modify it? For instance, the in lieu fee. Because I think if we address those things, we end up with something slightly different than any of the other alternatives, but modified by the Board of Supervisors based upon the best decisions we can make with the information available to us. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, but I want to hear other comments. Yes.
Reinstating the in lieu fee.
Okay, so
And
let's see if we can walk, right.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can walk through the 3 items that were in the appeal from Woodcrest, just to make sure I'm clear. Just because if we want to make modifications such as allowing the in lieu fee, I think that's where we would do it. But I'd like to make sure we cover all of them. So the first one says the addition of condition of approval number 12, the requirement of the applicant to construct a 4-foot wide asphalt pedestrian path along Northside Drive from SR 49 to the project driveway. The evidence I've heard is that is, when you talk about a path, I'm not sure if that's just part of an asphalt parking lot that gets striped. I mean, to me, a sidewalk, I understand. I'm not sure what a path is. So I struggle with what are we really asking for here?
So this is Rob Peters. I may be able to try to answer that question for you. I believe that generally when we're talking sidewalk, we're talking, adjacent to curb and gutter.
Right.
And it's that attached sort of standard sidewalk. I think that this is intended to be an asphalt path that may be meandering or separated from the roadway, but it was brought up at the Planning Commission, and so there was no design that was provided for anybody to necessarily evaluate, but that was the intent, I believe, of the Planning Commission, was to allow for it to be maybe more flexible than a curb and gutter type of a sidewalk.
So Rob, do we need to be specific that it's actually a separate path? Should it say separate path in there? Rather than, just a piece of a driveway? Should we get more?
That's a good question. You could be more specific about whether or not you want it to be
I don't want to
attached
have
to the
design it,
roadway.
obviously, but-
I think the idea with the asphalt and maybe the somewhat separated idea is that you don't have people walking in the street. And then that's not really a
Yeah.
pathway.
Sounds like-
Yeah.
There is areas in this county that have, it's like a sidewalk, but it's made basically of asphalt. Okay,
And it's separate though.
right, exactly.
Actually, I have a question. Do we have design standards for pedestrian asphalt paths in our,
Yeah.
planning code?
That I cannot answer because I do not deal with the design standards for their
yeah.
pedestrian paths, but
And it's not going anywhere. So, I mean, I don't know if there's findings are are there findings to support that condition? In your opinion?
I'm wondering if there's a way to rewrite this condition to require the applicant to provide safe access, egress, walking distance, whatever, to their facility without talking about a pathway and all those kinds of things. Because I can imagine any number of ways you could properly do that. And I don't think their intention is to create an unsafe environment. But when you talk about a pathway, we'd have to get into design standards and what does it really look like? And the community get a voice on whether it's meandering or it's straight. And I mean, it just seems like an undefined term.
Removing Deputy County Council, I think it was, I think you could modify it. I think it was come up with the Planning Commission. based on the concerns about pedestrian safety. And so the planning commission was trying their best to respond to those concerns with a condition, but it was crafted at the planning commission. So there was not an analysis of, a diagram or analysis of it. That's something that you could also direct staff to put together and work with the applicant to come up with what that might be.
So I guess the question is, are we comfortable just saying, a walking path or whatever, and leaving it at that and let we can all figure it out? If you want something greater.
Once again, it's not going anywhere, it's dumping right onto the road. I have a concern with that, as does, Caltrans.
But ultimately, it is gonna go somewhere. I mean, this is all gonna get connected at some.
True,
time.
but then that wouldn't be up to standards, that walking path.
We couldn't cover this with an encroachment permit, right? Raphael, wouldn't get into the details. I mean, it's not associated with an encroachment per se, but is it something we could cover later in terms of the safety of this path?
It's on private property. So it's really up to the discretion of the applicant as to what they're willing to work with. And I don't know if they have some kind of input as to what it looked like. But it'd have to be, it'd be on private property. It wouldn't be on.
That's why I was saying, if we want to be specific, maybe be specific, decide either if we want it or not. And, if you want to include it, then be specific about it being a separate pathway. Yeah, it's not going anywhere, but obviously it's not going to get built otherwise.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I know. It's like, I know, I have a hard time. It's like, oh, we didn't do it.
You're saying stay with the planning commission's recommendation. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think we can all kind of envision what a meandering, asphalt pathway would be. We've all been on bike trails and stuff where they're going, and it's just to get, in my mind, to get any pedestrians there, or even cyclists off of that north side, because the trucks are going to be coming in and out too.
So we're talking about upholding the conditional approval on number 12.
That's what it sounds like. So, okay, so let's go to the second one. Change condition, removing the in lieu fee option. I personally would like to see the in lieu fee option left in based upon the comments I've heard. So we would be changing that to just remove that.
How do we make sure it's enough though? Only because costs, if we don't get it built soon, that really is my only concern. If we don't build it soon and we collect some money, and we've all seen it over and over and over. We got to stop doing
Well,
that.
what Raphael referred to as grant money is working with Caltrans, and Caltrans is active in this conversation.
Kevin, you
So
have any money?
I gotta believe there's a way to get there
He's
from
still
here.
there. Kevin, let's do this.
I think we have to show a nexus though, and you
Laughing.
can't show a nexus of what future costs are gonna, we have to move it at what it is today.
And there's not a future plan to tie into, which is a critical
Yeah.
component of that.
I think that's incredibly important. That,
It's a challenge,
Yes,
and I
but-
totally understand where you're coming from, Lori. Yeah.
Okay, so then number 3, requiring Woodcrest to construct a class 1 bike path instead of, if we go with the in lieu, then my interpretation is that becomes moot as well, that we do not require them to construct a class 1. Again, based upon Caltrans comments and other things, we've collected the in lieu fees. If it's determined at some point in the future that a class 1 is required, then that can be grant monies combined with the in lieu fees, and we get both sides of the road done. But initially, it probably needs to be a class 2 until we get to that point, because I think there needs to be, the master plan, like the Transportation Commission had done, like Caltrans looks at periodically, what is the upgrading necessary for safety standards based upon increased traffic levels, ADT, all those common denominators. So that's the way I would read it. If everybody kind of sees it consistently, or if you have a different view, please state that. Okay. So then I'm going to make the motion that we take staff's option 1, that we deny both appeals and uphold the approval of the design review based on findings, the conditions of approval as modified by the Board of Supervisors, such that the first requirement associated with the 4-foot wide asphalt pedestrian path, we would leave in, but number 2 and number 3, the removing of in lieu fees, we put in lieu fees back, so that's an option, and we remove the requirement for a class 1 bike path. And then all of the associated things, certified environmental impact report, adopt the mitigation monitoring report program in accordance with, et cetera, et cetera. That would be my motion.
If I would ask that you make your motion to conceptually take that item and then direct staff to return with written findings to support your motion.
Yes, please. And let's add that as well. So I think that's necessary. Thank you for that, Bree. Okay, so we have a second. All right, so with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Okay,
As long as I don't feel that we're not getting that bicycle infrastructure in good enough up front, and I'm very concerned about that. I just see too many times it doesn't happen, so.
And I just feel like that if we don't, then what's going to happen in the future, you know, so that's why I agree with Lori on this. Yeah, I understand.
And actually, if you can indulge me, Chairman, I have one final comment, because I know there's been a lot of comment, and this is a heated project. And, you know, I recognize, I think we all do, that there is large community opposition to this project. We certainly recognize that. And, you know, thank you for speaking up. You've been engaged along the way and value that. We're in a catch-22. This is an allowed use on this property. You know, this project fits the zoning and the general plan designation. And that we have no control over. What this item came before us, it was a design review. And so we had discretion on the design review. And, you know, the question is, does the physical structure fit the look and feel of the community? And does it honor the design overlay as built into the community? And I have to commend Woodcrest Development that, you know, you've been very responsive to the community. You've moved heaven and earth in looking at, in hearing the community, hearing their concerns, hearing their passion, and redirecting your designs to fit the look and feel of the community. In fact, it's an elevated version of what's already there in the community. And, you know, we appreciate that. Community character is vitally important to us residents in El Dorado County. And so I just want to voice that in the room, that, you know, this was a design review and you did that. And, you know, and the community, thank you for being involved, because we would not be here without your involvement in that. And it's made it a better project.
Sure.
clarity, I just want to specify the motion passed 3-2. So if everybody didn't get the count, the motion passed 3-2. So David.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and kick it over to Bree. We just asked for one clarification on the return date.
If we could
Yes.
please continue to a date certain, and we would propose July 20th.
I'll make a motion to amend my motion to add that to return on that specific date. Some second. Okay, so have a vote again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. I think you got what you needed.
I did.
Thank you for all the due diligence and perseverance and everything else. I want to thank everybody for their thoughts and comments today. They are heard and they are meaningful. Ultimately, we have to make some tough decisions, so thank you.
Just ask you at the time, certain,
Yeah.
do it. So it's good to know on that.
Well, I'm
Yeah. Oh, shoot, we're not done, are we?
We're almost done. So close.
Are we?
No, we're not.
You want to take a 5-minute break while we exit?
Please.
Yeah.
Dang it. My knees.
Done.
I have to go get my jacket. My knees are. Yeah. Yeah, they get cold and they.
Matters that we need to go back and pick up, and it's been suggested that since Brian Fraser is here, that we take number 38 first. So Kim, if you would read number 38.
Item number 38 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board appoint Brian Fraser as the county surveyor effective July 3rd, 2021 through the end of the term on January 2nd, 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. This is a difficult item to bring, of course, because it's very unusual circumstances and tragic circumstances that we have to be having the conversation. That being said, we do have to move forward with our government business. Under the terms of a charter, when an elected department head position becomes vacant, the board is required to appoint someone for the duration of that term. And there's multiple ways that process could take place, from a simple appointment that's being recommended to you today, all the way through a formal recruitment process, similar to what you do with an appointed department head. Due to a number of factors, I'm not recommending we do a formal recruitment process. One, I believe Brian is very well qualified for the position. In looking at his background and his application when he applied to work with the county, and conversations with him, I'm 100% confident that if we did do a recruitment, he would be one of the top candidates for your consideration. Also, he has been considering running for the surveyor position for quite frankly, since the time he got hired by El Dorado County. And Phil Mosbacher had confided that he wasn't planning to run again and was doing succession planning, which we really like to do. One thing I do need to let the board know is, even though if the board approves this appointment today, he is then treated as an elected department head. So he will not be evaluated like other appointed department heads. He will finish that term, which is about 1.5 years, with all the same authority and responsibilities of an elected department head, even though he hasn't been elected to that term. Compensation, everything. So that's a question I had of council to look into, and that was the advice we were given. So I just felt it was important for you to be aware of that. So the recommendation is to appoint Brian Fraser to the surveyor position effective July 3rd, which is the beginning of the pay period, Saturday. And it will last through January 2nd, 2023. At which time, if he wins the election, he will continue, or he will be replaced. The salary for this position is a flat salary. Unlike your appointed department heads that are in a 5-step salary range, the elected department heads is just a flat salary. So that's why the salary of $11,372.40 is recommended at this amount, and that's what's identified in your salary benefits resolution that you approved. So there's no negotiation to take place there. That's what it is. So unless there's any, that's all I have. If you have questions of me, I'll do my best to answer them.
That question for Mr. Fraser. Talk to him, so all right, then I'm looking for a motion. Oh, public comment, excuse me. Public comment. I don't see very well. There's still our attendees. So, okay. Please.
Now taking public comment on item number 38. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
I'll take the motion. I heard a move.
Second.
All right. So all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations, Brian.
Yes,
Welcome
thank
aboard.
you.
So, yep.
Grateful for you stepping up.
Yep.
This is no time.
I'm so thankful that Phil did the right things in mentoring you and giving you some coaching and that sort of thing, because this is going to be a much easier transition than what a lot of us anticipated when we first heard about Phil's demise. So, yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we ask if Brian wants to make any comments?
Yes, please. Anything to say? You came to the party.
You were ready.
Chair, and I'd first like to thank our CEO, Don Ashton, for recommending me for this position. These are not circumstances under which I'd envisioned becoming the county surveyor. I thoroughly enjoyed the time I spent working with Phil. And Wes Hindu. I look forward to the opportunity to serve as county surveyor and will work hard to live up to the standards that were set before.
Thank you, Brian. Thanks, appreciate that. Okay, we will go back to 37 then. This hopefully will be a relatively short action as well with public comment. So Kim, would you read 37?
Item 37 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board appoint one new member to the Fairgrounds Ad Hoc Committee.
Chair Don Ashton, your CAO, take this item as well. The board established the ad hoc committee for the primary purpose of renegotiating the MOU between the county and the fairgrounds. And at the time it was former Supervisor Veerkamp and Supervisor Parlin. Because of COVID and budget issues and transition, we haven't had a chance to meet since Supervisor Veerkamp's departure. But we need to resume those discussions with the fair. They were busy as well, having a fair and things like that. So a lot of reasons. But the recommendation is to keep Supervisor Parlin on the ad hoc committee as long as she's willing. But I need you to identify a replacement for Supervisor Veerkamp. So it's your decision, and I can answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, I'm going to turn to the board to look for volunteers.
Well, I'd be honored to be on that committee, especially, especially with everything that goes on with the fair. I don't know, it's up to you, Lori. I mean, and Wendy, but it's your decision. And I feel that being that, I've raced at the racetrack there and affiliation with a lot of the stuff, especially with ag. I feel that I would be honored to do that, if that's okay with you. Okay.
All right, so we have a candidate, and I think at this point, we'll open it up for public comment before we go ahead and make a formal motion then. So Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 37. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
Okay, back to the board action time.
And then to add Supervisor Turnbull to that fair ad hoc committee. Sorry, I was eating.
I will second.
So I got to recuse myself on the vote, right?
You can vote for yourself.
No, I'm just teasing. Okay, I can vote for myself. All right.
So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, done. Thank you for that. So we have in and outs, and we also.
Are you hungry?
Yes, I am.
In and out.
That lunch was at 2 o'clock.
I'm having you done
So
it.
to and from, and we
In and
also
out.
have a number of closed session items, and I'm hoping we don't anticipate report outs after the closed session, but.
I do not anticipate a report out.
Okay, all right.
I hope it's cooler in that room.
So let's please do to and froms, and let's start with in the middle. District 3.
It's been a long day. I'm just gonna say that we had the community safety community project meeting this last week, and it went, I thought, as well as it could be. It went really well. It was good attendance. Caltrans did a great job. It was critical. We had Clark Perry there, who's been historically a part of the project, and he was able to answer a lot of the community's concerns from a historical perspective, and was really key in a successful evening. And some issues were raised that we are going to continue to dialogue with about Caltrans. That were some, good considerations. So all in all, it was a very successful meeting, and we're moving forward with the project. So
Okay.
that it, I'm done.
Not much to say, but we had that town hall meeting with the insurance commissioner. I don't know if I talked about this last time or not, but anyway, I'm going to talk about it now. I don't think I did. But anyway, it went really well and stuff. So I think it was really good. And then I also had a meeting with my planning and stuff, and a lot of the stuff that's going on in District 2. So anyway, that's pretty much it.
Okay, let's go to District 2.
Oh.
District 4, excuse me.
sorry, I was like-
I'm going back and forth.
Sorry, I got it. Okay. Really quick, couple things. Cemetery Advisory Committee last week. we have not been able to get a quorum lately. So if all of you could check and see if you have an appointee, make sure your appointee knows about the meetings, because mine didn't even show up. So we're having some communication issues, but we're not being able to get our bylaws done without a quorum. So, and the Cemetery Advisory Committee is excited to do stuff. So if you could all check on that, that'd be great. And then last week we had the RCRC, the Environmental Services JPI meeting. And again, just, same thing over and over, concerns about SB 1383 and the organics diversion and all that. And I can tell you, Madera County had a Board of Supervisor agenda item to increase the rates enough to implement it there. And they ended up taking it off calendar because their rates were going to almost double. So it's going to be super expensive. And I don't know, again, I mean, we're calling it what it is. It's an unfunded state mandate, and that's not okay. And it's just going to hit our residents really hard. And as a result of the fees that are already going up, I'm noticing they have an illegal dumping task force now. So we're not the only ones, because I know we're being hit with illegal dumping everywhere. I mean, we make jokes, my family, as we drive by, like, oh, let's stop and rest on the sofa. So, it's a big problem, and the rural counties are getting hit hard. I just don't know where it's going to go. And that's really all the big stuff.
Okay, District 5.
Yeah, well, I'll just start by saying we have a program up in Tahoe called Clean Tahoe. We literally have trucks that go out and clean up. That's been going on for a long time because when people come up to visit, they dump it wherever they want and leave. So, and it's an issue. So just something to look at if you want to look at Clean Tahoe program.
Thank you.
Yeah, and so last week, TRPA meeting was long and furious, and we did get our ADU ordinance going. So we're very excited about that because that's going to be really important, is finding, just trying to find new ways to get workforce housing. It's just a tough one. So, and I believe our staff saying our county is following along with their ordinance. It's a California ordinance to be able to allow it, but restricted to long-time rentals, no short-term rentals, and allow you to have like granny flats to be able to rent out for workforce. It just all makes sense. So kind of low-hanging fruit. We're continuing on with some bigger parts of it, but we're starting off with that. So that was the big news for me. Thank you.
I just had a couple items. On the 23rd, I attended the California Fire Safe Council's meeting on the coordinator for the grant webinar, and we are working with entities, including the Conservation District, to make sure that we secure those grant funds. And I think we've got a really good shot at it based upon what we know. So that was good. The LAFCO meeting that was to be scheduled on the same evening, the 23rd, had to be rescheduled to Thursday, July 1st. So this week, starting at 5:30, we had Zoom technical issues where we couldn't have public participation. And so we had to shut it down and basically change the date. So it got rescheduled. Then on Friday, the 25th, Wendy and I attended a mobile home collaboration planning meeting, continuing discussions. There'll be an item coming to the board before too long here. And just to let people know that we are making progress on that. We're putting our effort into it, and it's been a great team so far. And I'd just like to recognize the county barbecue we had on Friday, started at 11 o'clock. I thought that was a wonderful event, and it's the start, it's the beginning of better things to come for many departments, hopefully within El Dorado County, now that we have that trailer, moving around and cook food for people and provide-
It wasn't long enough. I didn't get a chance to get there. You guys were walking out when it was closing up, so.
They were like, dude, you're late.
We
were.
Go early because
obviously.
unless they expect a lot of people, right? But no, well planned, well executed, and I think it sets the standard now for other departments, hopefully to apply the same kind of provision. So I think that was fantastic. With that, let's turn to CAO for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Novosel, we are planning a staff appreciation barbecue up in Tahoe end of
There you
August.
go.
And we will do one similar, we being all your department head team, do one similar down
That's a
here.
great barbecue. Okay, now I understand the
Now you know.
price.
I just showed her the photo.
Wow. 'Cause I remember looking at that.
It
going,
is.
"Oh,
It is professional
wow, that's
catering type of barbecue.
Well, let me know.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we will
Really
do,
cool.
we'll do a staff appreciation one down here once it cools off in the fall is the plan. The only update I have for the board is I had to step out for a minute. I received a call from PG&E. They will be, this isn't good news, but they will be filing their paperwork with the CPUC tomorrow. average rates for customers will be, if it all gets approved, will be increasing $25 a month because they need increases to address their infrastructure and innovation technologies. So I'm assuming once that paperwork is filed with CPUC, your offices will likely be getting phone calls and things. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. And if I see what's filed tomorrow, I'll make sure to forward copies to you. But they'll likely be on their websites as well. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
You did the barbecue. Okay, you got it. You got it covered. All right. So with that, I think we're ready to recess into closed session. I'll just remind everybody that we took comments on closed session items beforehand. So I think we're ready to move into the board, the closed session room, and we'll be hearing items. What is it? It's 44, 45, 46, and 47. I got it. All right. Thank you.